For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, Obi, I'll be obedient and useful. Obi, oh yeah, Obi, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Akachamba, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to Obi, Obi follow Obi, Daga, Obi, Obi. Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abẹ́yẹ.
Ẹni bàbá ilé. They fear one name, not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 in a man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him, Nigeria wants him, and history is waiting. Atiku must run, Atiku must run.
And there it is right there. You heard it here first. Atiku must run. It's a compulsion, no, you know, because the word "must" is a compulsive word. It's a word. It's an affirmative word. So if they're saying Atiku must run, then there is no room for anything other than. So Atiku must run. It is set in law. I think it's actually written in the Nigerian constitution that Atiku Abubakar must run every presidential race. I cannot recall any. What was since 1993? This guy has been running, you know. So why would he not run now? I mean, he might as well run. Let him run till death. Maybe when he dies, we'll go and bring up. We'll mummify his we'll mummify his corpse, and then we'll run him at every election till the end of Nigeria. So Atiku should be mummified at death, so that his mummified figure can run elections. Atiku must run. So Atiku must run. Let's buy water. So Atiku must run. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Another weekend, though. A lot. I follow Formula One, and I'm looking forward to the Hungarian Grand Prix tomorrow, in the hope that Lewis Hamilton would win. You know, because they stole 2 championships from Hamilton. The first one they stole for Rosberg. The other one they sold for Max Verstappen. So it's 2 championships out. So I'm hoping that he can at least win this year and recover one of them. So that it is right there. So the Hungarian Grand Prix at 3 p.m. UK time. So if you're looking for me, I'll be there. The Hungarian Grand Prix. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Oh, I've already said all that, haven't I? So yes. The protocol. Why don't we do the protocol? Click on the like button if you would, please. If you haven't done that already, please do that. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Share the links. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. That brings you into the studio. So all those things, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Say hello to me in the comment section as well. So all the usual things that you usually do in all of these sort of spaces, do them here as well. Like, share, and subscribe and all that. So now, there's not an abundance actually happening in the news cycle. But what is happening in the news cycle is this back and forth between Atiku Abubakar and Obasanjo. So we'll be going through that. What else is I cannot think of anything else that is really catchy in the news cycle. So do you remember that that meth factory? That what's the full pronunciation of meth? Do you remember one meth laboratory? What I'm trying to look for methamphetamine. That's how it's a psychotropic substance. That's what it is, similar to cocaine, heroin, and LSD. Do you remember that methamphetamine laboratory that they found somewhere in Ogun State? So there's been a court order now to destroy it entirely. So that facility is actually what in the region of 480 billion naira. So if you want to do the dollar conversion of that, that's the better part of $300 million right there, if I'm not mistaken. So that's in the news cycle. Inside suspected coup plotter secret transition note. So maybe we'll touch on that. There's just not much in the news, I have to say. So we just have to mooch around. And you know that the Nigerians being repatriated from South Africa, they are now arriving safely back home and are recounting the harrowing stories of their experiences there. So we could talk about that as well. And then there's a DSS operative, an ex-DSS operative, that has come out to give up a new inflection on the Abacha death. So he's telling us now that Abacha died of... Uncle Beno, good to see you there, my guy. So he's now coming out to tell us that Abacha died of natural causes. So quite how that is, you know, well, and Al Mustafa has come out to debunk it. So I don't know. It still remains a mystery, whatever killed Abacha. But I don't think he died of natural causes. I wouldn't say that. What the DSS operative is actually saying is that the lady that Abacha died on top of, firstly, she's not an Indian. You know, people said that Abacha died on top of some Indians. So firstly, it's not an Indian. It was actually a Nigerian pharmacist who then just who alarmed that the guy just passed away on top of her. So that's the narrative that this DSS operative is coming out with. Al Mustafa coming out to debunk that. So there's all sorts of that going on. But like I said, there's not an abundance in the news cycle. So why don't let's start it off with actually rattling through some of the clips that we do have. So we're starting it off with an Atiku clip, rather. Just some of you that are not familiar with who or what Atiku is, watch this. This is a refresher note on just who Atiku Abubakar is.
Ikot Basi was the biggest in Africa in aluminium smelting. It cost federal government $3.5 billion to set up that ASCOM. But what did Atiku do with it? Atiku sold it for $130 million.
You have facts.
I am telling you, I am quoting figures. In fact, there are documents that say this. $130 million. something that cost federal government $3.5 billion, the biggest in Africa. Assuming that ASCOM is still functioning, you know the number of jobs. How it would have helped the Nigerian economy and the people of Akwa Ibom State. So that was not the only one. That was not the only one. Delta Steel Company, it cost federal government $1.5 billion to set up that steel company. But Atiku sold it for $30 million. What about Osoba Steel?
Are you very sure about this?
I am quoting Osoba Steel Rolling Mill. In fact, there's what they call National Union of Electricity Employees. They even accused Atiku around June this year, when Atiku talk about a 3-point agenda. They say he's coming to continue what he started. He plunged Nigeria into this situation that we found ourselves. Most of these assets that were sold with the aims of revitalizing them and making them more functional. According to President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, in 2011, he described them as massive failure, the privatization policy. Obasanjo wrote a book. Obasanjo picked Atiku after Atiku won governorship election in Adamawa State. He was supposed to be sworn in as governor of Adamawa State. But Obasanjo picked him to be his running mate and subsequently the vice president. Obasanjo wrote a book called My Watch. If you read My Watch, page 31, Obasanjo accused Atiku that the resources Atiku stole from Nigeria can feed 300 million Nigeria for 400 years.
You see, voting Atiku Abubakar to be president of Nigeria will be worse. And I say this with all sense of understanding the gravity of what I'm saying. Voting Atiku Abubakar as president of Nigeria will be worse than voting Peter Obi. I know you imagine that there's nothing that could be possibly worse than voting Peter Obi, but voting Atiku Abubakar to be president of Nigeria will be worse than the experience we had under Buhari even. And let me play you another Atiku clip. This is Tinubu, who knows Atiku in toto, and this is what he has to say.
The leadership of Northeast challenged because of terrorism and banditry. I could see our collaboration, that we work together. Only we stick together, we think together, we face the challenges the best way possible as a united country. The golden age is here now. If you can stabilize the economy. Nigerians are not asking for too much. Simple stability, social welfare. And among the visitors today are some pensioners. I hope you are receiving your pensions if you are afflicted with it. Well, so if I can go political, somebody among my prospective opponents, they privatized government investment in public-private entities, but they forget to pay the pension. I'm clearing the pensioners now. So clearing the mess they created. But I won't complain.
So that dig, of course, is at Atiku Abubakar, who you recall he was in charge of the privatization of Nigeria, and he privatized the whole country into his pocket, and that is where the wealth of Atiku. Even Obasanjo said it, that if he ever backs Atiku in an election, that he should not make heaven. Voting Atiku will be worse than as terrible as you can imagine Peter Obi being your president. is 10 times worse if Atiku was your president. So that's just that. So that's just that. Oh, let me play you this. Okay. Actually, let me play you a little bit of something. You see this clip I'm about to play you now. This clip will be played on this platform till the end of time. If we need a light-hearted comic moment, this is comic relief. This is for comedy purposes. But this clip I'm about to play you now, there will not be a time on this platform that this clip will not be played. Do you know the law is my question to you? Because I know somebody that knows the law. But I also know somebody that doesn't know the law. What am I talking about? Watch this.
You don't know what justice means? You don't idea what justice means? You don't know what justice means? Useless black African people. You don't even know what justice. Your constitution says you cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me the written law. Show me the written law. I want to know. Talk to me now. Show me the written law. Are you okay? Don't go close. Don't try that rubbish. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try rubbish. Don't try rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court judgment you don't respect. Then why are we in the court of law? Why are we in the court of law, I ask? Nonsense. If you think Britain can ask you to join me and you join me, you are dreaming. You are dreaming. I'm telling you that you are dreaming.
So there it is right there. The time will never come when that clip will grow old. Show me the law, Motosho, show me the law. And that guy, by the way, was a dropout from Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Azikiwe, University of Nigeria, Nzuka, whatever it is that they have over there. It's a dropout from there. Doesn't have a certificate to his name. An experienced, highly qualified judge is asking that. Well, the guy showed him the law now. And is acquainting himself with the law in Sokoto prison now. Show me the law. So now, let me play you now this next clip. Do you remember that, I'm not sure if it's a House of Reps member or whatever it is. It's an Igbo person that got elected in Oshodi. And then, so that's to show you then, one Nigeria. That's a good example of one Nigeria right there. So it's an Igbo person it's an Igbo guy that got elected in Oshodi. Oshodi, of course, ensconced right at the heart of Lagos State. So an Igbo guy gets elected in Oshodi. A Yoruba man, by the way, would never get elected. He would never even, if he even attempted to run in Abakaliki, they would stone him to death. But let's ignore that. One Nigeria. You can live anywhere and aspire anywhere. And that's a good example right there. So the Igbo guy gets elected into the House of Reps in Oshodi. So what is his remit? His remit is to represent the interest of the indigenes of Oshodi. Who are the indigenes of Oshodi? They are Yoruba people. But what does this guy do? All the opportunities that come towards that space, if 10 opportunities come, he will give 9 of them to Igbo people. So that you are familiar with the story now. So the guy is now coming up for re-election, and the guy cynically, he takes a check and a brown envelope with a check in it and some drinks to the palace of the Oba of Oshodi. And this was what ensued. So this is the Igbo House of Reps member from Oshodi. Here he is seeking his re-election, trying to grease the palm of the Oba of Oshodi.
Documentation are not properly kept. So we want to document our efforts. And this is, we stopped at our last Thanksgiving. September last year. We have not added the new one. So we want to thank the sellers. I think there are worries that we have not forgotten that you are the owners of the land. Okay. We want to associate with you moving forward. We look forward to more collaboration and partnership. But one thing is certain, you tell Oba that I know he expected this visit one month, but there's an African proverb that says it is better late than late. On this note, I want to thank you and thank all those who came. Thank you and God bless you.
If Kabisi is here, is what Kabisi will said. I can see your entourage, and that is our complaint. We that you are representing, we don't have any Yoruba among you. Even though if there is, they have no, if there is, it's going to be one. If you complain that even though if I don't move with you guys, there is complaint that always come to the palace that our honorable did not focus on Yoruba. Even though you want to do 10 something for the constituency, maybe 7 or 6 will go to Igbos, while 3 or 4 will come to Yoruba. They have been complaining it. But whenever they are saying it, they hammer me. If I tell lie, God will judge me. Alright, Dagoni. Dagolo Lomua. Dagoni Gentle. That is how they attack me, but I don't have anything to say. And the principle of this issue is that for you to come and bring envelope, bring drinks, is not what we are asking. You understand me? The Oba is the head of every one of us in this community. We are all his subjects. And we are having 2 Obas in your constituency, that is Osoba and Ojon Fejubu. And when we are talking of arrowhead of the Oba,
Oh, all right, so that goes on for an additional 2-3 more minutes, but you get the drift of it. So it looks as though, like the guy said in Chuno Achebe's Man of the People, he has taken enough for the owners to see. So that's a quote from the Chuno Achebe book, A Man of the People. He has taken enough for the owners to see. So that's the language of enough right there. So we're hearing that from the palace. But the only thing we're now waiting to see is to have that guy removed. So if that guy is not removed, then we can expunge the people of Oshodi from the Yoruba race. I mean, how can it even be? You know, and I'm not even being an ethnic jingoist or anything. How can it be that an Igbo person is the House of Rep member for Oshodi? The Yorubas are not qualified. They don't have an educated person in Oshodi. How did that happen? You know, so, and of course, the opportunity that now presents itself, how does this guy act? Act typical of what you expect an Igbo person to act. Just gluttonously cutting everything away to his home state in Anambra or whatever. You know, opportunities come, scholarships come towards that constituency. 7 will go to, where is the homestead of Mr. Okafor in Oshodi? What's their chieftaincy title? What's their Oriki in Oshodi? You know? So an opportunity comes to, they say, okay, they're distributing scholarship. 5 goes to Oshodi, and then this guy will gather all the Chinedus and give them 4, and look for some, for the son of his flunky to give money. How can that be? How is that possible? So a shame on Oshodi, which they should expunge. We'll see how that plays out, but it looks as though there's somewhat of an awakening taking place there. So somewhat of an awakening taking place there. Let me show you this. This is even more in the direction of that awakening. Do you remember when Tinubu cannibalized? It did not even, it balkanized. Let's use balkanized. Do you remember when Tinubu balkanized the Nigerian military structures, and he moved then training centers? You know, all these, you know what they have in Zaria? that army training school. So he balkanized that and distributed it around all the geo regions. So the ones in Yoruba land is already fully fledged. Watch this.
Welcome to Depot, Nigerian Army, Osoba, the training ground of patriotic young Nigerians who have answered the call to serve, uphold the nation's integrity, and defend its sovereignty. Located in the Oke-Bale area of Osoba, Osun State, this institution is one of the Nigerian Army's newest centers of excellence, established to expand training capacity and support the decentralization of recruits training previously concentrated in Depot, Nigerian Army, Zaria. Here, the transformation from civilian to soldier is guided by discipline, resilience, and an unshakable commitment to national duty.
So there it is right there. Tinubu is not joking, no. By the time Tinubu finishes his 8-year term, Nigeria will never be the same again. It'll be a totally different country. I think we can all see all of the steps that's leading to that. So there's no controversy there in what I've just said. By the time Tinubu finishes with that country, by the time he finishes his 8-year term, it will be a totally different country. And it will be a more progressive, more forward-thrusting country, without equivocation. And all of the politics of the old guards will no longer be able to play out in the Nigeria that he will bequeath to his successor. It's just not possible. You know, they would have decentralized it. They've decentralized the army. They've decentralized the police. They've decentralized electricity. They've decentralized the capacity for you to develop and grow. And he has done that very quickly. And he now has another, 5 years to solidify all of these things that he has done. You know, by the time Tinubu leaves office, you know that he would have graduated he would have graduated a good 15 million people as skilled members of the Nigerian population. The ones in tertiary institution, the ones in artisanal trainings, all of these people, because I think as early as next year, we'll see the first graduates of the Tinubu funding. We'll see the first graduates, and then every year we see people graduating under this Tinubu system. So by the time, and by the way, the artisanal skills ones, those are 6 months, 12 months training. So all of them are already coming into the workforce now, more equipped for the world that is to come. So this is what is going on now. Look at all the road works. Go to the southeast now. Look at all the road works. Go to the middle belt. So by the time this guy is done in 8 years, it's a totally different country. Is this not the guy that was insulting me on Rudolph's platform? Just no, it's not the one. It's another one. What was I even saying? So it's just going to be a totally different country. You know, everything has changed. You know, the local governments are empowered. An educational system that can self-perpetuate, that can self-sustain is in place. Infrastructure's being built, security being sorted out. Everything just in a forward thrust. So you know, I'm just so excited for the future. This is the first time that we actually have reasons to be excited for the future of that country. In the history, do you know that what Tinubu has done in 3 years is more than what anybody has done from the start of that country till now in terms of reforms? You know, what this guy has done in 3 years is more than the sum total of what everybody has done. What has anybody done in Nigeria? At the most, most of them will have 2 or 3 marquee projects. You talk about Buhari And then you talk about the second Niger bridge, and that's it. You know, is that not it? What else did Buhari do outside the second Niger bridge? You know, the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, and then, the Lagos-Calabar, no, not the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, the Lagos-Ibadan rail something. I think he did that, and then he did the second Niger bridge, and then he did a train to his own people in Maradi in Niger Republic. Those are the three things. What else did Buhari do in 8 years? But look at what this guy is doing. Sokoto Badagry. You know, in fact, forget Sokoto Badagry and Lagos Calabar, forget those. All of the major artisanal artillery roads, all of them being fixed, all of them, every single one of them. You know, so all of the artisanal roads, all the auxiliary roads in the second Niger bridge, all done in 3 years. So forget all this nonsense now. But we're actually still in that particular vein. Let's listen to this one. Let's watch this.
And unfortunately, they don't even seem to be talking about that great achievement. Let me outline some of them. One is that he just came in immediately. Apart from what he did on fuel subsidy and all that, he actually went straight to the governors, removed that electricity from the exclusive list and put it to concurrent list and say, governors, get into the act. Lagos, Enugu, and some other quickly got into the act. And that is going to expand electricity in a way that we haven't seen before. Then secondly, he now said, okay, called them, said, I want state police. And they said, okay, they agree. But I think there is one step forward and two steps backward. They're going to ramp up speed on that. Because that has a critical role to play in security that is so pervasive. The third one is, he said, okay, look, I'm going to set up all these regional development agencies. Everybody should go back and organize their region. That is positive. And in fact, you could even see that Northeast has already been there, NDDC has been there. But Southeast, before you say Jack, they've done 30-year development plan. And then others are queuing in. So there is a traction in that area. We also ran to Supreme Court and said, look, can we have local autonomy, financial autonomy for the AGs, local governments? And that is pushing, is going, but I said, make an executive order. But there are still some lacuna, though, that we need to address, because you might well require Supreme Court being asked to interpret Section 7.1 of the Constitution in relation to their judgment. And that will now sort out all the contentions that we have there. But he didn't stop there. Revenue mobilization, he's doing something there. He has amended the Act 2025, giving them teeth, made them more independent, and they are now able to enforce revenue collection. And then, in fact, he's even done the biggest thing that nobody even thought he could do, is to bring Presidential Order 009 to decapitate NNPC. Because let me tell you this, any president that doesn't come to terms with what happens in Central Bank and NNPC is just on a roller coaster. Now he's got Central Bank solidly, and then he's getting results. Now he's decapitated NNPC and putting it in their right place. So, which is why you are going to see more revenue, you're going to see more traction in that area. But he must also have the political courage to blow away OPEC. We don't need OPEC anymore. It is just a big clog in the wheel of our refining capacity that we are heading out to. But we can talk about that in detail. Now, he's also gone to the collection fee of 15% on VAT and said, tossed 5% of it to governors, and they're keeping only 10%. Now, he came to national development. You mentioned national development plan. I took part in Vision 2010, Vision 2020. In Vision 2021 to 25, I was actually national chair for 3 subgroups, for 3 thematic groups. I chaired bioeconomy, digital economy, and science, technology, and innovation. So I was central to that job, and then we got things like bioeconomy into the government development plan. So I was involved. But now this one, I was in the National Economic Council conference where we, for the first time, presented what is going to happen on the Vision 2026 to development plan to 2030. And I saw a radical change that said to subnationals, come and drive national development. Now, again, you can see that he's pushing everything down to national development. He's reducing more power from the center and devolution that power to local government and state government. That is the way to go, so that you can encourage them to become active participants in the economic field. So that's the way to go. And people are not mentioning this in any way, but that's all right. I'm not advertising the progress. Now you move to the second area, which is the macroeconomy. Now, macroeconomy includes the like of fiscal policy, monetary policy, trade policy, investment policy, industrial policy. In each of these areas, there are some remarkable achievements. For example, in the fiscal space, we have a reform of the fiscal space. Now, that has also come in because it hasn't been reviewed for more than, it was in the early, I think, 50s or 60s, it was necessary. And that reform has put us in a better stead to achieve many of the things. It's only just being started the implementation. But I can tell you that when I read that reform with the Revenue Mobilization and Reform Act, I can see hope. Because that act has brought in OECD, threw away a lot of these items on a base erosion and profit shifting, and that address them. Minimum effective tax rate of 15% for multinationals that don't want to pay tax, they're going to pay 15%, whatever they like it or not. Then you have all these 5% that he has sorted out a lot of things. That act, those ones have sorted out a lot of things. And the new powers to Ramfac working the presidential order, we are going to be cruising on revenue in that area. Because that 30% the NNPC was taking, and then the 30% for Frontier Basin, they've all been blown away. So 100% is going to hit the preparation account. So that is good news.
So you could hear the excitement in that guy's voice, but it's not talking about somebody that's been managing Nigeria for 20 years. So these are just some. It's not even all. That's not up to 10% of what the guy has done. These are just some of the things that this guy has done in 3 years. 3 years, and you're saying Peter Obi. What are you talking? No, let's not be silly now. Atiku what? Atiku to come and do what? Do you know the one thing? The one thing that damns all of it all, the silver bullet, is that there's no single one of them. I think Atiku may have said it all, but there's no serious candidate that says that any of these policies that Tinubu is prosecuting now, that they're going to jettison it. No one has come out to tell us that they will stop the Nail Fund. Nobody. Has anybody come out to tell us they will reinstate subsidies in Naira and the oil and petroleum? Nobody has said that now. As they come out to tell us they will cancel the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, nobody has said that now. Have they told us they are going to reverse all the tax reforms that Tinubu has done? Nobody has said that. Are they going to cancel state policing? That this guy finally, they've been battling that since Obasanjo. This guy has gotten it done. Is Obi coming to cancel it? He hasn't said that now. Is he going to, what exactly is he coming to do? It's his compassion and his term, and then in China, they have 200 and something. No, forget that now. Let's not be silly now. Let's put on our big boy trousers and look squarely to the front and pay. Let me signpost you in the direction of something. Peter Obi is coming out tomorrow on Ashew or Kimbaloye, 8 p.m. Is it tomorrow on Sunday, 8 p.m. on Sunday? So I want you to pay attention to, hopefully Shewa Kimbaloye will be able to push him in the way that Rufai was saying is not able to push him. And this thing of gaslighting and evading questions, they should not allow that anymore. So they are not asking him to come and critique the Tinubu administration. They are asking him to come and tell us what he plans for the Nigerian state. So that's what. So we already know what he thinks about Tinubu, or what he has been promoting for people to think about Tinubu. So we already know that. So having now given us a good diet of his critique of the Tinubu administration and the personality of the Tinubu presidency, or the personality of the president himself, what Peter Obi then needs to do now, or what the people interviewing him need to do, is to press him on his own ideas. So if you are saying, he said, no, it's all about leadership, it will just come out, all this vague and ambiguous, non-sequital, incoherent, neither here nor there sort of gibberish. It is all about, okay, it's about leadership. But then that leadership has to have some sort of doings. You know, there has to be a plan. There has to be an agenda. There has to be a vision. I will give you 10,000 megawatts in 4 years. How will you do it? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I will do it. I will solve insecurity in 6 months. How will you do it? Don't worry about it. No, now. Let's not be daft now. Let's not be idiots about this now. We're talking about the largest African black country on the planet, the biggest black democracy on the planet, the most significant black country, the most important black people on the planet. We're talking about one of the top 30 economies in the world now. So we're talking about these are serious things for serious minds. I will do it. Don't worry, I will do it. I will go to Anambra and ask them. I gave them 24. There is not one abiding legacy of Peter Obi that is in Anambra that, as we speak now. You cannot point to one single thing. Let me play you this actually, because this guy has been getting away with a lot of Sakama J for too long. But people are now calling him out on his bullshit. But here is Dave Umahi, who is just looking for an opportunity to corner this miscreant for Magulu.
A committed, effort by some people building their own content creation to undermine the great work the president is doing. But we will not allow it. We sharpen our mouth. They tackle us, we tackle them. Okay? The obedient us, we Tinubu them. We assuage them. So we can't keep quiet. Let them tell us what they have achieved in their place. Somebody was telling me when we had a small debate, Peter Obi left $50 million. He left 180 this thing. I said to him two things. Obiano, said, look, you left this money in the bank, but look at the contractors you are owing. So by the time he took the money and paid the contractors, everything was in the negative. But that is not the story. The story is that there was a story in the Bible of a businessman, a rich man, that was going on, on a tour vacation, and he called his servants.
Actually, before Dave Umahi goes too far, Dave Umahi said something there. So Willie Obiano was the person that succeeded Peter Obi. So Peter Obi governed up to, I think, whenever he governed up to, then Willie Obiano took over from Peter Obi. Peter Obi haven't served his 8-year term. So Willie Obiano took over from Peter Obi. Willie Obiano then governed Anambra for 8 years, and then Charles Soludo took over. So I'm saying all of this to land you somewhere. So when after Willie Obiano's first term, of course, he sought re-election, and during the re-election, it came out for public debates, and it is in the course of that public debate. So what Charles Soludo is referencing, it actually goes back to as early as 2014 thereabout, whenever it is that Willie Obiano was running for a second term. That was when this information came out that Peter Obi left a debt. He didn't leave a shishi. He never left shishi in Anambra State. All these monies that he claimed he saved is just some accounting abracadabra. But don't take my word for it. This, what I'm about to play you now, it's Willie Obiano campaigning for a second term. So this is not anything recent. So this is in the archives of history. But listen to what Willie Obiano has to say.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash, and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash, and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. If you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's Timina lady.
So did you hear that? So that's the fabled famous money that Obi left. He left a rosy looking bank balance, but then he hid post dated checks in the bottom drawer of the governor's desk, so that when Billy Obiano eventually opens the bottom drawer of the governor's desk, he will find a pile of checks that will be cashed long after Peter Obi has run away. So there's the guy right there. If there was ever a con man, his name is Peter Obi. It's just anyway. We'll soon be done with him. We'll be done with him by January. All right. What else do I have for you actually? And I wasn't even going to do Obi bashing. No, people are saying I'm doing Obi bashing. It's just it lends himself to these things. That's just what it is. All right, let me play you one more. I'll play you this clip. As much as people try to disparage Nigeria, the international space they are not buying it. I played you a clip a couple of sessions ago about some Middle Eastern type guy that has found his home in Nigeria. So let me play you this clip of this German girl that has also found her home in Nigeria now.
Lagos has broken my German brain. I am a German area business coach who moved from Germany to Lagos, and one thing about Lagos is it is so confusing. I can't make sense of it, because what do you mean I go out, I see chicken everywhere and like cows and goats just running around like a whole ass village, and at the same time you have like these mega bridges and everything is lighting up at night like New York City, and you have crazy ass nightclubs with pools. And yeah, I'm like, how does this place feel like the smallest village I've ever been at and also the biggest city I've ever been at the same time? I don't understand.
All right, so that's that person right there that has found a home in Lagos in spite of all of the campaign against the country by citizens of that country. So let me just give you two articles, and then I'll send the link again if people want to start coming in. I deceived nobody. Obasanjo tackles Osoba, accuses Atiku of funding impeachment plot. So it's the never-ending saga that is the Obasanjo administration, a gift that just keeps on giving. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has rejected former Ogun State Governor Chief Olusegun Osoba's account of the political events preceding the 2023 general elections, insisting that he never deceived the leadership of the Alliance for Democracy, AD, or Afenifere. Correspondents report that Obasanjo also accused his former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, of sponsoring an impeachment plot against him during his first term, working behind the scenes with political actors to frustrate his re-election bid. The former president made the claims in a lengthy statement titled, "A Reply to Your Inaccurate Posture, How Obasanjo Deceived Us in 2003," in response to an article by Osoba published in the Legal Observer on July the 20th. Obasanjo described Osoba's account as inaccurate, incomplete, and far-fetched, saying several political engagements that shaped the 2003 elections were not known to the former governor. Obasanjo said he took exception to Osoba's suggestion that he misled the Yoruba political establishment ahead of the 2023 election. I take strong and serious objection to you, to your calling me a deceiver, because I deceived nobody. I always presented my case and all issues as I had them. Let me do that again. I take strong and serious objection to your calling me a deceiver, because I deceived nobody. I always presented my case and all issues as I had them and as I understood them. No matter whose ox is God, He said, the former president maintained that Osoba was not privy to some of the discussions between him and senior figures in the Afenifere and the AD groups. There were issues you did not know or understand because, as he pointed out, they were above your head. They were handled by your elders in the Alliance for Democracy and Afenifere, he said. Obasanjo also defended the outcome of the 2003 governorship election in the Southwest, during which the People's Democratic Party, PDP, took control of 5 of the 6 states previously governed by the AD. He maintained that the defeat suffered by the AD governors reflected the wishes of the voters, although he alleged that the results were manipulated in one state. Your loss or defeat in 2003 was genuine in all the 6 states except one, where the figures were successfully and moderately changed. So the one that will be successfully and moderately changed will be the one that he lost, of course, which will be Lagos State to Tinubu. Your loss or defeat was genuine in all the 6 states except one, where the figures were successfully and moderately changed. The former president also claimed that Osoba did little campaigning before the election and later apologized to Ogun residents for what he described as an arrogant public image. He said, "From the information that reached me from the political field, you barely campaigned, and at the tail end of the campaign, you went on TV to apologize to the people for your arrogance and informed them that the starch in your agbada caused your arrogant appearance." So that's Obasanjo. Obasanjo then turned his attention to the impeachment attempt against his administration, alleging that Atiku initiated the move through the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, the late Gali Nahaba. According to him, Atiku invited Nahaba to his office whilst he was away on Friday and allegedly gave him 5 billion naira to begin the impeachment process. Nahaba's impeachment began at the presidency by the vice president, who on a Friday, when I was out of the office, invited Nahaba to his office and convinced him, as he had convinced himself and some others, but of insignificant number, that I should have only one term as president, Obasanjo said. He continued, on Friday, he invited Nahaba, gave him 5 million naira to begin his impeachment work. It was all noted, recorded, and reported to me by my chief of staff, a professional intelligence officer. Obasanjo said he treated the impeachment threat with contempt because he believed he had committed no impeachable offense. The game continued to be played on me, with me treating it with contempt, as I had committed no impeachable offense except my vice president, who wanted to take over by hook or crook. He added that former President Shehu Shagari later offered to intervene in the matter. The former president further alleged that after the impeachment bid failed, Atiku pursued another arrangement involving the 6 AD governors in the Southwest. According to Obasanjo, Atiku wanted the governors to face no serious oppositions in 2003 in return for supporting his presidential ambition in 2007. When he failed in the impeachment exercise, he made a 2-track approach, one to go to Alex Ekweme and Alex to hand over to him in the 3rd year of his presidency. Second is for the 6 AD governors in the Southwest not to have competition from any other party in 2003, so that 2007 you will all yield the field to my vice president. So that's it goes on for a bit, but let me just give you Atiku's response, and then if people want to come in, then you can come in. Atiku blasted Obasanjo over Nahaba's bribery claim. So this is Atiku clapping back. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Atiku Abubakar, has described former President Olusegun Obasanjo's allegation that he bribed late Right Honorable Gali Umar Naba to impeach him as politically motivated, aimed at boosting the electoral fortunes of Obasanjo's preferred candidate ahead of the 2027 presidential election. So who is Obasanjo's preferred candidate? It's not Peter Obi, I can tell you that. Obasanjo's candidate has always been, still is Tinubu. That's who Obasanjo is batting for. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Atiku Abubakar, has described former President Olusegun Obasanjo's allegations that he bribed the late Right Honorable Gali Umar Naba to impeach him as politically motivated, aimed at boosting the electoral fortunes of Obasanjo's preferred presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement signed by his senior special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, on Friday, Atiku said, are coming at a time when the political landscape ahead of the 2027 general elections is taking shape. The obvious objective is to besmirch my person and reputation and confer an undeserved political advantage on the former president's kinsman. So who's the former president's kinsman? Is of course Tinubu. Nigerians, however, know better. They are too discerning to be distracted by stale allegations resurrected for political convenience. The ADC leader, urged Obasanjo to declare his political preference publicly rather than rely on unverified allegations, saying, if former President Obasanjo has chosen to take a political position ahead of 2027, he should simply declare it and allow Nigerians to judge it on its merit, rather than attempting to influence public opinion through allegations that can no longer be tested because the principal witness is no longer alive. The former vice president questioned why Obasanjo chose to make the allegation only after Naba's death, arguing that he denied Nigerians the opportunity to hear the other side of the story. He insisted that the allegation lacked any judicial or official backing, adding, if there was indeed evidence of any criminal conduct as alleged, Nigerians are entitled to ask why no action was taken at the time by a government that wielded the full power of the Nigerian state. Atiku also linked Obasanjo's continued hostility to his own opposition to a third-term agenda for the former president, stating, rather than surrender democratic principles on the altar of personal ambition, I defended the Constitution and successfully asserted my right through the courts in a series of landmark legal victories against a sitting president. Those battles are now part of Nigeria's democratic history. It is evident that the bitterness arising from that defining period has failed to leave former President Obasanjo. He said he would not be drawn into historical political disputes while the country contends with economic hardship, insecurity, and etc., etc. Our focus remains unwavering, offering credible alternative, defending democracy, demanding accountability, and working with all parties, all patriotic Nigerians, etc., etc. So that's the back and forth between Atiku and Tinubu right there. I think that's enough, actually. Like I said, there's not that much in the news. So we'll just we'll play the Kegite music. We'll send the link if anybody wants to come in. So it's a case of bring your own. You have to bring your own drinks to this particular party. So it's a case of bring your own beer to the party.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Bishop Zita. Good to see you, Zita. Bishop as well. Good to see you. So good to see you, lady and gentleman. So good to see you. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody wants to hop on. Let's start it off, kick it off with you, Bishop. Bishop, Baoni, how far?
Hey, woman, Hannah.
Yeah, Deo. Your audio is so clear and lucid today. So that's great.
Oh, okay.
Good to have you.
I'm seated before the bowl of amala, so it should be clearer.
Oh, God. It's yeah.
That's a party. So how did they go?
We thank God. You know where the heat wave in the UK, so I call struggle.
Everywhere.
Is it that too hot or too cold? Nearly, it's never just right.
So even make it worse. My AC tanked up in my location today, so it was terrible. So I know what you are talking about. Oh yeah, that's by the way. A very big one. Yeah, good readout. I mean, I'm particularly interested in just two. Good evening, everyone. Both people on the platform and people at the commentariats. Sure, you're having a very wonderful weekend. I'm actually interested in two things that you read, and maybe one other thing outside of what is being discussed. Bringing the Oshodi, Isolo House of Rep member issue out to the front for Bona is very good. I say to people as much time, I said we were very liberal, but I think now the gloves are off. The scales have fallen off our faces, our eyes, and the gloves are off. And I agree with you entirely. If the people of Futurity Solo in Lagos will make that mistake again, especially considering the things that happened before the 2023 elections, then we have to go and actually ask them, are they actually Okilu or Yoruba? So for me, the battle lines have been drawn. We have a lot of documented evidence of how, these people, I mean, I lived in the Southeast. I was in Anambra in the 90s, early 90s, 1993, 1994. That was my service year. And I lived there. I've lived in the Southeast till now. Some of the time you go to their local political meeting, they don't even speak English. That's how bad it can be. They don't speak English. So you cannot even participate actively. Now you are not only participating, and nobody has any problem with it. You are participating in the Southwest, well, that's okay, you are winning election. But you are not rubbing in the face that you are stupid for being liberal. That's the height of it, man. I mean, I try to be very, very liberal and, understanding. But when people were now rubbing it out because of your foolishness, and we're going to take away your land as a result of your foolishness and appropriate it to ourselves, and it behoves that we need to, there's a point in time that, look, turning the right cheek, it's tantamount to being foolish. So whatever people are going to do to keep back, and a lot is going to happen, I can assure you that. And that's why I was throwing a jab at Baba is here. Throwing a jab at him yesterday. Now, what are you doing? Yeah, you can claim you're an islander. What are you doing to support the Aworis? The Aworis are the biggest landowners in the whole of Lagos. What are you doing to support them? They have been relegated to the background. Good enough, we have a Badagry and a good person as the deputy governor now. So how about the other people? So why are people taking away their rights and rubbing it on their faces? What that man did in appropriating the resources of Lagos to majorly 90% Igbo indigenous is an affront. It's a misnomer. It's what they call what's the right word now? You know, something that can never even be just maybe in the movies, in the films, and the guy was doing it, and they are still, and they had the temerity to want to say he wants to run again. Unfortunately, when you were playing that tape, during your readout, the audio was not loud of what transpired in that. I've seen it before, but I did not listen to it. So, like I said, the battle lines have been drawn, and we're going to see how 2027 is going to play out. But I can assure you, I can very, very well assure you, the people are ready. Let me use the street slogan: men don't mount. Anybody that's not pleased with it can do what they can do. They've always done it before, so I don't really care anymore. So I'm challenging Baba now. I hope that whatever they are cooking won't go, and it's going to come out fine. Obasanjo, Atiku, and Tinubu, like we said, the drama that keeps giving, how do you call it now? Keeps giving and keep giving and keep giving. Unfortunately, I've not been able to listen to what Obasanjo said. I've not heard some of the, I was just gleaning because it was a busy day kind of for me. But truth of the matter is this. Atiku, whether anybody wants to believe it or not, Obasanjo is an albatross. Obasanjo is going to choose between the devil and the blue sea. It's a catch-22 situation. Will Obasanjo support Atiku? Probably not. Will you support Peter Obi? Maybe yes. As it is today, Peter Obi, even within himself, if you ask him, he will know that he has no chance against Tinubu. But with the cross of the matter, I'm surprised that Atiku is complaining. Obasanjo is digging up. I've not listened. I've not heard. I'm just reading, listening a little bit from here and there. It's surprising that Atiku is complaining. Why? Atiku is complaining that Obasanjo is digging up dead matters. But the same Atiku is spending $1.2 million to go and dig up dead matters about Tinubu. So what height has he got to be complaining that Obasanjo is digging up dead matters? Of course.
But Bishop, Atiku said Obasanjo is surreptitiously backing his kinsman.
Okay.
So do you what do you make of that? Do you think, because I somewhat think that Tinubu is Obasanjo. I've always thought that Tinubu was Obasanjo's candidate anyway, but that's what Atiku is inferring in that, that comment here.
So for me, my only response to that is, and so what? And so bloody what? We know people that are already bloody supporting Atiku, irrespective of the fact that it's an insult to our sensibility. That another Fulani man is proposing to come back after 8 years of Buhari. Do these people have sense at all? So what is wrong? Let's even assume without conceding. In 2019 or 2023, when Oyedepo and Gumi went to Obasanjo and they openly supported Atiku, did anybody die? So I'm not saying Obasanjo is supporting, but let him assume without considering Obasanjo is supporting, and so bloody what? Is Atiku not always playing the ethnic card? Didn't you see it in the Kaduna presentation before the Council of Elders, when he said the best candidate is for the North is a northern candidate, not a Yoruba candidate? He said it openly and boldly. People did not pick on that, but they picked on someone that said power is not served a la carte. I don't know if you remember that. We discussed that exhaustively. How do you call it now? I don't know if I got our English right. on this same platform. Have you forgotten, woman, that we had that conversation? He said it openly and he said it proudly. So if what he said then, there is nothing wrong with it, and Peter Obi could say that, yes, he expected to get 100% in the Southeast, he expected these people to vote for him, then what the hell is wrong? So don't let us glorify the nonsense Atiku is spewing out. So I'm not going to start defending that he did not. That's not no. He meant it. So if Obasanjo is defending Tinubu, another Yoruba man, and so bloody what? Sometimes some of our people, they just think that the rest of us are just what do you call it? That can be led by the nose. So for me, I'm not going to waste my energy. I'm not going to dissipate my precious time trying to justify. No. And so bloody what? People defended Atiku not because of his competence, but because 70% of people that are supporting him today were supporting him because he's a Fulani man and they want the Fulani hegemony to continue. So bloody what? So what is he talking about? And I see the Frank Shuaibu, of course we know him. He's always a failure. He never supported any successful candidate. So that's where it goes from. So for me, I'm not going to say whether is it correct by Obasanjo. Anybody can support. That's why it is a democracy. We know people that are supporting Atiku today. They are not supporting him because they believe he has a better plan. They are only supporting him because they believe.
But do you believe that Obasanjo is that Tinubu is because a lot of people actually feel that Peter Obi is Obasanjo's candidate, but that's never been the case.
Well,
Peter Obi is an Obasanjo strategy for a Tinubu presidency. Well, Peter Obi has never been an Obasanjo candidate.
I don't think so. I don't know. You are just speculating. Now, the truth is this: we don't know. What we don't know, it comes plenty past the thing where we know. And I'll put it this way: you can only speculate what a man's next move is going to be. No matter how good you are, there's always that percentage of error. Am I thinking right? Am I being subjective in my analysis, even when it is critical? Now the question is this: Obasanjo is a politician. We know the positions he took before now. If he's a very smart politician, as he's been credited, and he can read in between the lines, and he wants to, maybe then people say Obasanjo doesn't want anybody to beat his record. There is no way Tinubu is not competing with Obasanjo's record as it regards the longest serving president of Nigeria. The only person that could compete with him was Jonathan and Buhari. Babangida is out of it. If Babangida had won a democracy, maybe. So as it is today, there is nobody except something drastically changes that can erase Obasanjo's record of ruling Nigeria for 11 years. There's nobody. Excuse me. I don't know if you understand me. So then people were saying that. So if Obasanjo weighs what he weighs, that is, he tries to balance what he has against Tinubu compared to what he has against Atiku. I think he will opt for Atiku. I'm not saying he's opting for Atiku. And that is without not putting ethnic whatever in it. Because he has an axe to grind with Atiku. He has his court to settle with him. So the more we continue to put that in the front burner, irrespective of Oyedepo and Gumi's interference now? Intervention. The fact is that Obasanjo has made it known that he's never, for him to still be talking about this. Look at the kind of things Obasanjo wrote in his book, My Command, about Atiku. If Atiku is a serious person, you have stood behind
Bishop, by the way, that thing you were saying about about Atiku. I think I have it. So let me play it now, and then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Somebody who is from the north and who also understands the other parts of Nigeria and who has been able to build bridges across the rest of the country. This is what the northerner needs. He doesn't need a Yoruba candidate or an Igbo candidate. This is what the northerner needs. So I believe I stand before you as a pan-Nigerian of northern origin. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So you don't get more tribal than that. But
exactly.
But what I wanted to ask you, what Atiku is actually saying is that Obasanjo has resuscitated this narrative strategically at the very heart of the heat of an upcoming election, and is saying that he's resuscitated this narrative in order to undermine him and favor his own kinsman. So is there any argument against that? Is that not the fact as it presents?
No, like I said earlier on, I don't believe that Atiku is right. But I'm just saying, let us not assume that he is very correct and so bloody what. He went there and spewed what he spewed. Obasanjo supported Atiku at one of the elections. He supported Peter Obi at one of the elections. If Obasanjo now chose to support Tinubu now, when Obasanjo supported Atiku, Tinubu did not cry now in 2019. I mean, Buhari did not die. Yeah, Obasanjo openly wrote a letter to Buhari. He should dismantle the host. And because they went to him, he supported him. Because of the intervention of Gumi and Oyedepo. The heavens did not fall. Obasanjo openly supported Peter Obi in 2023. The heavens did not fall. So if Obasanjo chooses, he has the freedom to choose. But I'm not saying that there's anything in it. I'm just saying that let's even assume that yes, he has supported. Why is Atiku crying? Let's just go and double on his campaign strategies and spend more money, more dollar. Even though if I have to advise him, I'll just advise him to keep his dollars. So there's no need to waste energy on that one. Obasanjo has the right to support whoever he's supporting. I'm not saying that he's supporting Tinubu, but he has the right to support whoever he chooses to support. That's my take on that. Atiku, there's no basis for this crying. I thought, excuse me, that if Atiku were to be a very serious-minded individual, there is more than enough. There are more than 100 grants to sue Obasanjo to court. As regards the damaging things Obasanjo said about him, and there is no one time that Obasanjo has retracted any of those things. Did you read my watch? Did you see the things Obasanjo said in interviews, both to local and international media organizations? So what's Atiku crying about? I'm sure they are just trying to do damage control. There is nothing about this to deliberate or to.
All right. Is there anything else that caught your attention in the news?
Yes, there was something I wanted to say now, and apart from this, there was one of the topics that you said, and it's very important. It's very important.
Oh, is it the military formation that they've taken to Osoba?
Oh, good. That's one. Yeah, good. The military formation. You know, there was a time in this country we used to talk that all our armaments are concentrated in the north to the detriment of the south. All the south put together. About the military formation, we used to have 8 divisional divisional headquarters. One div is in Jos, it's in Kaduna. Second div is in Ibadan because it's age long. Third div is in Jos. Then we have the 82nd in Enugu. That was how it was. Then we have 82nd that used to be infantry division that now became the Brigade of Guards in Lagos that was in charge of the. Then they created some more. I think we have the 6th in Kaduna, in Port Harcourt, if I'm not mistaken. Then during the Boko Haram and the rest, we established 7 and 8. Now, but everybody knew that there was a time in the Babangida era that they moved all our armory to the north. The infantry to Jos, the armor corps, which is there are some parts of the armor, the armed forces, they call the teeth arm, that's the real core combat arm. And I kid you not, at some point, all of them were in the north. All the major military infrastructures in Nigeria were concentrated in the north. But when they proposed at some point, they are going to establish a naval establishment in Kano, I began to wonder, why taking a naval establishment to Kano for crying out loud? Naval establishments are supposed to be in riverine area, but they were taken. Now, if anybody is foolish enough not to be reading that this is restructuring par excellence, we only have one Nigerian Army depot that is in Kaduna, just one. A lot of military air force, apart from the NDA, Kaduna is like the melting pot. When they were locating those things in Kaduna, Ibadan was as important as Kaduna. There were about 9 of military formations. 7 of them were located in Kaduna. Go and look at the Air Force. Go and look at the reference. Go and look at the tactical, command and staff, college, Nigeria Military School, Nigeria Depot, and the rest. Let us go back and think, what were the sense that made all those 7 of the 9 critical sectors to be concentrated in Kaduna? We want to be in Nigeria, let us be Nigerian if we want to be Nigerian. If you understand the formation of what military formations are. So now we have formations that are coming. I'm even disappointed because of all the ones that were announced yesterday, no one came to the Southwest. Why is it that we still have 6 states or 5 states that have been covered by second div, mechanized division? Why in some other states we have just 2 states? Go and check that. Landmass? No. We have enough landmass in the Southwest. So, sorry. So what I'm saying is this. Yes, Tinubu has scratched the surface. Why I salute that, he could have done more. Today now, we have the newly created, none of them is coming to the Southwest. No. The only one that is coming to the South is going to the South-South. Out of the 5. Yeah, it's going to be the divisional headquarters. So in the Southwest, I'm not complaining to that extent, but I'm pointing it out. So is it a good thing? Absolutely. And this is restructuring, just showing its face. It's just unfolding.
Bishop, a lot of people are not paying attention to it, but this restructuring that we're saying is already taking place.
It's already taking place. That's what I'm saying.
It's already taken because a lot of power has been devolved. They've devolved the power from the only big one left is resource control. Outside of that, I don't think there's anything else. The power has been devolved now from the center.
Well, man, just think for a moment. If a man can achieve this, I don't know whether it can or could. Let's just say if a man did achieve this one, let me use that one. In 3 years, imagine what you would do in 8 years.
That is my argument.
Imagine what will happen if tomorrow we just did our census, which is biometric, and we just discover that there is a fallacy of generalization that the North is more populated than the South. Imagine. I am not saying that, I'm just saying imagine. So if we do biometrics, and we have had, and we can put everything on the table, let us negotiate the basis of our continued union.
if we do a proper census, I cannot imagine that country's population being more than 130 million.
No, I will give it like 150 to 180. But nothing close to 200 million. So if we are able to do biometrics, so imagine what Tinubu will be able to do. And do you know the irony of it? The irony of it is that a lot of people, educated, informed, elites, they know this truth. But the only thing is that they are not interested in the truth. They don't want him to go that way because they know a lot of things will be demystified. If this man can cause this damage in court now, in 3 years, imagine what he will do in 8 years. So if anybody is a lover of freedom, if anybody is actually
all right, Bishop.
If everybody, where does that? Sorry, sir, who is this? That sounds like Prince Daddy.
Yes.
Yeah, what did you say?
A quick question. So, what you're saying is, of course, making an assumption in a linear manner that if Tinubu comes back for a second term, right, it will continue on this trajectory of what he's doing right now, and that is not guaranteed. Trump is a good example of that. It came back and so far it's been disastrous. So, so you're making an assumption that Tinubu is going to come back and continue on this trajectory, which I would say, well, why not? What is going to stop him? So my question to you is that if Tinubu wins the second term and it comes back, what will prevent Tinubu from continuing on this trajectory of his good deeds so far?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed the last part. What will prevent him from doing what?
What will prevent Tinubu from continuing to do what he's doing right now? All these good things he's been doing, the devolution of power here and there. What will stop him from doing it, to continue doing it in the second term?
No, there's nothing stopping him. You did not hear me. Probably that definitely you did not hear me. I am saying it's like a package and it's just scratching the surface. It has a lot of things, but some of them are very uncomfortable. There is nothing Tinubu has done in the past 3 years that is comfortable. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. There's nothing. Everything had been, they are not comfortable. And no country in the world that has been able to attain that status by going the easy way. I have a saying here. If one man will remember 3 years ago, I always say that, look, decisions to turn Nigeria around is not going to be easy. It's unfortunate that Buhari began to take even more than 3 years. When I first joined, my slogan is, look, the road is going to be rough. If you're going to make very credible and lasting change, it has to be very, very discomforting. In fact, excruciatingly painful. So anybody that wants to just do this palliative, no. You don't treat cancer by being nice. I mean, are you the doctor now?
Sorry, Bishop, I hear you. What are you there? Sometimes you're good at repurposing the question. Do you understand what I said, one man?
I think I understand.
I understand it, but I have a mouthful of food at the moment, so I'm not able to repurpose it.
What you said is this: what stops Tinubu from continuing from this good work? And I said there is nothing. He's going to continue, no matter how uncomfortable, no matter how excruciatingly painful it is. He's going to continue in this trajectory because in this first time, when he has so much to lose, he dared to eat he dared to walk where the angels. How did they put that? Something. So now that he has nothing to lose after second term, he will do those things. For example, the issue of what's the name of this thing now? Census. It will cost a lot of katakata because we know the truth. Okay, you don't want men to come out. Okay, it's not men, it's women. It's biometric. So a lot of people will be against it. The same way they were against the tax reform. The same way they were against
sorry, Bishop. I think what Prince Daddy was asking, but I think it's more of a rhetorical. What Prince Daddy is actually asking is that when Tinubu comes in for a second term, You know, the game changes somewhat, and it drew the example of Trump, who is a completely different president from what it was under his first term. So, but then of course there was a break in between Trump 1, Trump 2. But if Tinubu gets that second term, is his style of governance going to differ? Is it going to continue on the same trajectory? What factors will mitigate him not being able to go in that direction? And I think that's broadly where your question is, if I'm not mistaken, Prince Daddy.
Is that a Prince Daddy?
Yes,
Hello,
exactly that. Yep, that's it.
I answered that. Tinubu is not going to deviate. He's going to continue in that trajectory. I can vouch for that.
If I can attempt at that as well, Prince Daddy.
No, sorry, Bishop. So I'm just trying to make you make a prediction. If he were to, what would prevent him from continuing on that path?
What will prevent him? For the Tinubu, for what we have known, from the Tinubu that has revealed himself, there is nothing that will prevent him. He is fearless, he is audacious, he is focused, laser focused. He knows what he wants to do. He has a plan. He's not somebody that got into the presidency and started looking up, how do we do it? How do we do it? No, he has a plan. And if he costs 1,000...
Sorry, Bishop. There are two ways to approach that your question, Prince Daddy. If Tinubu wants to have a self-serving sort of second term, then he might well just go for money. And I don't think Tinubu is there for money. But if Tinubu, if he wants to be a legacy president, and all of the indications tell us that he wants to be a legacy.
Oh man, you are funny. Yeah. Say he's not there for the money. Come on. Huh?
Well, you know, I'm not sure that he is there for the money, but I mean, how much more? But even if he was there for the money or not, but I think the abiding thing with Tinubu, just if you are reading the body language and his administrative style, the abiding thing for Tinubu is to be a legacy sort of a president, similar to how he was a legacy governor in Lagos State. And if he's going to be that legacy president, then he has to bring a lot of things to fruition. So, and also when he gets that second term, you know that he's not campaigning for anything anymore. So it's going to be extremely ruthless. You see all this nonsense of people making noise up and down. And they'll quickly clamp down on that. All this nonsense. As soon as he's sworn in, they will clamp down on the nonsense. If Obi gets too funky, they'll throw him in jail. You know, because there is no comeback against that anymore. So I think it's just going to clear the deck of the nonsensities, and it will double down on but that's at least that's what I aspire for him. I aspire, you know, that's how my projection towards how I would like him to ambition. I want him to double down on this, and then I want him to break the back of the knot permanently, because if he doesn't break the back of the knot permanently, after 4 years power goes back to the north, then we just revert back to type, and then they will seek to punish him and his people. No, I don't see him slowing down. I see him accelerating. But Zita, I was going to say to you, we're just free flowing, so just come in whenever you like. But that's just my response to your question, Prince Daddy.
Okay, so I to some extent I agree with you, but not totally. I agree with you to the extent that Tinubu is not. I mean, making money is the least out of whatever he's studying. Tinubu wants to make a name. Tinubu has every opportunity to be the Lee Kuan Yew of Nigeria, the Margaret Thatcher, the Indira Gandhi of India, Margaret Thatcher of the United Kingdom, Indira Gandhi of Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, right? And all the great leaders that have put, even what's this guy's name? Even though he was messed up eventually, Gerald Ford of the United States. We know people that make great impact. So I think there's no point debating that. Tinubu is there to make a name for himself, because he believes that he is the transformational leader that Nigeria needs. Nigeria is at the verge, you know, at the very tip of making it to the greatest, but we need to unlock that. And if there is a leader that is well positioned today in intellect, in everything, to unlock that chapter, I think that person is Tinubu. So For me, I don't think. I was trying to really relate what what's his name? Prince Daddy was trying to reflect when he was using Trump. So yeah, Trump came. People know what Trump wanted to do. He was managing, even though he was like a bull in the China shop. But he was trying to manage his first time. But the second time he has unleashed. And you'll be very shocked for so many reasons, different reasons, that if Trump has the opportunity of taking another ballot today or a third term, that he will win. That's the uncomfortable truth. As extreme as some of his policies are, as very, if he goes on ballot today, a lot of people really like the trajectory, the direction he is going, because they want some changes. In UK today, we see what's happening in Europe, in a lot of places, in Netherlands, in Dublin, in name it. So if Trump, as unpopular as many of us, the media is making it to look, if about 2 days ago, I saw in the media that the mastermind of the Benghazi embassy attack, and that they have been arrested and brought America to come and stand trial. That were exactly a lot of people who were there when that happened under Hillary Clinton as the Secretary of State and Obama. They did not pursue those people. But how many years after that, Trump was able to bring them, to arrest them and repatriate them to America? Some people are very excited. There are some areas that people... So if Trump stands election today, you'll be shocked, but he will win. That's the truth. Even though America is not as diverse as Nigeria, but the diversity is still also there.
There are speculations that Trump will attempt at a third term.
Well, I know he will attempt, but he will not succeed. But you cannot say that for sure, the way it is now. Because he's serving a section, a very decisive section, but that decisive section, they are very popular. There are lots of them. So whether you like it or not, a madman gets his own crowd where they clap for him. So for me, yes, Tinubu might not go that extreme, but second time might not necessarily. Maybe I'll not use the word rudeless. I would rather use the word daring, so that he can write his name permanently in the sand of time. He can etch his name on stone and do those changes, transformational changes that we know we need, but we are being too, how do we call it now, to admit that we need. So for me, second term of Tinubu, he will achieve more than he's achieving now, maybe like 65 to 35%. So if this first time is just 35%, imagine what the next time, the second time will be. Because I want that survey. I mean, not survey now, census. And I want that resource control like mad. Maybe not 100%. I want him to. I was even thinking he's going to throw in that.
Those are the two big lifts that he will have to lift in his second term.
We need them. We need them. That resource control, so that it will make people to be very more. I mean, look at the kind of sordid, disgusting, and annoying information or news that is coming out about people sponsoring and supporting terrorism and banditry in the north. Everybody is now crying the way we reacted in the southwest to this Orire something, which I said was a very good thing. Look at the way we shut down Sunday Igboho a few years ago when he wanted to start this nonsense. We shut him down, and everybody saw that, oh yeah, we don't take nonsense. And look at this one also. Whether anybody believes that it is staged or whatever, but the truth of the matter is that the larger reaction is that people are saying that I will let you go. And that is it. I was thinking Tinubu will be able to, apart from because I said it on this platform, if you remember, that the things that we got Tinubu, the South, is three. I think I mentioned three things then. If you remember, if you can go back to it. Number one, push this. Then they were just proposing this coastal road that cuts through all the South states. Push it through. Number one. Number two, introduce a resource control. That resource control, not entirely, or just derivation, just propose that, you know what, we have been doing 13%. Can't we do 25%? To let them negotiate that 25% to either 15% or 75%, the South will vote for him massively. Because unfortunately, as good as we think Jonathan was, Jonathan did not do anything significant for the South. Obasanjo brought NDDC. Yaradua brought Ministry of Niger Delta and Niger Delta and what again? What's the amnesty? Check. What significant thing did Jonathan bring to the South? Nothing. So if Tinubu says that, look, we have been having this 13.5 for how many years now? I think we should have a change. Even if he wants to achieve 15% or 16%, let him propose 25. And look, you don't have anything to complain about. We have lithium, we have gold, we have bauxite, we have all this. You two will take your own 25%. And what do they call these people? People around the Boshiroro, this power something. You two, you are going to get preference and your 25%. So some of the North people will even support it. Say, okay, it's going to benefit also, except the people that don't have anything. So the fact that Tinubu is going to propose 25% for the South, we make him to win South landslide. So we have the coastal road, and anybody that sees that coastal road from South will fall for it. Then we have this resource control derivation, increase derivation to at least minimum of 70.5% from 13.5. Add another 4% to it or more. People will fall on. So these are the things. These are the strategies. I don't know which card is going to play first, but Tinubu is head above shoulders, ahead of his competitors. I mean, Peter Obi is not in contention at all. So that's my take on that. Thank you for reminding me. I think I should just let other people contribute so that I'll still be here.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. Excellently opened by Bishop there. So thank you, Bishop. I wonder if Zita is ready for us. Zita, we were just free flowing. Anyway, you could have interjected. So are you ready, Zita? All right. As we're awaiting Zita, let me play you this clip. This guy in this clip is asking a pertinent question, and I want you to give us the answer to it, either in the studio or in the comment section. This guy in this video right here is asking a very pertinent question.
I asked my brother, is Delta an Igbo land? He said yes. I call answer and say, is Bayelsa an Igbo land? He said yes, of course. So I call answer and say, Igbo man don't rule Nigeria before. He said no, never. Igbo man never rule Nigeria before. Then I call answer and say, who be good Lord Jonathan? My brother, the guy pause. See, I don't understand. Make somebody will get sense. Tell me, maybe I don't get sense. If you get sense, borrow me your own, make I just listen now. I beg.
So
hello?
if you get sense, you can help me.
Is there any reason why you play this video now?
That's the question I wanted to ask him.
No, I was waiting for you. I just needed something to fill in the space. I just thought it was a nice little question now. You know.
You see, woman, can I say something?
No, the floor is yours. We called you.
Oh, really?
Yes, we called you.
Must have, I don't know. But woman, you see, I've said this thing before on this platform. When I left Nigeria, there is one thing I was warned. Don't call anybody your friend unless you are sure down deep in you people are actually friends. Why was I warned there? Because the person I married is somebody who studies where I'm coming from to be able to advise me where I am going to. In Nigeria, you meet somebody in a store. We use the word friend very easily. You talk to somebody in Nigeria 1 or 2 times, the person is now your friend. Oh, that my friend will live for that. Oh, that my friend will get that. Go to my friend will get that store. You don't try that in the Western culture. It must really be your friend. Call it what it is. My neighbor, my customer, the store I always shop in, my colleague in the office. I used to know him. He was my classmate in the university. He was my classmate in college. You don't call people your friend. Now back to what you just said, the video you just showed. You know, Bayelsa State is not in Igbo land. And it's not an Igbo land and can never be an Igbo land. But Goodluck Jonathan came out in 2011 to contest for that election, put his name, Goodluck Jonathan, Goodluck, whatever rubbish he was answering. And then he said he's an Igbo man. Even Amechi the other day came out and said he can no longer call himself an Igbo man. And then people call him his brother. In 2023, I came to your platform and I made a comment. I said, Igbo people said they've not ruled. What of Goodluck Jonathan? Because in 2011, they say he's their brother. 2015, they say he's their brother. So after saying he's your brother, you come out again and say that you have not ruled. So it's so many noise without us. I just gave you an example. You don't call somebody something that you are not sure he is. Goodluck Jonathan is not an Igbo man and can never be an Igbo man. Never. Bayelsa State is not an Igbo land and can never be an Igbo land.
Somebody
Name.
that is called a Bele is not an Igbo man. Or is it a Kanuri man?
So now that I answer Zita, I'm an Italian. You see, when we say things like this, we begin to confuse people. Name is liking. You liking a name, you like the meaning, you can decide to give it to your child. It doesn't matter the tribe you are in. It's even in Nigeria that I noticed that most times names, the names go more into the tribe. If you go to other nations, in their ethnicity, you find out that they swap names. Like in Norway. And you will find out the person will tell you, my name is actually Southern Truman people that answer it, but I'm from Tromsø. But in Nigeria, Yoruba man will prefer to call his son a Yoruba name, unless otherwise it's a mismarriage. Answering a belly.
No, now Yoruba people give their children English names like Moses or another.
What I'm saying is that
who's that guy that hosts with us again? I forgot. Our guy in Australia, Thomas.
What I'm saying is a Yoruba man calling his child Chukwuemeka, where Papa na Yoruba, Mama na Yoruba, they wake up, they say, what's the meaning of Chukwuemeka? They say, Chukwuemeka means God has actually done well for me. Ooh, I like the name. Rather, Yoruba man will say, oh, is that the name? Say, is that the meaning? He will find the Yoruba meaning and give to the child. But in most countries, it's not like that. They will just give him that Chukwuemeka. So for Goodluck Ebele, wherever that Ebele come from, hell or heaven, they gave him that Ebele. I'm sure it must have come from the pit of hell. That Goodluck Ebele, Jonathan, he answered. It's just a name. He's not an Igbo man. He's not an Igbo man. Nowhere near an Igbo man, because I don't think his blood is anywhere close to Igbo. I stick to that. So back to the discussion of the day. One man, wait till you say Obasanjo talk. I actually keep forgetting that Obasanjo is still alive. So what did he say?
Oh, he's resuscitating the narrative of his impeachment. And he was saying recently, actually, he was attacking Segun Osoba made commentaries about Obasanjo, and then Obasanjo then did a write-up to respond to Segun Osoba. And then for however he managed to co-opt Atiku into that response, he then talked about how Atiku tried to impeach him. He said he bribed the then leader of the House of Reps, something Gali Naaba or something his name was. He said they bribed him to try to impeach him, and then he then gave us his own version of that narrative. So Atiku has now come out to say that he responded to that commentary by Obasanjo that is very interesting, that Obasanjo will resuscitate, will resurrect this narrative.
Yeah, he has always been doing it.
Yeah, just on the eve of a very important election, and is hinting that Obasanjo is doing this in order to favor his own kinsman. So it's essentially telling us that Obasanjo is trying to undermine him for Tinubu, and that was why Obasanjo came back to resuscitated that narrative. So that's the gist of it.
One man, you used one word. Atiku used. You said on the eve of a very important election.
Yes.
Is that election important?
Oh, the upcoming one?
Yes.
Well, it is important because
it's not.
Why is it not?
To me, it's just a mere waste of money and resources.
Right.
It's not important. When you say an election is an important election, okay, it's not an important election, but it's a cycle. If we say this election cycle, I would say yes, he's right. But using the word, it's a cycle, because when you do 4 years, there must be an election for another 4 years. That is a cycle. In this election cycle, yes, I agree with you. But saying that 2027 election coming in January, is it January 16th or January 15th? That is an important election. It's not. Because when you say an election is important, it's election, they are fighting to bring a change. It becomes important to the citizens and the contenders, because there is, how will I put it? I would say a vacancy of a seat, but I will say a vacancy of a vacuum, that this is something that must be done. Like that change. Oh, let me not use the word change. Let me use the word that vacuum must be taken care of. It will become a very important election. But this election, one man, it is not important. It's just a cycle.
All right. Let me tell you why some people might consider it important. You see, this election that is coming now is probably the most significant election we've yet had. It's going to be a turning. I'm hearing something. What's that? No, that's
it's
coming
not
from
me.
Bishop.
I paused myself.
No. Sorry, that was coming from Bishop. Let me just mute him for a moment. It's going to be it's a turning point election. So a lot of things will happen in 2027. In 2027, a lot of political careers will come to an end. A lot of political styles will come to an end. And the direction of that country is going to change sharply. So if Atiku wins that election, that country will revert back to the old guard, the way things were under Buhari, those sort of Abacha, Obasanjo sort of governance style. So that will happen. If Peter Obi wins that election, it will be sort of like having an intern. It's like putting a teenager in charge of $1 billion. It's going to be a mess. If Tinubu continues, then the trajectory of whatever it is that is doing now will follow through. So whether whatever is doing now is good or bad, that will be the direction. But whatever happens in 2027 is going to determine that country for maybe the next 50 years, if not forever. The style of politics will change. the political actors will, if Tinubu wins, the political landscape will change completely. So it makes Aregbesola, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, all of these people, they are completely dead in the waters. They become redundant. They are thrown completely in the dustbin. We have a new wave of new generation type politics or politicians. So that change will take place. And then all of these things that this guy is doing, it will bring it to fruition. And then if that is to the benefit, so a lot will happen in 2020. It's a very pivotal election in the eyes of so many people.
Not in my own eyes, because something that is important that I have in my house, I shouldn't go about campaigning that I need it. Okay? Now, you mentioned people's political career dying and end of, I don't even know where you got that one from. If Arabosha is not contesting for any position anyway, I don't even know why you mentioned him. But
no, it's in terms of political in terms of relevance and being a senior actor.
I don't even know when he was relevant anyway. But those there are what it means. There are two different things. Somebody being relevant in the in the political arena and somebody being a name in the political arena. There are two different things. Most of the people you mentioned
is a major player in one of the leading opposition.
It's a name. It's not a player. A woman. Most of the names you mentioned are names in the politics in Nigeria. They don't actually move a needle that much, including Obasanjo. Because upon all the noise, Obasanjo, anytime Obasanjo ruled this country almost 20 years ago, if I may say. But every time that he still see himself as a game changer in Nigerian politics. He is no longer a game changer. He's just a name in the political arena. That's why anytime politics, you will see Obasanjo jump out, thinking he can move on. And the person he supports or claim to support or pretentiously claim to support never wins his state. And if there is any gift he's supposed to give anybody he's supporting, it's his state.
Who do you think Obasanjo is supporting in this cycle?
One man, I am not in anybody's mind. But whosoever you say you are supporting, after all, he is the one that came about this Obi Kwankwanso.
Who do you think is supported in 2023?
Oh, Peter Obi now, that's who he told us he's supporting.
No.
One man, listen. Yeah. You
both in 2023 and in 2027, it's a Tinubu man, Obasanjo.
See, let me say this, one man. Politics is not what you do at the backyard to win votes. In as much as Obasanjo is a name in politics, he can excite people. Coming out in 2023 to say he's supporting Obi was exciting for that team. In as much as he didn't give them the seat. So I wouldn't sit down here and say that Obasanjo that said he's supporting Obi is secretly behind supporting.
Sorry, let me ask one man. How did Obasanjo support Tinubu? Can you hear me, one man?
Yes, I can hear you. There was in the build-up. I'll see if I can find it. In the build-up to the 2020, is it 2023? The last cycle of elections. In the build-up to the 2023 elections, there was a meeting that took place in Ota, in Obasanjo's farm. And it was a delegate of Yoruba functionaries. Bisi Akande was there, etc., etc. I think Fashola was there as well, and all of these people. And then they all went to Obasanjo to try and seek his support, etc., etc. And then when they got there, they all sat, Obasanjo entertained them and all whatnot. And then in the course of their discussions, Obasanjo stood up, he took Tinubu by the hand, stood him up, and then took Tinubu into his room. And then they were in that room for about 1 hour. And then when they came out, they said, what would you do discuss? He said, it's none of your business, etc., etc. It is my belief that it was at that get together that they fleshed out what their plan is.
And when Peter Obi came, he did what?
I don't know what he did with Peter Obi. He may well have done the same thing, but I believe that in 2023, Obasanjo endorsed Peter Obi to undermine the trajectory of Atiku Abubakar. I think he used Peter Obi as a weapon against Atiku's votes in order to clear the way for Tinubu. And I think he's played still the same trick now, but now outrightly undermining Atiku, resuscitating his history and all that. I think Obasanjo, this is just my own personal whatever, it may well be nonsense, but I've always been of the thought that Obasanjo is a Tinubu man.
Please let me respond. Yeah, your thought is good, it's valid, and it's based on one side screwed and biased, laced with tribal jigoism. So if Obasanjo support Tinubu, some tribal making to him, that is his own prerogative. They went inside room and talk, Kugba me around that. How does that translate to a vote? Than a man that actively was campaigning for Peter Obi that generated 6 million votes for Peter Obi. So which is more support? Is the politics is playing behind the door, like Madazita said?
What won Tinubu that election? What won? What's the, if you was to say, if you were to name one, hold on. If you were to name one thing that won Tinubu the 2023 elections, what would you say it was?
Obasanjo is far from it.
Tinubu no. I'm not saying Obasanjo. The one thing that won Tinubu that election was Peter Obi.
Nobody disputing the fact. Tinubu did what he did to win an election. Period. They were three-way race, and they were able to play their politics very well, and he won. But tying it or giving Obasanjo the victory or the trophy that because he supported Tinubu, that's why, because some troublemaker came to see him, and that's why Tinubu won. That's a completely one-sided story. I'm not saying he did not give support to his brother. He gave support. Even this guy, Colin Powell, before he died, he gave Obama a support, but he was a George Bush man. So we will not say that. Anyway, Madasa, continue. I yield the floor.
So, one man. The only thing I thought he would have said is if he had refused to see Tinubu, it would have been kind of sketchy. Like, it might make him like, what, not that Obasanjo is loved by the Yorubas anyway, but it would have been a campaign slogan, okay? But saying that he's supporting him at the backyard, elections, they know they support election for backyard though. If you want to support somebody, you will come out with your full chest. If you think you can give him some votes, you know the day backyard, they say, they fear. Obasanjo is not afraid of anybody anyway. I don't even know why he would do that. Obasanjo is not particularly a Yoruba person, as we know him. But if he decides to support a Yoruba person, I don't think anybody will call him tribalistic, because if there's any president in this country that is a nationalist, I'll give it to Obasanjo. Up to date, nobody has beat him on it. So I don't know why he will be afraid to come out and say, I support Tinubu and give his reasons. He's not, they fear your face, one man, I beg. So today he's supporting Obi and the Kwankwan. So one man, where are those two, Seth? Where they? Hello?
I don't know. They're in the middle of nowhere. I want to play you a clip on that Obi and Kwakwanso in the moment, but it looks as though do I have it? It looks as though there might be fire on the mountain in that space, you know, because Kwakwanso is trying to sell Peter Obi in the north, and the northerners are not especially buying it, and even the followers of Peter Obi as well, they are not also buying into Kwakwanso. So I'm not quite sure how that is going to play. It's going to end up in a complete and a total mess. Let me play you this, Zita.
It will not happen. I know do your thing. No, this is me, ba. What's my alternative? I will look for an alternative person to vote for. But so long as there is a Kwankwaso on a ticket, I will not vote for that man that has shown a hand of terrorism. Both in my life as a resident of Kano State, against me as a Christian, against me as an Igbo person. And now based on what? I should start telling you people the things he did against Igbos in Kano State, the things he still did against us, even in the regime of this his son-in-law. I should tell you, have I not said it enough? When I want here, when I know one here, but I want make I come vote for Kwankwaso. As how? It will not happen. See, it doesn't matter the whitewashing that you must vote against him. You must campaign against him. Because no, hold on. Because let me tell you guys, I don't follow now they do all those whitewashing one that they do. When P2B entered ADC, all the names that El-Rufai was called, midgets, little finger, short death, terrorist, Kiniko, obedience whitewashed that man just because P2B went into coalition with him. For crying out loud, obedience, is that what we have become? Is that what we have become? That we will whitewash criminals just because P2B went into coalition with him? Is that what we have become? No, I will not be that. I will not be that. I know I will not. See, Lord not castigate me, do anything when I want to do me, but I will not be a hypocrite. I will not whitewash a criminal, and I will not whitewash wicked people in this country. It's not as if people cannot change, but it's not.
What is she talking about?
No, she's talking about that's an obedient space on Twitter X. So, and they were talking about you know, because they've been debating a lot on X actually, that are they even ready for the elections, the NDC? But what that lady was saying, because she lived in Kano under Kwakwanso, and it showed them Pepe. If you were a Christian and you were a Southerner, your life was hell. And she was saying that, look, we have to draw the line at some point, and we cannot whitewash. That's a hardcore obedience based on Twitter, by the way. That she doesn't buy into the narrative of whitewashing Kwakwanso's image to present him as a human being, having lived through the experience of living under his governance. So that's they are hemorrhaging from within. That's really the sum total of
Anyway, if the Igbos doesn't want to accept Kwankwanso, the North doesn't want to accept P2B, they all have their own reasons, right from the time immemorial. P2B did not prepare himself to be a president of Nigeria. If he did, maybe he would have made a headway. If you want to be a president of a nation, there are actions you don't take. And there are things you don't say. Because you are not being a president of one region or one tribe. The moment you find yourself in the national stage, those things is going to hurt you. And they're going to hurt you real bad. More especially if it has to do with life and death. So he didn't prepare himself to be a president. So that's the problem he's having. Everything happening to P2B is P2B, has nothing to do with the situation in Nigeria. So anybody who is saying the coming election is between Tinubu and Nigeria, well, I don't really think Nigerians have another choice. So because if they will be more, they will be better off saying the election is between Tinubu and P2B and Atiku than saying it's between Tinubu and Nigerians. Because if you say that, that means you are offering Nigerians to Tinubu. On Tinubu to Nigerians. I'm telling you. They said Tinubu is begging doctors overseas to come.
Yes, it's asking the doctors in diaspora to make their way back home.
That's not the way to do it. The way to do it is, first of all, you don't tell them to come back because the kind of money they're earning there, you can't pay them in Nigeria. The way to do it is you have equip our federal hospitals, make them, if not world class, something close, something good, so that some certain surgeries, some certain medical conditions, you can start inviting them to come and handle it in Nigeria. It's a one-off payment. It doesn't matter. You might not going to pay them exactly what they earn over there, because most of them are very good, but they don't like earning that heavy. You bring them, you pay them some millions in Naira. They will take it like what they're doing for their country. And before you know it, they will start forming a kind of an NGO that will be bringing them to Nigeria to do some certain, handle some certain medical conditions. So you don't tell people to leave their job wherever they are to come and do what exactly? I mean, I don't think he meant it that way, but if he says that's one of the most careless statements I think he has made. You don't make such
So,
statements.
if I can interject, Madam Zita, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks. Yeah, well said. So, well, they can start with like a volunteer program, maybe a sabbatical, whereby the doctors will come into the country, they volunteer the time, and just come and offer their services. Of course, given that they have facilities to work in, that would help a lot too. But yeah, paying them, you can't pay them. How much are you going to pay them to work? They'd be more than happy to volunteer the time, really, for free. They'll do it. But to trying to not force them, but have them come back home and to work. I mean, people making $300,000 or more. I mean, it's not going to work. But a good program that allowed them to come back on sabbatical or volunteer the time to do something, that'd be a good way. And if these people see a trend or some opportunity, they'll gradually spread the word and they'll come back gradually. I think that'd be a good way to approach it to start. Thanks, Greg.
Please, they can also, they don't necessarily have to give up their work in the diaspora to come. They can have a presence in Nigeria and then, and they still have their whatever it is in their abroad now. So
that's what I'm saying. And again, there are a lot of things you have to handle. Insecurity in Nigeria, they have to handle it. At least move it back to at least worse, bad, worse, move it to at least 1995. Where people can travel anywhere in Nigeria. If they can get it to that level, then they're talking. Then they should. I don't even know why electricity is a problem in Nigeria. I still can't lay my hands. Is it that their juju don't like electricity?
Mazuta, electricity in Nigeria problem is a cartel problem between the Western companies and the Nigerian interest players. That's why electricity is the problem, but that's not even the issue. The issue of doctors became worse in Nigeria during the APC government. Mostly when that minister Ngigi was the minister of I think health. We saw the mass migration of doctors. They were doing openly. The government did not do anything. They were recruiting in Lagos, Abuja openly. Saudi Arabia got a lot. More than 6,000 doctors left Nigeria. Doctors left Nigeria at that period, which took a lot of hit in our health sector. Look at Canada the other day when King Charles went there. They complained they don't have doctors. My cousin is one of the doctors. Abbas one, Google it. One of the finest in UK. These are Nigerian trained doctors that left during the exodus of when Canada, Saudi Arabia, and UK were exploiting us, mining our doctors. Today they are the resident doctors in England. In Canada, when Richard sent them there, we don't have doctors in Nigeria. Like you said, our doctors need a standard hospital. Our hospital have become cartel, a business center right now. We don't have equipment. We don't have. There's not even hygienic. Nothing. All doctors are open private clinic. You can't even move. You can't put doctors on call. How doctors going to move 1 o'clock in the night when they're on calls? If armed robbers will not attack them or kidnap them. So we have so many things that are affecting our health sector. It has become a business now. If people want to tackle the health sector, it's not a rocket science thing. There are some certain positions in Nigeria in government that is so sensitive. All gloves is off.
Our hygiene is very poor.
Yeah, all gloves is off. Because let me tell you, go to military regime time. I remember when I said my uncle was my late uncle, the military guy. When they were talking about positions, he said there are certain position in Nigeria that the military, even the president, don't even dare interfere. They pick the best hand and let the best hand run that position. E.g., he said Minister of Health, Minister of Finance. It calls some key vital point positions that is very sensitive to the country, to the nation. That you must pick the best of the best and people on the know to handle that position. Look at our Minister of Health. Since they started picking quack people, political basis in the Igigi that they never practiced. After Igigi,
who is the Minister of Health now?
I don't even know. That's the most funniest thing.
His name is Ali Pate. It's one of the best possible for that.
That is political put there, done by the best. What has it transformed since it's there now? Now, during the military regime, Abacha, Babangida,
what made him the best?
Best. Just what I'm saying. What made him the best? This is by name, best by paper. Okay, after Ngigi, who was the junior minister then? After Ngigi, who was the next junior minister? Danjuma's brother. That did not even. He was not even doing anything.
He's an American trained medical doctor.
What has he done? What is his part?
That makes American. It even worse. That means he has a big, wide. That makes it worse because he has a big, wide. Can I say this?
Okay.
For him to be an American trained doctor means makes him not suitable for that job because he has a massive, wide gap between his training and what is on ground. So why would they use such a person?
How do you mean?
If you use a Nigerian doctor,
right,
trained Nigerian doctor, schooled, worked several years in Nigeria as a medical doctor in different hospitals in Nigeria.
Yeah, but he worked in Nigeria now.
Wait now. That person will be a better choice because why? He understands the economic, financial, and environmental situation of Nigeria.
No, Ali Pate worked in Nigeria as a doctor.
How many years and which hospital?
Several years now. If you want to go and make,
he's not doing anything, no. That's why I'm saying this.
What do you mean he's not doing anything?
I don't see anything in our health sector. I don't see any new thing. I know you don't say that place now where there are places where my eye day. You see, I made a comment.
He has a PhD in public health
from Harvard. Forget my PhD matter. What has he reformed in our Nigerian hospital? Our Nigerian hospital is a death trap. Our Nigerian hospital is a death trap. We don't even have ventilation machine. We don't even have ventilation machine in Nigeria.
PhD in public health does not
forget
matter.
that. Do you know we don't have?
If we forget that, then what are we looking at?
Listen now. Just listen. Do you know we don't have dialysis machine in Nigeria?
How will we have it unless
man PhD is very good.
Educated people in charge.
Wait, one man.
How are we going to have any of these things unless
one man PhD is very good?
That guy has built 6 health centers. He has crashed dialysis.
Who is making this noise?
I think it's coming from World Peace. That guy has built 6 cancer centers in all the geopolitical zones. He has crashed the price of dialysis. He's reformed the recruitment, improved their package, canvassing international returnees. All of this in 3 years. Saying
one man. That's why I said
those are all bullocks.
Can I say something?
Do you have anybody dialysis?
One man.
Do you have anybody dialysis?
I don't know anybody in dialysis.
That's why I said what I said.
Yes.
For you to handle health sector in Nigeria, yes, PhD is good though. Cancer centers are good. Dialysis is good. Kidney transplant is good. Bogore is good. But that is not an everyday Nigerian. You know, when people speak, I listen to them very well. There is something Obasanjo, Buhari said. And he doubled down on it in his action. They were asking him questions about airports. He said that he's not interested in those airports, that he's more interested in the railways. Why? Because that is what will affect every Nigerian. That is not every Nigerian that fly from state to state, let alone flying abroad. But if he can crisscross the whole of Nigeria with rail lines, that it will impact every Nigerian. Now, back to this medical line you are talking about. All those things they did is very nice. But common little things that take our people to the hospital every day, one man, the hygiene on that level is extremely poor. Nobody is looking at that area. Malaria, meningitis, typhoid.
Are you talking about the hygienes in the hospital or in Nigeria in general?
In Nigeria, I don't even want to go Nigeria general. Let Nigeria be Nigeria. But there are some areas that are supposed to be a no-no, like the hospitals. Hygiene in hospitals should be of a particular class. Nothing below it should be accepted. Because people come in there with all manner of diseases and go out with all manner of diseases. It's a place that should, man, come on now, what man? Some private hospitals in Nigeria, you know, when you do it, some people will start complaining. I was expecting Minister for Health in Nigeria, the first thing he's supposed to do, first of all, handle the federal hospitals, then come back to the state-owned hospitals. Keep them to a standard. If you cannot, shut it down. It's not by force, there must be a hospital. Then you jump into those crooked private hospitals here and there. Keep it to a standard now. Sometimes I go to see somebody in Nigerian hospital. I can't even touch anything. When I come out of the hospital, I feel like matching my shoe in a bleach. Is that bad? But nobody is doing anything on that area. And that's the avenue where diseases do spread. Oh man, I beg. Let me finish the topic of...
sorry, Madam. I think the hospital is worse than the disease itself. In short, I think one have not said that the smell, the stench that is coming out from some ward, you will run.
I don't even know what they call those things, whether it's a mortuary or a hospital.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Some hospitals are supposed to be shut down. Then they should be, but if you do it in Nigeria now, they will start collecting bribe and giving some hospital to open. Those hospitals, some things are not supposed to be called clinic, hospital, or what do they call it? Sick bay. Some of them are supposed to be sick bay. Some of them are supposed to be clinic, then hospital. Some of them are even supposed to be called health center. But
Mazeta, listen, this man that is calling, I don't even know.
Always, you're entertaining us with everything today. We can hear your kids in the background, and we can hear you eating.
Yeah, I'm eating. I'm eating avocado and
so you'll be flushing the toilet. I don't know, man. What's all this now?
Yeah. You know, my house My house is not as big as these people house in America and UK. My house is
Let us maybe finish your meal and then join us.
okay.
Yeah, but yes, Zita, sorry, carry on.
Woman, you said something about military. What do they call it? Military.
Oh,
That
they
they
are
built a
moving.
military.
No, they are moving all the military. Sorry, where am I bouncing off from? So we're moving. They are moving all the military formations round. Do you remember? You know we only had one major military training center in Zaria, but then when Tinubu came in, he decided to spread it around the geo regions more, and I think he's put one in every geo region, and then the one he put in Oshobo is now fully fledged. So we're talking about that.
You see, this I think I've said something about that thing that was before, and that was why I brought it up again. You see, everything is not everything. This idea of this tribalism is actually eating deep into Nigerian culture. You see, you put a military base in Yoruba land, like, what do you call it? Like something like Jaji or police staff college, Zawan. You put that type in Ogun State. The question I ask, how many Yorubans will want to be in the military? I am waiting. Are you still there?
I think it's mainly the northerners that was even the
Thank you.
southeasterners. They are not interested. I don't think the
Thank you.
south
So
in general are interested.
why would you spend billions to go and be such a training center
To
in a place?
incentivize them now. To incentivize them.
No, you don't do such a thing. You don't. You see, the sensitization is in the statistics. By the time you start looking at the statistics and the number that is showing the interest, you can say, oh, look at it. Oh, we have to build this thing to this place instead of making them to travel all the way from this place to come for this place for training. To me, actually, that thing he's doing is a show of, I don't know what I will call it, a show of I can, or a show of you can't have it, or a show of it should be there. Because if I know Northerners, they will prefer to go to those ones in the North than coming to those ones in the Yoruba land, or those ones in Igbo land. Everything is not all about one must be in Igbo land, one must be in Yoruba land. We have so many things to do with our money. We don't have electricity. Can they channel that? Do you know what electricity we do in a country? That is the first point of civilization. Nigeria is not yet civilized, and you are building military centers. I don't get it. But it's okay if that will make people like one man happy. Who am I to say otherwise if he's celebrating it?
No, I think it's a good idea because I think
It's
you
going
know.
to be an empty space.
Hold on, it's not an empty space. So let me show you something.
Welcome to Depot, Nigerian Army, Osobo, the training ground of patriotic young Nigerians who have answered the call to serve, uphold the nation's integrity, and defend its sovereignty.
Oh man, that your video it looks like AI.
As you can see, it's already fully subscribed.
I said your video looks like an AI.
It's not AIO. It's
You go send and come give me now.
and
I go
I'll
check
send
out.
it to you. I'll send it to you.
One man, you see that place, those people, you said is fully, so they recruited them and post them there. After people, that's delusion.
But you
They
know
just pack,
this is
military people go there to do all those shenanigans. That's if your video is real. To
no
do
now.
those things.
Let me play it to you in full. It's 2 minutes. You'll see that it's not military. Let me just play it to you.
Welcome to Depot, Nigerian Army, Osoba, the training ground of patriotic young Nigerians who have answered the call to serve, uphold the nation's integrity, and defend its sovereignty. Located in the Okiabale area of Osoba, Osun State, this institution is one of the Nigerian Army's newest centers of excellence. Established to expand training capacity and support the decentralization of recruits training previously concentrated in Depot, Nigerian Army, Zaria. Here, the transformation from civilian to soldier is guided by discipline, resilience, and an unshakable commitment to...
One man, even the number of soldiers there is too small for that environment. That is what I'm talking about.
But that's the first flush now. That's the first flush.
When you want to, there is nothing like first flush. When you want to do this kind of a thing, is you show humans, you show power. That is what military is all about. But for those people I see there, they're not up to 100.
I know.
For
that's
that,
thousands of people now.
Okay. Let I shut up my mouth. You know, I sabi.
Yeah, but it's just a newly created something. You don't expect tens of thousands now. They have
What man? They should give us electricity. They should stop that bullshit of one in Yoruba land, one in Igbo land, and then what?
But Zita, they can walk and chew gum at the same time now. It's not either or now. It's not an alternate, choice now. And yes, they should give us electricity actually, but the two things actually, electricity and security, those are just the two things. Although Tinubu has told us now, he just told us earlier on today that he's going to end insecurity in the north. So we'll
electricity will help the insecurity go.
One man, sorry, did you see the AFP, that French media? Is it AFP? What they reported about the 300 and the 200 something girls that was kidnapped during the Tinubu earlier administration, that the government said that the rescue, and reports coming out that the government actually paid almost 7 billion naira for their return. Did you see it? French?
I didn't see it, but I'm not quite sure.
And what about it?
No, but how did they even establish?
No, wait now. One man, let him finish. What about it?
But how did they establish that ransom was paid?
It doesn't matter. What about
it? Just about it because the government said they're not paying ransom, they're fighting insecurity and all that, finding bandit. Now we are finding that because that video, before that thing came out, that report came out, just really related that time that a helicopter went into the bush and dropped from senior up and they came up to rebuff it, blah blah blah. But the report went details and details.
I want to
hold on, Madam Zita.
I want to
who they paid the money to. Hold on. Who the pilot flew the chopper? Who they paid to?
Sorry, what piece? Your meal is distracting me somewhat. Finish
I'm done eating now.
I can still carry on.
Yeah, so who they paid to and all that.
I hear you eating now. It's not a good sound.
I'm done eating. I'm not chewing
my
mouth.
It's okay now. One man leave and let him talk.
No, it's not a good sound for the platform. That's just it.
I know, but I'm not eating anymore.
It makes us look a bit yeah.
Maybe this thing is skipping 5 minutes. I'm not. I've done eating like 5 minutes before I even start talking. Take chat there. So now the point of the bottom line is this: most of this rescue they said they are rescuing. So it points that they are actually paying ransom for them. Maybe the public one, the one that is so intense, They are paying ransom. If you are paying ransom to release people, that means insecurity will never end. It has become a business. That's the bottom line.
Okay.
Come on,
Let
anybody you
me
pay
answer
ransom to.
you.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you finished?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, military strategy. They will not tell you they pay ransom. They will never agree that they pay ransom because.
Sorry, Zita. Let me drop hand over to Simba. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry.
Okay. They will never tell you they pay ransom because, just as you said, if they agree that they pay ransom, insecurity will never go. That's why they will never agree that they pay ransom. But there is nothing wrong in paying ransom. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if you are holding 140 people, and then I've noticed that militarily, if I want to rescue those people militarily, I will lose my military men, some of them, lose some of those people I'm coming to rescue, and you too, as the kidnapper, go lose some people. And I find out that the easier way or safest way is to pay you that ransom. You release those people to me, then I can do with you later what I want to do with you. So there is actually nothing wrong in paying ransom. And nobody should expect any government or any negotiator to say he's paying ransom. It's
But
not done.
Zita, what you are saying? Sorry, good morning, everybody. It might be right if that is the situation. What you just described now. If it is that way, yes, you are right. But that is not the situation in Nigeria. What they are doing now is not even the military alone, because you used to say that the military are even turning to business. But it's even between the politicians and the kidnappers. Let me tell you what is happening. There is this allegation now. This popular senator from Borno South,
Udumi, Abi.
Yeah, that somebody is alleging him that some people were kidnapped from his local government, and the government released 5 billion naira to pay ransom for those people, and that it was only 1.9 billion that they gave to the kidnappers, and the politician pocketed, and he was alleged as part of the people that did that. You know what they are doing? Let me tell you. They are the one that are even encouraging those guys to go and kidnap those people for them to loot money. That's what is happening now. So it's not as if the military is doing anything to go and save them. No, they are the one that will even tell the military, don't go there. We are going to pay the ransom, and they will share the money between the kidnappers and the politician. So you might be right if they are doing it for the sake of the people, and then they will do something about it. No, they are even encouraging it so that they'll be using it to siphon money. So that's what is happening.
Remy, Simba, let me tell you something. You see, when it comes to kidnapping, ransom, militancy is something that I would say I have a clue of how it works. Because as they don't buy me for shell, they go hard to make them buy me. I worked in major projects. And what is major project? It's all in those communities. They know you. They know when you people come to visit, they know you. Let me tell you something about kidnapping and negotiating with politicians. I will tell you that those politicians eliminate them. As I said before, they might be making money out of it, but that set of women there, I remember what Amechi did. I remember what Wike did. You see, the northern kidnappers are not even coordinated. I'm even surprised that governors and politicians answer that. That means we have very useless politicians. They are not coordinated. It's when you come to the south side, those militants, they were sophisticated. Maybe probably because the information and their modular of operandum are being guided by oil company workers. Maybe that's international. Those boys were well coordinated. And still, they buy them. They go send them, they go carry those people, they go come, they go give them their own money, collect their own, bring the gun, they no grip, they go buy them. So it's neither here nor there. But if they're using it to make money.
Madam Zita, I get your explanation though. That is if the ransom or the kidnapping is genuine and for the sake of the country and the people. But now the war is going on these days. Like they said, Kabacha said, if crime stays too long, it will become a business and the government is involved. And it's true. Now, most of the kidnapping we are seeing these days is business. Now they are exposing it now. After that French report, the other guy from that's exposing Udemy and other people now, and they're paying billions and billions to people.
There was never a time it wasn't a business.
Madam, hold on, please. Now now the way it is now, when you are paying such ransom, best believe and best bet that more will be taking place in different regions. Now, because the north is getting south, that's why they are moving to the south. Now they just whatever happened, your hand it was released. God knows what happened. But if it's the same scenario, let's expect more kidnapping. Mostly when this election cycle is close, because everybody will be agitating. So people will be hearing kidnapping, major kidnappings now, back and front, for ransom to be paid. Because the government hand is tied, which is not good. Let's face the fact. Ransom paid, ransom not paid, which is not good at all. The country don't have security at all, safe security at all. But I've said that. Let me quickly touch on this before I leave the floor. That of the Minister of Ed that the one we're talking about, he has a PhD, blah blah blah. If he's a sensible, if he know what he's doing, the first thing he would have done when he entered power is to revive all our federal hospitals, our teaching centers, fix them. Then the second major thing he would have done is to remove all these quack pharmacies everywhere in Nigeria. People who does not have a micro, how do you call it, which department is responsible for I think microbiology and all that are into pharmacies. Now you see if you go to every corner, you see pharmacies. And you look at Nigeria today, everybody in every week somebody is sick of typhoid and malaria. And those drugs have been proven that they use for typhoid and malaria is very bad for our kidney. Very bad. Today, kidney problem is like a malaria problem.
Talk about what you know.
No, I'm not talking about what I know. I said according to. Listen. I know you're a doctor. Or I'm not disputing your dispute. It's only you that is a doctor. My uncle run UBTH. Go and you know you've a doctor session. My uncle
about those stories.
Hold on, don't forget. You calm down. Professor Obasanjo, go and check. Yegba is my uncle, so just relax.
So your uncle, so it's genetically transmitted.
No, it's not genetically, but there have been reports. You look at, see, if you want to dispute something, you dispute the report. Don't say that they're talking about. Say there has been reports that those medicine we are taking for typhoid fever, it affects our kidney. Why? Because most of them are fake.
Wait.
Actually, even white people don't give such medicine. You know they don't give such medicine. I'm here in Japan. Some medicine don't give you. Tell you have side effects. Which medicine do not have side effects? But now
which medicine? Wait now. I'm not saying you should not talk. Okay, you can be spinning whatever I want to see. If you don't want me to talk.
Yes, let me finish. Look at malaria and typhoid everywhere. Any little thing, everybody's malaria and typhoid. Look at today, kidney problem everywhere. They should scrap all those quack pharmacies everywhere in Nigeria. Every now and then.
Before you line War Peace, so is it a problem with quack pharmacists or a problem with our drug supply? You know, the control of counterfeit drugs in our
is
community.
Everything.
Well, no, okay, because quite frankly, I don't think we have enough pharmacists, real pharmacists, to work in those places.
You won't say you see.
Hold on. Let me line. Okay, so my point is that instead of those pharmacists, okay, or those stores, those drugstores, I just see them as a node, a point of contact with the community. So more so, the government should be more concerned about the drugs that they store and make sure they have a way of tracking those stores and making sure that they procure and store real drugs, not fake ones. But to say get rid of these people, they're actually providing services to the community. If you ask me, go ahead.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, what you are saying is not. If what you are saying, we won't say because of we don't have enough pharmacy shop to allow those one that they're now destroying the community to be operating. First of all, do you know how many microbiologists or which department? Like I said, which department that is responsible for being a pharmacist? Do you know how many will graduate a year? Do you know how many doesn't have a job? You just go to every corner, you see people opening a pharmacy shop like they're opening a liquor shop, and these people have no degree, any qualification concerning pharmacy. You know what? Why do you think drug abuse is everywhere in Nigeria right now? People just go to wherever they go to buy drug in the East, and those persons not qualified to sell drugs, bring it and say it's pharmacy. Anybody walk in there and buy anything. In the 80s or even 90s, people who are qualified pharmacists, they open once they go to school, university, pass through their 5 years training, they come back and open pharmacy. Do you know we used to produce? So pharmacists used to produce paracetamol because they have buy all the components and make it in their own lab. Because they make paracetamol that according to our own body system. Today, anybody just open shop, put drugs there. The person that is giving you the drugs doesn't even know what is giving to you. As I said, there's what they call let me just use any word like paracetamol or whatever. You just take 2 tablets. He doesn't even know how he operates. Maybe the man that opened the pharmacy shop is not even a pharmacist. He will have like 7 because he got an NDA approval. These are the things you have to look into. Tackling our health section is not only one section. A sector, I mean, it's not only one section you have to tackle. You have to tackle all around that, and at the same time, we have to move as a unit.
Let me ask you a question, because this one that you are talking about, sorry, Ola, this one that you are particular about, did something happen to somebody that you know recently?
No, this is the problem. Something happened to somebody in Nigeria. We all know we have problem when it comes to our health sector. Hold on. I want to answer you. I want to answer you, please. I want to answer you, not feel like I'm disrespecting you. We know this is a general problem in our health sector. Go to pharmacy. Any pharmacy now, just give somebody. I don't know if
let me ask you. Do you know what they call a pharmacy?
A pharmacy is where you go get your prescription. After a doctor gives you a prescription, a direct prescription for you, you go meet the pharmacist in charge.
Wait. You know there's a difference between a chemist and a pharmacy.
I know. And for you to have a chemist,
what is tell us what is the difference?
Listen, for you to be a chemist, you must have a degree from biology. It does not come free. My sister was a biologist. My late sister was a biologist. What are you talking about, this man?
Hey, but what you are saying is not true.
Why you say what's not true? Is it in Nigeria that everything becomes we have alternative for everything?
Okay.
I've never seen who is.
Hold on. A pharmacy is simply a store where medicine is sold. As simple as ABC. You understand? A pharmacy is just a store, like a medicine store where medicine are sold. As simple as that. So I think I support War Peace. No matter how, I think he's making a lot of sense in this matter. You see, that practice in Nigeria, I think whether the medical guild or the
You
association
know,
of
Ola, you know why
I
he has
understand. Joke
said,
apart.
wait,
Let's take what Peace is saying seriously, to
it's
be
not
honest.
easy. It does so may have said so many things that are not factual and that are not true. You understand? Then
No,
because he
even
was
if it's
saying,
not factual, the way we
wait
practice,
now. Okay, okay, you will continue.
no. Let me tell you one thing. See, it's what we know. We wake up from our streets. We just go to the road. We see the roadside chemist store or pharmaceutical store. So to me, I don't think pharmaceutical matter is what we'll be doing apprenticeship for. It has to be a proper training. You know, when we say proper training, it's just like, okay, how do you feel now where you say you just move to the main road and you just see some people call themselves medical doctor, and they started giving people injection, they started writing prescriptions, started performing surgery. So if you are not taking that in seriously, I don't think you're stepping up, because see, the danger we are facing in that country is you see some quack, and these people quack, they are bringing unnecessary death upon the population. So that pharmaceutical area is where I think government should encourage a lot of investment and should standardize, even by what we are saying, by standard. Nobody that is below a bachelor, I don't know what they call the bachelor degree in pharmaceutical in pharmacy, at least a graduate, and not only a graduate, and someone that even has the right experience. You understand? After finishing university in a pharmaceutical courses or whatever in pharmacy, and you practice for a while, maybe like 5 or 10 years or whatever,
I'd
you
like
must
to
have a
step into
proper
allowing.
experience before you can even have that store. Then you now have chemists under you. You have pharmaceutical technicians under you. But for Baba Shukudi to go and learn how to sell a drug somewhere, and you see them. In fact, to me, the prices in Nigeria is so
Okay,
terrible.
let me
To
interject
me,
you. That's where I am. I try to make point to what you see. It didn't get me. So you guys, I think you're tackling the wrong problem. You see, trying to point finger at Shukudi and this and that is not a problem, okay? Because you guys are pretending that we can truly serve the entire community, our society, based on the number of pharmacists or pharmacy techs that we have. We cannot. To me, it's a business. Rather than trying to criticize the people running the business, try to devise a model slash a system that tracks and monitors these people, making sure they procure and carry the right drugs. You just said it. They have to get an NDMA number, if that's what it's called. That means they have them in the database. They have the information. So make sure you track and monitor the stores that they carry the right medicine, not expired medicine or fake one for Abakaliki and all those things. That's what you should be tackling. You want to get a professional after 6 years in pharmacy school to go have a little store at the corner of the street to be selling drugs at pharmacy? Come on. How are you going to do that? See, you have to, hold on. You have to, what you call, model our society, our community accordingly. The proposal you guys are making sounds like the one they do in the freaking West. Yeah, you got a pharmacy, you have a pharmacist and a pharmacy tag. Who's going to pay for all that? Who's going to afford all that? Keep it real.
Prince Daddy, to be honest, I don't even know what you are fighting. Let me tell you one thing: you are in America.
You people, I don't even know why, and I'm the moderator. So, and you people don't want me to talk because I don't even know what you people are talking about. Let me tell you, I deliberately asked that question, that there is a difference between a pharmacist and a chemist. You people, you know, I used to. The problem that we have is that you people are already. You don't know the reality of the country that we have. You people, because you live in the Western world, you are looking at the standard of what you have there, and that is what you want to impose on our country.
Okay,
We don't.
did you hear what I said though?
Wait, please, Daddy. Please, Daddy. Let me. When we are talking, you say I should not. Let me finish my own. Please, let me finish my own. A pharmacy, as far as I'm concerned, you people can even check, is a place where you have a qualified pharmacist, and then where you can take your prescription to go and get any form of medications. You understand? In why a chemist is a place where they patent medicine, and it's only over-the-counter medication that you can get in a chemist. What I mean by over-the-counter medication, they are just the non-prescription drugs like paracetamol, like multivitamins, and all those things for body and all those things for flu, all those. So that is the difference. If you go to a chemist and somebody is dispensing antibiotics or anti-cancer or whatever, that person is doing it illegally. That is the difference. And that one, you don't need a professional to manage it. Somebody that just have like some form of education, like a pharmacy technician, or somebody that go to school of health something, can man a chemist. That is the difference. Now let's come to, and that one is because, let me tell you, initially they were talking about President, if you remember the last time 2 days ago, we talked about doctors, and what we was talking about, that there is a lot of brain drain. There is no way we not have brain drain in the developing countries, whereby doctors, I remember even in the 90s when I finished medical schools, more than half of my class, even that time, left immediately after we finished. More than half of my classmates, they left Nigeria in the 90s. So it's not even this one that you are portioning it to, oh, it was due to during the time of EPC. Because I don't even like the way we normally politicize every problem that we have, that's okay, it's one party that's responsible or not. Nigerian doctors have been moving right from time immemorial because we cannot compete. We cannot compete with those Western world. They have better packages that they can offer our doctors more than what we can offer in our country. And the normal behavior of any human being is that human being will migrate where they think they can enjoy better life.
Yes, like you. Go ahead.
No, this man is like almost retired before he left too. This one don't serve Nigeria before.
Don't mind things like this. So that is situation. But when you look at the problem that we have with drug distribution, let me tell you, Nigerians generally, I will blame government and I will blame the people. The government own is that the people that are shadowed with the responsibility of monitoring and ensure that the right drugs are distributed, they also counter the fake and the counterfeit drug. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. Two, the people also, you see jingles on radio, television, telling them that when you procure this kind of medication, and to be sure that what you procure is actually right, all these medication now, they put code that you can just type on your phone to confirm whether what you are procuring is right, is the right medication or not. But most people they don't even mind, they will neglect it, they can't even do all those things. You understand? So when we look at the problem is both with the government, and that standard is everywhere. It's not only even in Nigeria, it's even in developed world. So for you to confirm that whatever you are buying is actually the right medication, that is the code, and that is why the company, they put the code there for you to confirm that what you are this thing is
Okay.
actually the right.
In a
You
country where
understand?
counterfeit, hold on, in a country
Yes.
where counterfeit is a major, it's at the top of the profession. I don't even think that's going to work. What does it take to duplicate?
Why do you think it's not going to work? Why is it not going to work?
Because the same way they made the fake drugs, they would do the same thing now. They would do the same thing. But again,
oh no, Prince Daddy, the point is this: why should you even let the patient go through the pains? You understand? Because you are assuming that, okay, all the patients now, you understand, we have to be going through, okay, looking for the number online. You see, why don't you stop? Because that is like a damage control. You understand? Why don't you target the source and look at the practice? You understand? Okay, I know why in Nigeria. Hold on, please, Daddy. Hold on, please, Daddy. Sorry. I know why in Nigeria. I would rather go to Julie Pharmacy or MediPlus. You understand? But it's not everyone That will go to that place because people will be scared that, oh, this thing may be too expensive. But I was not
There you
someone
go.
to take risk. You understand?
Wait, hold on, Tim. That's why. Hold on. That's why
why
I've been
should you allow
talking
Baba
about.
Shukudi? Why should you
That's
allow
why
Baba
I say.
Shukudi?
Let me tell
Ola,
you
hold on,
another
Simba,
major
hold on.
problem. Okay, please, Adi, go ahead.
Now, Ola, now you can address one of the problems I mentioned in society. Yeah, people would rather not go to a brand name pharmacy because they think the drug will be more expensive. See, that's one of the challenges. Okay,
And it's not always true. Funny enough, and it is not always true.
Well, sometimes
I
it's not
tell
always
you.
true. It's not always true. At the same time, also, buying drugs in our community has to do with proximity. The closer dense store or pharmacy around the consumer, that's where they're gonna go. So now it's up to the
Okay, Prince
NDMA
Daddy,
to
but
make sure.
no, Prince Daddy, do you know why is that? Because the government is not protecting the qualified. Okay, people. Okay, look at it this way now. If you so democratize or you or you how do we say this thing when you allow so many people and not qualified people to do all those stuff, even the big brand want to protect themselves. But if you eliminate all those if you concentrate the people that are not qualified, okay, let's assume in Nigeria now that we have 1,000 qualified pharmacists and we have like over 300,000 unqualified outlets. Now, naturally, those people, they are competitors to all these qualified people. If you take them out of the way by through regulation, you understand, those people that you see don't have proximity, they will have proximity. They will have. So those are the things. But when you just allow every Dick and Harry to be playing with people's life, you understand? So even the qualified one, they don't really want to open branch unnecessarily. So that's what I'm saying. Because see, let me tell you one thing. If you it's just like although this one is not it's not like a direct example, it's just like when you allow everybody to be bringing cement to Nigeria, that they bring everything, they sell anyhow. The like of Lafarge and Co, they have to started importing too. The like of Dangote, they have to start importing. But when you clamp down on those importing, and you allow things to be done properly, today, probably Dangote is the largest cement manufacturer in sub-Saharan Africa today. So likewise, if we take unqualified people out of the street and you let the qualified people man, even the NDLA, we have less job to do. The NDLA, we have less job to do.
Okay,
so,
quickly, you're making a lot of assumptions.
Prince Adi, let me say this. I think the only way we can eliminate such things in Nigeria is by making sure that everybody have access to healthcare. Maybe health insurance for everybody. You know why? Because let me tell you, as I said earlier, Nigeria like to take shortcut for anything, even with their life. They can risk their life for anything. You will see people living beside the hospital. You understand? This is the hospital, is beside their house. They are sick, they will not go to the hospital. They would rather go to one chemist and procure medication just because of what? Because of poverty. Because they know that when they go to the hospital, they might not be able to. You understand? So if we have the reason why people are able to eliminate most of these things is because everybody have access, because probably you can afford, or you have health insurance. 80% of Nigerians cannot afford hospital bill because hospital is very expensive, and you people know.
No, it's not because of health insurance. I will tell you something now.
They can't afford they can't afford hospital bills, but that's the problem. See, but you want to get rid of the little pharmacists at the corner of the street. People that can afford to go to a freaking hospital, they don't really want to risk their life, but they just reduce that option. That's why they patronize those places. So
exactly.
Do you know to reduce the patronage? If they can go to the hospital, they know that they can afford it. Do you think they will go? They will not patronize those people.
Baba Simba.
Yes.
Let me tell you one thing. That is why we have, when we clamor for all this restructuring we are saying, things like this, we can move some of the enforcement to the local government in collaboration with NDLA. Now, you see, if you want local government to enforce in a situation that you are not going to have any quack pharmaceutical shop, you understand? I tell you, if you standardize everything today, we will have a way to clean these people up within the next 5 years.
5 seconds. Say you are assuming that kind of, maybe I could be wrong. You make an assumption. You are assuming that even a trained pharmacist will be able to identify a fake drug. That's a big lie.
No.
Okay, can I come in here, please?
Hold on, don't come in yet. Let's finish. Now,
it's also on the line of what you are talking about. Why do
you will come in? Let me know. I just want to respond to Prince Daddy. Don't bind me. Now, see, let me tell you one thing. When we are talking of this reform, we are talking. You understand? Now, when you set up a standard pharmaceutical shop, you understand? You know, many prescription drug, you understand? They prepare those things afresh. They will have the almost raw materials to make it. You understand?
You are not. You are even talking about you are talking about the last stage of healthcare, which is to get your prescription. How would they even get the prescription in the first place?
I know. If they standardize, okay, we see how Nigerian German chemical. We have those people that are licensed to manufacture drugs in
people
Nigeria.
Are doing self-medication. You people, what you're supposed to be talking about? People should not be doing self-medication.
No, see, if you are buying your Panadol, let me tell you one thing now. If a Nigerian were to be Canada, you understand, you will not see okay, there was a time chloroquine was popular because if that's the one I can remember. You will never get chloroquine in or OTC. You will never get chloroquine as OTC. It has to be a prescription. You understand? A drug. There's this one tablet that my uncle took that now became a serious issue. That thing they created the problem for my uncle. My uncle will still be alive today. Will still be alive today. But just because that man knew that this is what they used to recommend for him in the hospital, he started buying the thing from a chemist. You understand? From a chemist. You will never have access. It is only when doctor recommend it. You understand? Now you go to your pharmacy. They will prepare it right from that pharmacy, and they will give you the expiry date. They will give you the number of dates. That's the expiry date, the number of dates you are going to use.
Hold on. What do you mean prepare? You mean they're going to compound the drug right there? Is that what you're saying?
I think can I come in now?
You know the thing is this. They used to have the thing like intermediate or finished goods. Some of those drugs is a pharmaceutical shop like the intermediate goods. So when you go to that place, they now prepare it fully for you to be a complete product.
Can I come in now?
Compounding.
Can I come in now?
Hold on, Remy. Can you come back tomorrow? Let's finish.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I know. Okay. I will look at it. If you want to solve that kind of problem, you have to look at it holistically. Because first, we don't have data collection. And we don't have, now that we're having NI number to a particular individual, that would be a starting point. And I think that the number of chemists or chemist shop in Nigeria is just too numerous. I think if I use the example of the Scandinavia, what they do is very simple. In a big city of less than 500,000 people, or let's say about 200,000 people, you only have 2 pharmacy shops. And those 2 pharmacy shops, is that system is being centralized with the government hospital. Because when they prescribe medicine for you, immediately you step out from the hospital and go to the pharmacy shop, the records are already there. And once you put your social security, once they ask for your social security number, they will already know that this is a prescribed medicine. And everybody in that city go to the 2 pharmacy shops. So that means that whatever you are getting,
you don't tell us what is happening in Finland. Tell us.
No,
what
I'm just saying that kind of example.
That
kind of example can work in Nigeria. Let's look at Ibadan for example. And those 2 pharmacy shops are the same name and are being regulated by the government. Let's say Ibadan, for example, 5 million.
Let me finish first. What is wrong? Why are we talking about pharmacy when we can even have the pharmacy in the hospital? And once you are getting your medication in the hospital,
the reason,
you know, wait. If you are getting your medication in the hospital, you can be rest assured that whatever you are getting in the hospital is authentic. So why are we talking about the pharmacy outside?
The disadvantage of that, I will tell you, and why some people crave for, because sometimes the pharmaceutical company collide with the hospital to deliberately inflated the price of medicine. And somehow the doctors are also implicated.
This is the best topic for a long time.
Yeah,
I
deliberately
like
telling them, telling the patient to buy this particular medicine or paracetamol or whatever. But when you have a kind of regulated pharmacies that everybody in that city, let's say,
Remy, okay, where will you, if they collide with the doctors, who is going to give you prescription?
No, you are right. They are going to give them the prescription. But
so does it change? So now, if you are getting it outside, does it change anything?
It changes a little bit.
Simba, we are going to impeach you. Let
me tell you how it changed a little bit. For example, let's say I am a doctor in the hospital, and then my patient comes to me, and I'm being influenced by pharmaceutical A, and both pharmaceutical A, B, C, D, they supply paracetamol or a kind of medicine to my hospital. And if I'm being induced financially by pharmaceutical A, more than the rest, but on B, C, D, there is obligation on me to prescribe that particular manufacturer from pharmaceutical A. I'm giving you a good life experience that I've learned.
Continue what you are saying.
So that is a drawback. But when you now have like 10 million people, like for example in Ibadan, and then you have like 10 pharmaceutical company shop that is.
No, so if I write, Remy, if I write for you as a doctor, because I'm already influenced, and I said, okay, this is your prescription, this is the medication I wanted you to buy. Will you now go and buy another thing different from what I wrote for you?
No, I'm not buying, because when you write your prescription to me, you do not tell me whether I should go and buy May and Baker Panadol. I will take that, I will go directly to the pharmacy, one of the pharmacy store. Before I even got there, the pharmacy store already have my information and everything. Once I give them my number, NIN number, they will not give me, they are going to be the one to give me one Panadol or the another Panadol, because they know the composition of what you wrote. So it's already there with them. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of system regulate very well, and it stopped the issue of people open up chemists and issue of adulterated medicine or the fake medicine. It will nip it in the bud.
Remy, do you think Simba has some kind of pharmaceutical outlet somewhere that is trying to protect? Because he has been fighting against.
No. I understand. I understand the way.
No, we need to investigate Simba.
No. I think he might be partly right, but unfortunately, I'm just trying to tell him that these are the drawback from. I'm not saying it's good for a hospital to have their own pharmacy inside that hospital. At least it's also a kind of increase their source of financial for that hospital.
Let me ask you, Remy, in Finland, you don't have pharmacies within the hospital in Finland?
No, never. No.
But that we cannot now use that one as standard. But the normal thing
the reason they use that way.
Now, if you don't have pharmacy in Finland, that does not make it, because the normal thing to have.
Maybe
you do not get me. You do not get me.
Just hold on. It's almost impossible for you not to have pharmacy in your district, because how do you respond to emergency?
No. Let me tell you how it works.
How do you respond?
Let me tell you how it works. For example,
I'm not going to believe in you in that anyway. You say you don't know.
No. When you have an emergency,
because the question is how are they going to respond to emergency if they don't have?
So that's what I want to tell you. If you are in case of emergency require you to go directly to the hospital. Hospital open 24 hours. You go to the emergency section of the hospital, and there are nurses and doctors and whatever that will treat you as soon as possible. Emergency does not mean that you go there to give you. Of course, if they see that, they will.
So if you are attending to emergency, you don't need medication for emergency.
I'm not saying they do not need medication. I think that will be the first.
Or a patient that is on admission, they will not be going to the pharmacy outside to go and get the medication for a patient that is on admission.
Simba, you are a qualified and experienced doctor. You know when
No,
they
no.
say
What Ola is trying to let you know.
that's
Wait,
what
Ola.
I'm trying to tell you now.
Wait.
Don't
Let me
stifle
wait.
my voice. Let me explain. Okay.
We are not stifling, but if you are saying something that what he's saying is not possible for you to say hospitals don't have pharmacy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's impossible. Just say you don't know.
Maybe what they have for emergency cases, they might have some kind of medication to treat their patient. Fine. But what I'm trying to tell you is that in terms of prescription medicine, when they prescribe medicine for you, the medicine they prescribe for you, you have to go to 1 or 2 or 3 of the pharmacy store in the city, and they get your number. Immediately they will give you. This one reduce the influence
let me tell you about hospital arrangement in this place. Hold on. Do you know why I don't believe that when you don't know this and say you don't know, it's okay. Now, when they recommend for you to go and do scan or you go and do radiograph or whatever outside.
No, they have all of those one in the hospital now.
No. My farabale. Hospital, they used to have this. But if your case is not emergency, they will give you paper to go and do that thing outside. And they can
No. That's right.
You understand? But anything that have to do with emergency, all those things they recommend to go and do somewhere outside.
No. Listen carefully to me. Ola, listen.
Okay.
What you guys are talking about is pharmacy and it's related to medicine, both prescriptive medicine and also OTC. When it comes to scanning, when it comes to diagnosis or whatever, they have everything in their hospital. They have all the machines.
They have pharmacy within the hospital.
No,
I've never seen any hospital without pharmacy.
Can you calm down first, please?
I'm not calming down. Just say I don't know.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm talking exactly what you are talking about. Your base of argument is about prescription medicine and also fake medicine. And I'm telling you the example I've witnessed in 2 or 3 countries I've lived in. And I'm giving an example of this place. If you are going for emergency situation, Simba, as an experienced doctor, the first thing is that you give the person immediate treatment, because emergency is not something that you have been lying down in your home for a long time. It's something that happens to you that need immediate attention. The doctor will attend to you. They can use various machines or machinery to diagnose whatever is trying to happen to you. And if it requires some kind of giving you medicine, that they will give you for you to quickly relieve you. But in terms of prescription medicine, because prescription medicine, you still have to go to the pharmacy store in the city to buy it. They don't have that kind of pharmacy in the hospital. That's what I'm trying to say. So I understand. So
Remy MBBS. Is it
MBBS
now? I mean, because you don't. Let me tell you one
thing. That is not MBBS. That MBS is Finland, though. It's for Finland, though, not for.
So you see.
Let me tell you one thing. When you say hospital, especially hospital, you understand. You have almost all departments necessary in general hospital and all those. You understand. The thing is, they rather attend to emergency. When your case is not critical, they refer you outside, because don't forget that pharmacy can close. You know, some pharmacy, they operate, let's say, 8 o'clock to 9 p.m. Now, when emergency is there and they need drug, you understand, they see a pharmacy within the hospital that will take care of all those you are talking about.
Maybe you can say
hold on.
Ola, we have some night services here. Pharmacists and chemists. Night service.
I will tell you about Canada that I know.
What do you mean Canada, America about pharmacy or healthcare?
Wait now. At least I've had privilege, not that I went to hospital on my own healthcare, but I've had privilege at least to deploy solutions for to some of these hospitals you see. Now you will see almost everything you need to do outside within that hospital. Almost everything.
Including diagnosis, you have to use the machine outside.
Almost everything required.
So they don't have in the hospital like that.
So the one you see outside are just because number one, the facility are mostly for emergency. Because now, for example, if they feel one pain now, if they see one pain now, that's okay. Maybe you say your side the pain, and maybe your family doctor don't tell you say. If you're having sharp pain here because they saw kidney stone like sometimes in April, they go to emergency. Or guy, they hold on. No, you understand? when you get to that place, everything needed to attend to you, they will attend as emergency. But if not if your case is not like that, they won't even attend to you. They will say, okay, tomorrow you go to so place. Even when you have pharmacy there. So next time, say, I don't know. Don't say hospital in Finland.
No. Don't say that. Don't say it again. Don't say I don't know again. I've already explained to you. I described that the system used in Canada is different from what they use in Finland.
I can easily bring one of the hospital in Finland.
Listen. For any diagnosis or treatment, because what they do here is that everybody is covered under the healthcare insurance here. Even if you are sick and you travel to, let's say, like I reside here, and I travel to Germany, I have authority and right to go and seek treatment in Germany free of charge. And then they will reconcile their account with the Finnish health authority or whatever they do. I don't know how they do that one. What I'm trying to tell you here is that they might have a medicine pantry in the hospital, but when they give you prescription medicine, you have to go outside to one or two of the regulated pharmacy store to buy it from there. That is the way.
That means you are no longer under emergency now. That means that you are outpatient.
I've already told you when
it's not. Wait now, you guys. Let me tell you this. You don't need to be arguing between. Wait now, Remy. There is no way a hospital will not. So what he's asking you is to maybe you don't know. You've never been admitted.
I said I know. I said they have. I told you guys. I said maybe.
But it's not even only for emergency. Wait. It's not only even for emergency. There are patients that will even be admitted in the hospital that will need medication. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even the pharmacy in the hospital is not only for emergency. And the only reason, let me tell you, the only reason a hospital will even refer you to go to an outside pharmacy to go and get your medication is only when that medication, even if you are on
that is not the way it's in practice.
Wait now, if you are, that is your own. You cannot now make it standard. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm just offering suggestion and advice. Go ahead.
You can that's your own. That one cannot even work in Nigeria. Forget about it.
Why?
You cannot even work in Nigeria because what you are even describing will encourage more people going outside to get people go and be getting medication.
No, I think you guys are just twisting it. You and Ola, you are twisting it. it. I don't understand what you guys are twisting about. It's very simple.
Okay, Remy, you want.
Listen, you go to the hospital.
Let me say you don't win. Now why you argue again? I said
I'm not arguing now. You go to
the so it's Finnish standard that you are giving us now.
I am trying to say that kind of system fits Nigeria very well. When you have like 5 or 6 or 8 pharmacies in the city, or maybe 20 pharmacy shops regulated by the government very well, and everybody have a record.
What I would advocate, Remy, being a practitioner in that sector, I think the best thing that we can do is that everybody should get their medication in the hospital. That's the only way we can regulate. When people are talking about regulation, it's very difficult to even regulate.
So how do you not come the SSCs? Sorry,
let's him land now. He's responding to you.
Take this question along. How do you not?
Why you talk? Let him say. Then you ask him question.
Okay, ask your question, Remy. Remy, ask your question.
How do you not call the SSCs of the collaboration of pharmaceutical company with the institution and also with the doctor?
I don't even know what I don't even know what you.
So what I'm trying to say is very simple. If you have pharmacists in the hospital,
I don't even know what you mean by that.
This is the truth. You know it. You don't pretend. If you have pharmacy in the hospital, there is always almost 80% guarantee that the institution or some of the governors will work hand in hand with some pharmaceutical company in order to sell their particular product to a particular medicine to that hospital, not jeopardizing other pharmaceutical companies who are trying to do business with your hospital. Now you understand.
Okay. You see, Simba, I think I have bureaucracy of solution to this problem. Honestly, if I were called to be among those people that would be, because this is what I've thought over time, because in a country like Nigeria, we need to get serious. And in this pharmaceutical big thing we are talking about is a huge opportunity that does not really have to put burden on the people. Even they can make things cheaper for the people, but it's going to reduce fatality. Now, the thing is this. In a well-regulated environment, when you have the major manufacturer of drugs in that country, all the drugs you produce can be numbered and be registered and be stored in a database. Now, this thing will work in urban area and cities when you can deploy some kind of system that as you are disposing, the number will be tagged. So patient, so patient body, so that patient body, so that in case anything happens and you need to investigate, you will know the crooks. I'm just summarizing, you understand? So this thing is not that difficult. It's not that difficult because when you can do it in the urban areas, because the urban areas is the major economic profit hub for all these fake drug manufacturers. So if you target Lagos now, and there's no pharmacies that will not have all the drugs you are buying in your database. You understand? You do it in such a way that when you want to give license, you give it license to those people that have something to lose. Don't just go and train someone because someone has been working with a chemist for the past 10 years. And the next thing, because they just want to make quick buck with that, without caring about the implication of all those stuff, and you go and give them and they start buying a Abba-made drug and all those stuff. This thing need to stop, whether we like it or not. We need to standardize. What are our pharmacists doing? Those people that went to school, I think pharmacy in the university 6 years, Arabi. Those people that went to school and spent 6 years to study pharmacy, what are they doing? What the association doing? Because this is their field. They are the ones that are supposed to be outside there, put the standard down to protect us. If you should operate chemist, I think the chemist should work with the pharmacist. Not that every day canary will just go and open one small shop somewhere and start selling. No. And for everybody that wants it, you understand, even if you have a major importer of drug, they should be the one be distributing. Every store that we open should have one.
So Ola, you are talking about opening a pharmacy shop should be by a licensed pharmacist.
I'm telling you.
That is the way it's going to do. Exactly.
Exactly. That is how it's supposed to be. You went to university, you learned this thing, then you got some certification, you have some experience. You are supposed to be the one to do that.
And if you do any mago, they will draw your license and close down your pharmacy.
Exactly. Both of the counter prescription, let it be by them. I don't know whether someone learn chemistry or whatever.
Ola, this is the thing I raised. Thanks for coming in. When Simba was talking, it's like we should go and investigate Osun State. I believe Simba would have like 3 pharmacy shops he has opened when he's in Saudi Arabia. That's why running for him. I know that for sure. Because it's not a rocket science. It's not a rocket science at all. Look at Nigeria. If you want to tackle drugs problem anywhere in the world, a pharmacist, a drug is this natural security. You don't just live in the hands of quack. Now, everybody have what they call chemists, but they have upgraded. In like Japan, they call it a drugstore. Chemists, people that is qualified chemists, they're like semi-doctors because chemists actually attend to like first aid, light wound, and the rest will send you to a bigger hospital. They can even give you light injection for minor things. Like you said, a lot of pharmacies where they store
exactly what is they do administer treatment here. Yes.
Yeah. So pharmacies like where they actually manufacture drug or store drug, like sensitive drugs, powerful drugs. Now, I raised the motion like the Minister of Education in Nigeria, the first thing he has to clean up is our pharmacists, chemists in Nigeria, because we have more than 57,000 pharmacists graduating every day, almost every year in Nigeria, and they have no jobs. And we have quack people littering the street with chemists everywhere. Look at drug abuse. Look at problems of different type of illness now in Nigeria. because of fake drugs and all whatnot. And somebody is telling me no, because of the littering the area, should you take them out because somebody wants to buy medicine? If the government want to even do something that will improve their administration, pharmacies should be one of the sector they should be giving this thing to what's it called, subsidy to. Like every pharmacy that graduated, that qualify to be a pharmacist, let's take it to first class. Okay, we will give you grant to go and open a pharmacy. We'll give areas to go and open. Every area is viable in Nigeria where you open pharmacy. There's business, there's customers. In 6 years, we will recoup our money.
If you now ask them to go and open pharmacy, what would they be doing there?
I want to do in pharmacies. Not everybody buy drugs. Pharmacy is a daily business.
They will give you first aid. First aid also. Yes.
What are we doing, pharmacists?
No. So they will be,
sorry,
so
wait, before you answer me. Sorry.
You know, let me tell you. You know, a pharmacy cannot prescribe medication.
Wait, now that's it. Let me modify my distance. When I say pharmacies in Nigeria, we are saying pharmacies as a chemist. I'm using that word in Nigeria. We call pharmacies chemists.
Whatever. If you ask them to go and be opening shops, how would they? Who would be giving them prescription?
But
they do give prescription in a chemist here. Hold on, just to help you out. In Germany, the chemists, they do give prescriptions too, because if you go there for on an emergency case, they will look at the computer and then they will give you the medicine that is good for you. You know what I'm saying? There are some.
They will look at the computer.
Yeah, just for their, see, they are qualified. And but meanwhile, all this one they talk. No, it's not about Nigeria, because we used to have this pharmaceutical company in Benin City. Now it's being used to store rice for the politicians. You know what I'm saying? Look at the plane.
Tony, wait. Hold on. You hold on. You're digressing. Hold on. Let me finish. See, Simba, let me answer you. Now you said if everybody have pharmacists, chemists in Nigeria, who will not be prescribing, who will be buying? Now, the all one they have in Nigeria is little everywhere. Who is buying there? Who is prescribing there? And again, let me back to you.
Let me tell you why I asked you that question. You want to solve a problem. You understand? Is that not why we are discussing this?
It's true.
That doesn't solve the problem of what we are trying to solve. You understand? The first thing is for you. Wait now. Is for you to
let work with land. This is not politics. Let work with land. This is not politics.
I beg. I will kick you out if you don't want to cooperate here. Tony, stop all this your nonsense. Who is discussing politics here? Stop this nonsense.
Simba, continue. So continue. Let me know where you are landing, so I can.
What we are trying to do is to reduce the way people have access to medication. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because in Nigeria, they have unrestricted access to medications. So what we need to do first is to even reduce the way people have access to medication. Because you can go to any pharmacy and just demand for anything and they will give it to you. You understand? So if you now say that the trained pharmacy, because even let me tell you, even the trained pharmacists in Nigeria, when you put them there, what they want to do is all of them, they are just after their sales. You understand?
Okay,
they are just after their sales. So what we need to do is to even restrict the way people have access to medications. So, and besides that, what we need to enforce law that no pharmacy should give any medication without prescription. So, and then if you need prescription, it's only doctor that will give you that prescription.
You are right.
Okay,
I'm not saying.
Let me
say this. You chime in. Let me say this. You chime in. Sorry, please. Please, what what you're saying is right. The goal of even my point of raising anything is to restrict people from drugs. The access is too easy. Now, same thing happening in Japan here. They are restricting people over the counter. Like, again, what I quickly want to say, what Tony was saying, to back what Tony was saying, a chemist can actually prescribe to you. Sometimes I have stomachache. I'll go to my drugstore here. I'll tell them I have stomachache. They can only give me the emergency and light drug. Then, if he continue, they'll say if he continue, I should go to the big hospital to go see the doctor. That's for that. But again, like what you said, let me back what you say. We are trying to, the main goal is to restrict people from getting as easy access. And doing that is to first counter and check with our chemists. Everything can already have licenses that is not qualified for. Even making it not difficult for our qualified trained people not to get a job. That's a job in creation there. 7,000 people. Please, Daddy, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. So you don't lose your train of thoughts.
Yeah, so you guys give me like a couple minutes. A lot of things said. So I think most of the solution I'm hearing is like a textbook solution to Nigerians' problem, to our community. So, anyways, let's to Remy's point earlier. So Remy is trying to tell you guys the way it works in Finland. There goes Simba and Olat saying the opposite, that it's not right. It's simply explaining to you the system in Finland. And the way Remy explained it, even though I haven't been to Finland and understand the system, I actually agree and I believe what it said. See, in the hospital, obviously, it said clearly prescription drugs are not sold at the hospital. That shouldn't be that difficult. Of course, if you go to a hospital, they have their own inventory of necessary drugs that they need to administer to patients. That's not difficult. And they replenish those drugs accordingly. But it was clear that prescription drugs are not sold at the hospital. It shouldn't be that difficult. Don't call him a liar that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He knows what he's talking about. I mean, it could be wrong, but he knows what he's talking about. So the issue about, okay, let's go get all this. How many pharmacists graduate every year in Nigeria? 60,000, he said. Okay, whatever the number is, we should take those pharmacists.
That figure is not true. It's not.
Well, yeah, take those pharmacists and stick them to a corner store in Oshodi and Apapa to start selling. Drugs. They don't have a job. Well, obviously, if it's that simple and kind of direct kind of a transaction, and they know better, they should themselves be an entrepreneur and go do it themselves. See, again, I'm coming back to, when you're trying to provide solutions, right? You should always look at the community or the place in which you're trying to provide solution for. Okay, you guys talk about every pharmacist should have, they should only sell drugs based on prescription. Dr. Simba, well, in America here, for example, if you go to the doctor and they give a prescription, it's already in the database. So when you go to the pharmacist, they just pull up based on your record or whatever, and say, oh yeah, it's a legitimate prescription by your doctor. Do we have such a damn system in Nigeria? Do we have that already? So, Mr. Chukudi or whatever that wants to go to the pharmacist and get prescription or get drugs for his child, how's it going to go through that? Number one, they don't have money to go to the damn hospital. So who's going to make the prescription for them? Listen, guys, you guys have good ideas. But again, to me, I would rather tackle the sellers of drugs. I think somebody made a point earlier. See, if you can have a way to control the distribution of these drugs that they sell in these pharmacies, let me land. If you have a way to control the distribution, the procurement, logistic, that's the supply chain of the drugs, the point of origin to the point of sales. If the government is able to control that, that would be great. So they can have a handle on the pricing so they don't gouge the people. And most importantly, they are able to make sure they are selling authentic drugs. Okay? And people can go to the pharmacies, the local pharmacies or whatever, and get down drugs. Because right now, we don't have a robust system for what you guys are talking about. It's garbage. We don't have a system. See, and again, Dr. Simba mentioned earlier, okay, well, no pharmacy should sell antibiotics without a prescription. Well, I hear what you're saying, but I think they should be able to do it in Nigeria. I mean, because that's what we have to offer. Until we get to a point whereby we can do a much better job, like the Western solution you guys are providing, we have to do with what we have. Go ahead.
Okay,
but before you go ahead, Remy, please, I'm sorry. Remy, please, I'm sorry. Did you guys saw what happened in Benin yesterday? That a plane dropped and then there was no ambulance, no emergency
Don't
services.
shake the topic. Let's stay on topic. Don't shake the topic, please. We are on this
It's part of the medics now. Medics, you are talking about medics. No system according to President.
You guys, let me tell you this. There is no system that doesn't have its own limitations. Let me tell you, even the best thing, if you ask me, that the best thing is that nobody, let me tell you, nobody should take any medication without even seeing a doctor. That should be the standard.
All these things that they're even doing for you people there that okay can go to the pharmacy and get a prescription is because they don't have enough personnel that can handle. Let me tell you
So why don't
what
you
you
face the
call.
reality?
Wait,
Chris
now
says
let me
that.
finish, Prince Daddy. Wait, Prince Daddy. That ordinary headache that you think you have, that you think that you can, if you take ordinary paracetamol it will go, might be something that can kill you in the next 24 hours. You understand what I'm saying? That small abdominal pain that you think that you can just take antacid or whatever can be something that can kill you in the next 2 hours. You understand? But because
are you suggesting that
wait,
whenever
the reason why they said okay you have to take you can go and get over the counter medication, and then if the thing is not going, this is why, is because they want to reduce the workload of the medical personnel that they have. That's why they give all those things. I've seen several cases of things that people think that they are simple things that have resulted in death of.
yeah. You do have a point, but at the end,
Simba,
let me. But Dr. Simba, are you trying to say that if someone have a minor headache or stomach ache, he needs to go to the hospital? I think sometimes you have to go to the pharmacy, get a simple off-the-shelf medicine, and if the symptoms remain the same, then you can go to the hospital. Or what do you think?
Dr. Simba, Simba is not keeping it real. Sorry, Remy. Say even in America here, there's a big problem of self-medication or self-prescription, whatever you want to call it. It's big. As much as I have so much damn hospital and clinic here, people self-medicate. So this notion in freaking Nigeria, you should get up and go to the freaking hospital to go get a medicine for a headache.
Prince Daddy, hold it.
That's not reality. That is not reality.
No, Prince Daddy, hold on. There's a big gap. Now, self-medication you are talking about, maybe you are talking of Tylenol. Even when you take Tylenol too much, too can be dangerous.
Hold on, did you hear what Simba said? That's exactly what I'm responding to. He said even headache, you should go see a doctor, and that's the reality. Okay.
No, see, even if you see a doctor for headache, they once they see the symptom, they say go and drink water and sleep and rest. You understand? That's why so many people will go. See, no doctor can just admit you and treat you just because you say you have headache. They will ask you one or that's why you have family working clinic. That's why you have working clinic. You understand? So maybe you overwork and you are tired and you go, well, you just go and say they can tell you to go and drink water. But if they diagnose, because even before they do that, they will take your blood pressure. They can use this thing to look at your tongue, to look at your ear, to look at after all those things, the examination. They say, okay, go and take water. You understand? If you say, okay, can I go and take Tylenol? They say, okay, go and buy Tylenol. They won't give you prescription for that for sure. So, but
but that's not the argument. The point I'm trying to make is that we don't. Dr. Simba makes it sound like we have easy access to doctors or clinic or hospital, and that's not true.
It's like
it's not saying we have easy access. So he said because we don't have enough personnel. That's why we do that.
It's because of your limitation. That's why they put out all those things. The best thing, I'm just telling you, the standard should be. Everybody should see a doctor before you.
Even in Canada, in this countries where
I'm not. You don't understand my point. For the fact that you also have limitations there, that is why they put it. They are saying that you should be doing it that way because you have limitations also.
Simba, you see all the counter drug you see, they are not as potent as this prescription. Because they have
Ola, it's not. It is. I'm not. Wait, Ola, you don't understand my argument. My argument is not even about the medication. Do you understand?
We don't have enough personnel.
It's about using a wrong medication for a wrong diagnosis. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? If you think, let me tell you, if you have hypertension, severe hypertension that can result in stroke, you can start having headache. If you take paracetamol, would that solve that problem?
It can even worsen it.
You understand? That's what I'm saying. Because they think that. Okay.
No, I agree with you. I'm just even saying
nobody is disputing that fact.
Again, the point that if you have headache, of course you're a doctor. What you say is absolutely correct. There's no argument about that. But me, I'm talking in terms of reality of things, which I think you're missing. No, but
I raised this one that if we are not talking about Nigeria, we should also understand the kind of limitations that we have, so that we put it in our discussion. You understand?
Our problem in Nigeria is that we don't even have that basic. We are not even setting the basic standard properly.
So that's why I mentioned. That's why I mentioned regulated pharmacy, whereby you only have 10 or 15 in a big city, and every 10 million or 5 million.
You guys, let me tell you. Do you know that in Nigeria, well, the problem with Nigeria is because we don't have rules. Well, all these things that you people are talking about, we have the rules for all this.
Okay, I don't know.
You understand? There's no wait, Remy. You cannot. There is no way you can operate a pharmacy in Nigeria without having a qualified pharmacist. I hope you know that.
We know.
I agree.
I want to give you a very good example.
But the issue is how many. Let me tell you what they are.
Say that again, Simba. Say that again. Really? All those pharmacies around the corner.
There's no way you can operate a
sometimes
pharmacy.
they use license of a pharmacist to open the chemist.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. There's no way you will open a pharmacy without having a qualified pharmacist. It's a qualified pharmacist that will register your pharmacy for. But what they do is, though the people understand, they will go and get a pharmacy and say, okay, well, let me use your certificate. Yes. You understand? So the problem that we have is not the rule, it's the enforcement of the rule. That is the problem.
At the same time,
the chemist, wait, Remy.
Hold on.
The chemist also, let me finish.
The rule is that
the chemists that are supposed to also be selling only over-the-counter drugs, they are also selling antibiotics or even drugs that are not over-the-counter.
Anti-malaria.
And because of enforcement also.
That's why the
anti-malaria, typhoid drugs are supposed to be prescription. No.
Sorry, Ola. Those OTC they are selling, most of them are fake. Mostly are fake now. So that is why. Well, I don't know whether you guys know Ibadan very well. Directly opposite the UCH of Ibadan, you see one pharmaceutical company, pharmacist, very big. I forgot, something pharmacy. I'm telling you, more than 70% of Ibadan UGG, they all go to that place to go and buy their medicine. Because they don't trust the. Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Everybody goes there. You see a big lineup almost every day, including Sunday. They go there to buy their medicine.
Yeah. Okay. Let's hold on.
Simba.
But
1 second.
Okay.
Prince Daddy is overriding me. He's bullying me this evening. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
No, Prince Daddy has been. There's a new Prince Daddy that
has
been bullying
everybody these days. Don't mind me. I only have 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Go ahead, Prince Daddy. Go ahead.
Simba, if I heard it correctly, so the rule in Nigeria is that is one pharmacist per one pharmacy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Simba, I can tell you that some of all those on that corner, all those Oregon Road, pharmacy, and all those stuff, I can tell you most of them they don't have, because even sometimes whenever you are seeing people trying to raise, some of them they will close their shop or keep their distance, and you will be seeing the buffeter and all those people they are selling. That's what you'll find in the shops. Now, the problem here is this.
They will hide it now. They have in our room where they keep all those things.
Exactly. I think what government can do is this, because this is where I will go to the government, because even I would say in the 80s, we are far better than what we are now. I'm sorry, maybe because of my age or because of my exposure then, but I believe we didn't have problem of fake drug in the early 80s. Like when we started having it in the late 90s, or maybe in the mid 90s. Now, I think what people here do, because they know, is that every drug has some kind of database. You understand? Even when you are from a company, when a drug is coming from a particular company, if they pick it like this and take it to the lab, they know exactly where this particular drug is coming from, because they know the constituent of that particular drug. You understand? So I think what Nigeria is not doing is this: they are not licensing, they are not supporting pharmaceutical industry at the wholesale level. Like when you are talking of Nigerian German chemical now, maybe Julie Pharmacy is a big pharmacy now, have you so. Now, Those are the type of pharmacists we are supposed to have. And they need, and every pharmaceutical shop that we have to open, not only they need to have a certification from the right of NAFDAC, they should have some kind of certification too from the vendors, because the vendors should be able to certify them to dispense their drug. So when you start doing all those stuff, you understand. One thing that will happen is this: you understand? Okay, you can say, okay, Julie Pharmacy, you want to open, you can even start giving them something like that. Okay, you must be able to commit to so number of outlets before we can even give you that license. It is that Julie Pharmacy that will shake that Baba Remy, Abi Baba Shukudi or Baba Ola that is selling. I said Baba Ola too. That is selling that that is opening that fake drugs. You understand? That kind of
now go and fetch Uncle Beno to come to this platform.
Will be the one to chase them away. You understand?
Uncle Beno is coming.
Then hold on, Oga. Then you have to find a way, like someone mentioned subsidy the other time. And subsidy will be like, okay, because you're a pharmaceutical shop, you understand? For the next 15 years, we are going to waive tax for you. You understand? You are not going to pay tax because we have seen your fee.
Ola, are you suggesting this, thinking that we don't have authentic pharmacies that are supplying drugs with our drugs? Is that why you are saying?
We have authentic pharmacies, but they have to do more. You have to give them mandates. You understand? Okay, pharmaceutical thing should be like a franchise.
To do what?
Hold on. We have MediPlus in Nigeria. I remember I used to patronize MediPlus. Then we have Julie Pharmacy. Now all those one now, you understand? You can have maybe major, like maybe about 20 major pharmaceutical providers, service providers in Nigeria. Then every other person that must sell, we have to get franchise through them. Every other pharmaceutical shop will be by franchise. It's not that every can arrive say, okay, Ola Faj, a pharmaceutical shop. No, even if it's Ola Faj pharmaceutical shop, maybe I will have to be franchise of Julie Pharmacy or MediPlus. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, hold on. As we have franchise of Mr. Biggs, as we have franchise of all those food stores, you understand? One of those things they can do to chase all these quack chemists or whatever I want to call them away is to start doing pharmacy, to start doing having them like in form of a franchise. You have the major one that will provide.
Okay, Ola, let me ask you, Ola.
Yeah.
Why are we concerned about this matter that we are discussing now? What's our concern?
Because then they pipe people. Because you see. It's just like
too many.
Wait now, Ola, just explain
to me. Kill people more than bullets. Fake drug kill people more than bullets, and this one is a slow death too.
Oh, okay. Let me. How do fake drug kill people?
Because people
are buying it as OTC.
Wait now, Remy. Just let him explain.
Because it destroys internal organ and creates internal health crisis. That's my
you know when we are brandishing
the grammar, Abi.
The grammar, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Most of this terminology we don't even understand them. You understand?
Because I'm not a medical practitioner now. So
when
how am
you
I supposed to?
A fake drug is a drug that does not perform the purpose that is meant for. You understand?
Yes.
Let's say paracetamol that doesn't have the active ingredient of paracetamol that is supposed to relieve pain. That is a fake drug. It doesn't mean it might be dangerous to your kidney or all those things, because I think that is what people think, that once you take a fake drug, it's dangerous to your organs. No. You understand? The major problem of not getting adequate prescription or medication and normal medication for whatever ailment you want to use it for, the major problem with it is that, let's say you have antihypertensive and somebody sells a fake antihypertensive to you. That antihypertensive is not as if it will be dangerous to your kidney or it will damage your kidney. The problem with it is that it's not going to perform the function of breaking down that your hypertension, and you might eventually die from the hypertension. That is the danger. Then when it comes to antibiotics, the problem with that one is that when you have an infection and using it's not going to actually address that infection, and it's going to encourage even resistance against that antibiotics, even when you use the one that is even the authentic one. So those are the major danger. Having kidney problem and damaging the organ, it now depends on, even you can even if you are taking, let's say, paracetamol, if you take even normal paracetamol that is even working, that one is even more dangerous to your liver more than the fake one, in the sense that is the active ingredient inside the paracetamol that is actually dangerous to your liver. The reason why that one will be dangerous to
You are
you
doing
is that,
self-prescription.
and you are doing, so you don't even know how much you're supposed to take and over how long you're supposed to take it. You understand? So those things will start accumulating in your body, and that is why. So when we are looking at this thing, is people should not even do self-medication, because if you, let me give you for example, there is one drug called gentamicin. That drug, even when you read the something, is it has ototoxicity. What I mean by ototoxicity is that it can damage your ear, it can make you deaf, and it has nephrotoxicity.
Like all those old chloroquine that make people
And
go
it can
blind.
damage your kidney. Do you know that sorry, Remy, do you know that there was a time I was in Warri and I saw a patient that came to me that he has been taking gentamicin, that gentamicin that can damage the kidney and cause deafness, and he was taking it every day for 6 months.
Wow.
And we asked him, I said, who prescribed it for you? He said the doctor prescribed it. He said he should use it for only 1 week. But when he was not getting better, he started buying on his own and extended the medication. Do you understand? So I think if you are concerned about the welfare of the people, what we should be discussing is not even for them to even have access or getting it from the professionals. What we should be concerned is that they should not even be taking it without seeing a doctor.
So is that not the purpose of all those
ordinary paracetamol is not even in where I work now. I've seen several cases of paracetamol poisoning. You know, mother used to have paracetamol at home. You understand?
Oh, I know. Should be that's the same thing when we talk of Tylenol here now. Tylenol is just like a paracetamol in Nigeria now.
You know, when people take Tylenol, the children, they will just go there because the thing is sweet. They will think that they will just they can take a whole bottle at once, and that one is dangerous. We've seen several cases like that.
We agree with you, Simba. We agree, Simba. Sorry, we agree with you that what you are saying is true. All these things are concerns. Even we put good measures on ground. All these things will still occur, but it will be minimal because we have to we have to alerting the citizens. Even Japan, it happened. Now, if you can look up Japanese news, they are worried about how young teenagers now between 14 to 17 are abusing codeine over the counter drugs that they are buying. You understand? So these are one of those things. But the way Nigerian is over 150%. We are in danger. Our chemist must
be that of Nigeria is going to be more than that. Honestly, it's
epidemic. Yes, it's pandemic. It's more than epidemic. It's pandemic right now. We have to regulate our pharmacists, our chemists. I hear laugh and say, "Oh, so if we have 57,000 graduates every day, doesn't mean we have to." 57,000 of them have to open shops. And I laughed. Funny enough, no, I mean that's what we produce every year in Nigeria. Does that mean all of them have their own?
No.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Now I know if you can correct the number later. Now, what my point is, in some pharmacies, they might have 3 biologists employed, or 5, 6, depend how big. In some chemists, they have like 2 or 1 employed, or 3. That is the main reason for the fact you open. Shut up. But the fact you open a chemist, the more you get busy, the more you need extra hand. Who are you going to employ? You employ under biologist. Now, the only way you employ a train, just like in hospital, they have a trained nurse and non-academic staff. They train them around that head settle. Now, the only way you employ other people
a biologist doesn't work in a pharmacist now.
Wait, now I'm just using that. Like I said, I use point of reference for people who's overqualified, who's over in charge of the pharmaceutical section. I mean, the chemist of
let me just.
Wait, I know you correct me. Let me land my point first before you correct me. Sorry, I beg, man, I miss my train of thought. Now, when you employ people like that, you are creating job opportunity. Now, there are people you cannot employ. The administration section who now take record of the drug they sold and all that. That's where people who is not even qualified as a biologist or whatever works in the chemist. Those people are in section of taking records. You understand? Those are in charge of taking records. Now, when it comes to the people that is going to attend to the medication, it is very good that people that have first-hand about this medication run that section, because even the fake drugs we are talking about, even like what we are talking about, people are abusing drugs. A chemist man will tell you this drug don't take it more than this, because they know the dosage you have to take. Now they even said the lighter one to people, depend on the illness. When it becomes serious, you take a prescription from a doctor and go see a pharmacist where they'll set some certain restricted drugs to you, because that case is serious. Some of the drugs, they can't even administrate it to you. You can't even take it by yourself. You have to go back to just the doctor will administrate it to you. I know some drugs where they will give to you, simple obeying weakness. The doctor have to watch over 6 hours when they administrate that drugs to you. Mostly doctors are taking it. With as many to you have to relax for like 6 hours. You don't even need to, you don't need any disturbance. You don't even need to go start talking, because if you start talking, it might lead to your mental, like what you call madness. So I think it's for prevention of tetanus. I don't know. Doctors always take it once in a while. So this kind of medicines, there are some medicine that doctors have to administrate and monitor your vital pulse and all that for some certain minutes or hours. But in Nigeria, we have to go back to the fundamental problem of our drug issues. Scrap all this pharmaceutical shop that is not licensed. For the fact you are scrapping it doesn't mean we don't have pharmacists again in that same area. What we're going to do is that we allow the qualified people to open their own pharmacies there, their own chemists there. If you go to Ojatana, you see like 500 chemists, like the way you see churches owned by different people, and none of them is qualified. Probably one person have qualification. He will have 30 branches. Just put people from their village there selling drug. Take metafine for this, take this for code. And the drugs they are even buying from the supplier, they don't even know if it's fake or real. How they know how to take it? When they don't have the qualification to detect fake drugs. At least people went to school to detect fake drugs. NDLA are employing people. They don't just employ DAFNA. They employ people that understand how drug works, so they can detect the fake ones inside there. So we must regulate our pharmaceutical sector. If we are not, people that are producing, that are importing, that are selling, those three things, we cut those three things, our drug problem will reduce a lot in Nigeria. Our illness problem will reduce.
What is, go ahead. As I said, I don't know whether you listen to me, that the problem is not the law, it's the enforcement. If you could remember when Dora was the Director General of NAFDAC that time, she did a very good job. But since he left, do you hear any other thing again?
No, but he did that because her sister died of fake drugs. So you remember the reason that prompted her, he said that twin sister, our younger sister, died when we were in early age stage because of fake drugs, and she went to tackle that matter. But go ahead, no versa.
But what I'm saying is, the laws are there. She came and enforced those laws. But when the other people that are shadowed with that responsibility are not doing what they're supposed to do, the problem with us in Nigeria, let me tell you what is. We have everything in that country, but everybody sees their position, their job as a means of making money. You know what? All these chemists that you see that they are proliferating around, you know what they used to do? Every month, they have certain contribution that they used to make. And then they will go and give it to the people that are supposed to be regulating them, just to keep them silent.
Which is very bad. Which is very, very bad.
So that's what is happening. That's what it was happening. Then the number, let me tell you, in Nigeria, we don't produce more than 1,000 to 2,000 pharmacies per year.
How many?
1,500 to 2,000. We don't produce more than that per year.
How many departments?
Okay.
Wait to how many departments?
And it's
Let's start
enough.
with Uniben. Uniben alone.
Eh?
From
And
Uniben
that's
alone.
even enough, more than enough.
What do you say?
I said Uniben alone. They are
Eh.
medical. No, you are in medical sector now. From 100 levels to 300 levels doesn't mean you are a qualified doctor. Then until you cross that level, right? To pass that junior whatever before you start going to the medical field. Yeah. Now those people that is from 100 levels to 300 level, they end up in some end up to be a pharmacist, chemist, and all that. I don't know.
They cannot even remove you from medicine and put you. Pharmacy and medicine, they are in two different faculty.
Yeah, I know from 100 level to 300 level, we don't pass that.
No, in fact, pharmacy is not even, in fact, majority of our universities don't even offer pharmacies in Nigeria. Only a few are doing pharmacy. You understand? Then the pharmacist itself, their role is not even for them to be dispensing medication and be giving. A pharmacist should work in a pharmaceutical company to be producing medications. That's what they're supposed to. Or most people that
which course is responsible for a chemist? Which department?
We have pharmacy technician. We have pharmacy technician. Pharmacy technicians are the ones that normally dispense medications.
Okay. And we don't have that in abundance.
There's a difference between a pharmacist and a pharmacy technician.
So the 57,000 that War Peace is talking about, where's they coming from?
No. What Peace? He just is exaggerated. He
just came. You didn't.
Okay,
I told the number. I said I don't listen.
Hold on.
Praise Daddy, listen before you move on. I was throwing numbers. I quote. I put out. I don't know the number. Let's just say 57,000 is what they produce every day, every month, every year. So you mean those people will not get a job and people on the street will be running shops? More than that, because people want to push up. That's what I meant. And I throw that number again on that like biologists. Let's assume biology is the one department that is in charge of creating pharmacists. So you mean people go to school and study biology and come back and have no job? I just threw the number there to make a point. I didn't say that's the actual number.
Okay, I thought it was the official number. And okay, to allow you think
Prince Daddy, who muted you? Who muted your microphone?
You think 1,000 pharmacies or 1,500 pharmacies it's good enough for Nigeria a year? Is that what you think?
It's not a bad figure because we'll be producing for years. So we are not just starting today. So it simply means that if we are producing between 1,500 and 2,500, the lower limit is 1,500, the upper limit is 2,500. So let's even go for the lower limit. So if we are producing 1,500 pharmacists every year, it simply means we are going to get like 15,000 in 10 years. So let's assume out of that 15,000, that 5,000 japa. You understand? It's not bad if you are really serious. Because like I said the other time, we can look at something like franchise model. So you have the major pharmaceutical company, but others will now be like a franchise. Treat pharmaceutical matter like you are treating telecommunication. You give license to those people that are capable. So every other outlet let us be the franchise of those. So not bad. Then don't forget that we have a pharmacy technician too. So it's not bad, to be honest.
Yeah, Simari told us our problem is the enforcement of the law. I just asked him a simple question. So
it's not the enforcement. President, hold on. The model is bad. The model is bad because one thing you are saying enforcement. Now look at it this way: if you allow Prince Daddy to go to Nigeria today and just go and register one pharmacy job because you can have someone to help you, you look at someone that graduated and want to use it.
But that is the trend all over the world.
Let me land. That's what we are saying. So you now use someone licensed now to register. It's bad. But if it is franchise, The franchise will supervise it. You understand? You cannot just go and open fake outlet of Globalcom in Nigeria today. Or you go and open that fake outlet of MTN.
Okay, I hear you, but the point is that Simba said it should be one pharmacist to one pharmacy. That's the law. That's the way it's supposed to be. The fact that it's circumventing the law is not. That's the issue here. So to your point, also, if the franchise said, then it means that every franchise store has to have one pharmacist.
Every outlet of that franchise must have a one pharmacy.
Hold on.
Every store of that franchise.
Hold on. Do you know what franchise does? Okay, let me give you an example. There is
we don't want to definition of franchise.
Hold on now. Okay, hold on. There is this big beef organizing company in this country today. In this country. So a guy wanted to buy a car, not only for organizing doors with mechanical suspension and all those stuff. So the guy wanted to buy a car, and the guy now took that car to that thing for pre-inspection so that they look at it whether everything was okay. Now, as the guy now paid for the car. The guy was going within 30 minutes. That car developed a fault. You know what happened? They suspended the license of that organization countrywide, nationwide. Because now, why are they suffering for that? Because right from the center, they are supposed to make sure that they standardize to the point that the negligence of that, you understand, they don't want such kind of thing to happen. So they suspended and they
I hear you, but Simba does not believe in that. Dr. Simba says that would be disposable, whatever you call it, disposable part of the business. Simba would think they should keep the business running as long as it serves the larger community.
Away. This one we even start.
Okay. Prince Daddy, I don't understand. What do you say? What do you say, Prince Daddy? I didn't understand what you. Sorry.
I'm trying to give an example to what we talked about yesterday about a doctor killing the patient, and you think that's a collateral that we should move on.
You are okay. It is your disposable. You have started again.
Simba, answer this question. Is it true that more than 22,000 doctors left Nigeria for the diaspora in the last 3 years?
How many thousands?
22,000. 22,000 doctors left Nigeria.
In Nigeria, people just brandish figures. You understand? So I cannot authenticate that.
Because me too, I was shocked when I read it.
How many doctors in the entire Nigeria where 20,000 go around that Nigeria?
There's doctors in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Hey, stop it, Remy. Where is the doctor in Nigeria?
So how many are they churning out year in, year out in Nigeria? Can you give us a figure? Or roughly a figure?
We cannot, even I don't think we can produce, because let me tell you, a medical school cannot produce more than 100 doctors in a year. So how many medical schools do we have?
So you are trying to tell us that we do not produce more than 500 doctors in a year?
If we are producing 500, do you know how long it will take you to produce?
Because you gave a figure about 10 to 20 doctors from a medical school.
Uncle Remy. Now, hold on. Let me give you information. I beg you. Okay, when you even go to the Federal Ministry of Health, you understand they are saying, although this one is a little bit old data, that's about that's 2024. They say there are about 66,241 medical doctors available in the entire Nigeria. So now you are now saying a third of.
You are talking about maybe they use probably they use the registration in the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council.
Yeah, registration is what I mean.
Probably a lot. Some will have been dead. Some will have traveled. Some will not even practice. Some will be. Some are politicians now.
Exactly.
You can't even rely on that figure.
Like people like Bukola Saraki.
Like Saraki.
So no. When Remy said 22,000, Akilode, don't forget that many doctors that landed in Canada, they are doing Uber. All those things, the Canada would come put their own. See those things. The other side, the pasture is always greener on the other side until you enter. You can maybe you go to United Kingdom, you can practice. You call yourself a consultant, you land in Canada here. You go drive Uber, you will see one stop.
I don't know what our government can do, and it's not only peculiar to Nigeria. The Western world, they are just using their financial power to actually drain the resources, the human resources of developing nations.
I think the problem is no, Nigeria is going to get there actually, because many things that government controls, it should be by regulation, because if government just limit itself to regulatory job, I think we are going to move forward. That's the major problem we have. Like let me tell you something now. In the during Obasanjo period, especially during the second term, a banker in Nigeria was better than a banker in Canada. You understand? The only thing is the environment, you will say, okay, you woke up, you see road, all those things, but by your income, by the time you put at at what you can achieve with your income, you are better than Canada, because you don't need to pay for mortgage before you build your house. You can build your house with your cash. You are not going to build a house with cash in this Canada. Even if you are going to, but those people that can do that, maybe they are less than 1%. Even maybe less than 0.005% self. So working in IT world, then working in you understand, even though when you look at the figure A, if you look bigger than that of Nigeria, but the way you live, what you can purchase, the type of lifestyle you live far better life. You understand? Even as at that time, even though our health system was not that okay, but you can even buy a very good health care for yourself in that Nigeria at that time, especially if you like registering with all those big hospitals. And meanwhile, you have your Medicare, this thing, you understand? So you pay additional. So those things, if you restore something similar to those periods of Obasanjo, or even at the minimum, and you not improve on all those stuff, people will have no reason to run away. You understand? I've lived there, I know the difference. So, and many people give them $1 billion to even come to Canada, they will not even step themselves. They won't even go to the airport to come to Canada. That's one you can trust. So, I think what they can do in that country is take most of those processes away from the government. Like healthcare now, you can allow the private people to run it, and make sure you work with with employers and all those stuff, so to have that proper medical insurance. And when you have all those things and you put the right process in place, people will not run. But if you want to be forcing people to stay, that is not going to work. Because what I'm saying is this: what's the essence of you being a doctor?
But Ola, but people you can say maybe people run more now, but since I've been growing up, people have been leaving the country.
Now people that left country those days, like my aunt husband now, you understand? He only left after he has done enough to earn retirement in Nigeria. That was the only time he left.
No, in fact, in the early 80s, I even know a lot of people that even left Nigeria even after secondary school.
No,
yes, Simba is right.
I remember in that secondary school when they brought a form of medical school from Russia to me that time. I was dreaming of traveling to Russia. Under that condition, of course, I will leave, but not.
And you know the funny thing, even because when you are even talking about that time of Obasanjo and all those things, I remember in fact some of my colleagues, when we were in medical school, they've already started preparing before we even finish to leave the country.
You know what I can speak to that time is this. Okay, I work in IT, so we saw people started coming back from overseas, and all of a sudden, you see someone of your age. You understand? They can just bring that person, an assistant general manager, senior manager, all those stuff. I start looking at what's that. Although even me, if I was privileged, to be honest, because I jumped some of my major because of the particular skill I had. That's key. They were trying to embrace e-banking and all those stuff. So that had been jump. But those people coming from overseas, you will see them the way, maybe while you are still on like a 9 million per annum, all of a sudden they are around 25 million. Just because they are coming with one foreign degree and they can speak English very well to bamboozle you. And the same thing they will be talking. You can do that. You can even do better.
When you have that opportunity to go to Russia, you turn it down. I have like a brother.
I didn't turn it down. I did not qualify new. I'm talking of when I was in secondary school.
In 1986, I had like a brother, not really just a brother in the street, because that guy just passed his WAEC that time, and he passed in flying colors. Do you know that one Russian university gave him 100% scholarship to study aeronautic engineering? That guy, he went to Russia to study like for 6 or 7 years, and he became one of the chief engineer of major European airline. The guy is a big guy now.
Let me tell you one thing. If I was qualified in my secondary school after my secondary school to go to anywhere in the world to study, even whether it's Germany, whether it's Russia, whether it's Czechoslovakia or wherever, I will go.
Even 100%. My own brother, after finishing,
I think the zeal to go abroad has always been there. Maybe because they are the one that
it has always been there for Nigeria.
It has always been there because even if you look at all those, if you look at even the people that we normally refer to as our forefathers, even Awolowo, all their children, they didn't go to school in Nigeria.
Simba, I think it's everyone. Let me tell you one thing. See, if you see the way British people are coming to Canada the same way Canadian, I'm talking of Caucasian now, you understand,
yes,
white people, the same way they are doing Japa from United Kingdom to Canada. I'm serious. So
do you know the trend?
Hold on, Remy. Even when they Canada, they crazy. Sometimes they go say you go and write IETS. Some of them were even ready to write test of English, an English speaker. So to tell you, immigration is not a black or Nigerian thing only.
No, not at all.
Across.
Do you know, even the trend here now is that Canada and Finland have a kind of agreement that after you can do what you say, swap student or something like that. Majority of Finnish young people, they are deliberately immigrating to Canada because Canada is bigger and have more opportunity, which I think, and sometimes they also life here, to be frank, European lifestyle is a little bit boring.
You guys should give me 10 minutes as they come.
Okay.
So like my own brother too, after finishing secondary school, work in a bank for 1 or 2 years before we can say Jack Robinson just left for England. Even my sister left for France. So they all study over there. So the point is that when people now talk about Japa, Nigerians have been Japa, especially the Yoruba people. It's like this part of their life. They have been Japa for a long time. And I don't think it will stop.
Of course.
Even if Nigeria is better.
Overseas when I finish secondary school, what I want to do for Nigeria. Let me tell you one thing. Even if Ghana that time self, I would be tempted to go. Even if Ghana, not even if Ghana, as long as we're giving me scholarship. So because that time too, if I travel to Ghana, I will still come and brag in my
another trend is that you can see more and more people, like you said, that lives in UK. Majority are now immigrating to Canada. If not because of the red orange man in America, they would have also preferred to go to America. Because to me, I believe that the best place for any black man is just two countries. That is Canada and America. That is where you can really excel.
You know that traveling has some kind of
no, I will not call it discrimination, but the opportunity are immense for people in those two countries for black men. But when it comes to white man's land, easy.
You know the same way you are happy to travel to UK. That's why some British are even happy to go to Nigeria, because sometimes when you are living where you are used to another place,
what? One
Finnish
man that we met shocked me. He asked us, why are we coming to their country? That he was a diplomat advisor in Nigeria for 3 or 4
even when you even travel on tourism.
Nigeria really took care of them magnificent that they don't want to leave.
even if you travel just on tourism, let me tell you one thing. The first country I visited, South Africa. You understand? I was supposed to go for training, so that visa came late. We still use that thing to travel to just go. Even when I came like this, if you see the perception as everybody, they look at me as but boy, it's in law. You understand? So that thing, even here, when you even say you even travel on holiday itself, some people say Jamaica, people will say like wow, and people will be rushing to they want to go to that place. You understand? So traveling, whether Japa or vacation or those things, that's always been something that have this kind of effect on people. So I will not whether so if Nigeria like made a medical doctor in Nigeria, they earn $1 million a year tomorrow. Some people will still leave that $1 million. We jackpot from Nigeria, go and earn 100,000 pounds in UK. You understand? They must have every reason. They can say the mosquito in Nigeria is too much. So since I got to this UK, no mosquito. Or maybe I used to drive like 5 hours before I get to job, but since I've got to UK, it's just like 10 minutes. People must have reason. They must have something that drives them to Japa. So when people look at Nigeria as the only people that Japa, is nobody Japa past India. Then apart from nobody Japa past Indians, and maybe I don't know who should I put after Indians. Maybe I should put Chinese. So I don't know. Then I think the European generally, if you put their population together, maybe they even Japa more than us. But our own is just that we always have some dangerous Japa. Because what do I mean by dangerous Japa? You see doctor Japaing away from Nigeria, you will now be doing pick 1, pick 2, on the floor in the warehouse. You understand? So you will see lawyers.
People perceive there's more opportunity, especially in the Western countries, than there's immediate African countries. So that's not strange. Just like you said, a lot of the Eastern Europeans, they see more opportunity in America and the Western Europe than their side of the country. So it's not unique to Nigerians. I mean, it's true at any point in time. There are many other places around the world that can offer you more opportunity, perceived real or not, than Nigeria. Okay. Due to the war in between Israel and Iran, and a lot of there's quite a bit of a brain drain going on right now in Israel, where these smart Israeli tech young people, engineer software, they're jackpotting their country. They're going to America and going to other parts of Europe. They are. So people can jackpot for different reasons, but Nigerian jackpot is, it's a perception. I don't know if I can say it has a connotation of inferiority, but at the same time, maybe not. Again, people will jackpot for whatever reason. It is true again that an average person in Nigeria can have more opportunity in the western part of the country.
That's it. If you look at United Arab Emirates now, who are those people that japa there? Because at least from what I learned the other time, immigrants are about 89% of the population of United Arab Emirates. Now go and look at those people that are there. You understand? You see Europeans, Iranians. You know one thing? Nigeria is not even. Nigeria is not. It's just too micro. When you see when you now see people going to Qatar, people going to Saudi Arabia, people going to, I find out that Iran that you see now, there are some Westerners there that no matter what you are going to tell them from that tomorrow, they are not ready to leave Iran. Like there's one African now is a friend that was telling me he went to Congo or whatever. Okay, I think Congo or thereabouts. And so the friend here now was now asking him that when are you coming back home? The guy just I say, you said what? What's the definition of home? He said Congo is not my home.
Okay, usually like many Nigerians, usually when Europeans travel, let me tell you, the lifestyle they enjoy outside of Europe, America, they can never get in their home country. Okay.
Facts.
I mean, expatriates, they get so much more. They live like kings, even on average salary that they would get in America, maybe slightly less. They live very well, and some of them are used to that lifestyle. In America, yeah, you can make it under $200,000. Are you going to hire a freaking maid to servant to be there all the time? Of course, you can hire someone to clean your house, but after you pay the taxes, pay your dues, and this and that, you can't live luxury. I mean, you can take vacation, but you can't live that luxury life you live in China. I mean, do you know how many expatriates are in Shanghai in China? I mean, they live life. You imagine in Africa and all these places, they live like kings. Okay.
Exactly. They are the ones that live in all those our GRAs, you know. Where Nigerians cannot live in Banana Island now, you see them there, you see them in VGC, and you know, they're automatically they are like upper class. Meanwhile, in their country here, we are just all of us are living in the common community. You know, they now went to Nigeria now. And, okay, they're now living in the topmost area, and you expect I know because that guy in Congo, that guy saying, you know, they come back. Oh, they say no. Say this Congo say we get them, and this brought me to this idea of tribalism or whatever we are talking in Nigeria that led us to that Oshodi of this thing. You know, the problem in that country is our people, we don't understand the mentality of assimilation. If you want to stay with Yoruba people, for example, you have to assimilate yourself. You do whatever you do, you fight along with them, you do whatever, you defend the community with them. Now, you can be answering Shukudi now, but anytime you are in Oshodi, you behave like Yoruba there. That's why when you are in Rome, you behave like a Roman. Okay, if anything is going against the interest of Oshodi, you stand by them and say, no, this is our land, you cannot do this and land. You understand? You start dragging land. Not that you put one leg in Anambra, but you still want the benefit in Oshodi. You understand what I mean? Because now look at it from this process.
Hold on. Are you yourself? Are you not doing the same thing? I mean, are you not one of those people like Remy building houses, starting business in Nigeria? I mean, are you fully committed to Canada? That's the question, by the way.
No. Let me tell you something. Whether I'm
why is Prince Daddy mentioning my name again?
No. I would just tell you something. Now, I'm a citizen of Canada, for example. I don't have to start proving that I'm an indigenous of Canada. I don't have business with that. And I don't come and bullshit Canada. I won't do that. Now, that is why you see, today, if Canada now is speaking of fight with some bad guys from Nigeria, you understand? I'm going to stand by the side of Canada and say, okay, these bad guys from Nigeria, you are not going to stay here. We are going to flush you out because we are Canadian. You understand? Because we are dealing with bad guys. But when we are talking of the situation back home, someone is on your land and is inviting bad guys to come and deal with you on your land. I'll be claiming that we get all this land together. It's totally different. That is why you see people coming now today. You understand? They are joining the U.S. Army. They are joining the Canadian Armed Forces. What are they telling you? Because you know, once you join armed forces, you know what can happen to you.
You have armed forces in Canada.
Is there any country without armed forces?
I thought it's US that is providing security for you people.
Simba. Let me answer that question. Simba, they have.
I noticed that we jump at it.
Simba. Now,
they have security.
No. I want to hear.
They have security guards.
Now.
Don't mind Prince Daddy. You know, Prince Daddy, all those imperialists, don't mind them. Now, what I'm saying is this. The person that represents Oshodi should be able to fight for the interests of Oshodi. Unfortunately, what he's fighting for is the interest of his ethnic group. And you are now insulting your host community that they don't have qualified people. How embarrassing that could be. Oh, no.
Hold on. Was that guy elected or selected?
He was elected.
Okay, then what's the problem? It was people voted for him. People voted for him, right? And it sounds like the population of his constituent in Isolo, I believe, is plenty enough to get him
Prince
elected.
Daddy, you are not getting it. You are not, okay. We have a Nigeria here now. In the last election, I was even thinking that Indians, they will outdo us in election and all those stuff. So many Nigerians won councillorship position, and there was a time that even a Nigerian was the justice minister for Alberta. Now the point is this. Now just imagine the justice minister for Alberta now. That's okay. You now employ all Nigerians. They say, okay, why did you employ all Igbo Nigerians? You now say because you do not see qualified people among other Canadians. How does that sound to you? You understand?
Okay, so the problem is that he misspoke. Is that your argument that
he didn't misspeak? He didn't misspeak. He actually implemented something that has some kind of ethnic bias. You understand? You were representing a constituency, and people that now benefited from what we're doing were from your ethnic group. So the point now is
that is normal now. He's taking care of his own people. Is that strange?
No. Don't. Hold on. It's not strange to me because of what the Indians are doing. You understand? And as the Indians are doing, you know that. Hold on. As the Indians are doing it, some of us are on ground. We are fighting. We are exposing them. You understand? If you see, if you see the type of immigration policy that are coming today, you understand? Most of them, I can tell you that 80% of them will be at disadvantage to the Indians, even though it's affecting other people. We know. But what we are saying is this: what is not good, it's not good. Now, when you are there, that's a political position. If it's your company, for example, I decide to say, okay, you want your people there, even though it's still not good. We are still going to say, okay, that community you are, you do not diminish them. You understand? Because you want to be part of them, you want to be indigenous of that place, then you have to be assimilated. Anybody that don't want to get assimilated in the community, those are the way they behave. You want to be, is it Oshodite or Oshodia, whatever they call, you want to be an indigenous of Oshodi. You want to stay with you want to become an indigenous of Oshodi, but you want to keep your own identity as an Igbo person. Every opportunity you see, you want to bring those Igbo people to now dominate.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't. I think you're overstretching it.
Politically,
what he's doing is, hold on. What he's doing is what most people would do, taking care of your own people, trying to keep your own identity.
And that is why many of us will now fight against it, that because you cannot be part of us because you don't want to assimilate. You want to be in Rome, you don't want to live like Roman. So you don't see it wrong, but that is why people like us, we are now pushing back. You can't go to people's land. Let me tell you one thing. Even as a Yoruba person, do you know that I will feel ashamed if I represent Oshodi and every person you see around Oshodi is from Ekiti? Do you think I'll be comfortable? I won't. It take a foolish and stupid person.
Allah, that's your problem. That'll be your problem.
Prince Daddy,
See, when you try to
let me ask you. Sorry, let me continue. Ola is saying that those people should assimilate, and Prince Daddy, I don't see anything wrong in that. Look at you now; you don't speak like a Nigerian again. So I used to look at you have fully even lost in America now. Even your name, there's nothing. The nickname you chose is Prince Daddy. No, nothing like Yoruba there. You understand? So you are fully assimilated. That's what we are saying.
Patricia, I hear you now. But this is the thing, though. See, because I have a different way of looking at life, right? I believe in assimilation, which I do argue about that a lot in around me. But at the same time, this country, America, gives you the opportunity to be yourself, keep your own identity. So people don't have to be like me. Because I spend time here, naturally, if I want to engage with the community and the people, things have to change naturally. I'm part of society. I'm not isolated. I'm not forcing myself to be American. I just happen to interact with these people, and it happens organically. So that's the way it works. But when people choose to be different, we must
let me ask you this question, Prince Adi. That guy, I think, is an honorable. I think he is in the House of Representatives, right?
I don't know about that guy.
Yes. House of
Yeah,
Reps.
yeah,
I think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
the House
We are
of
listening to you.
Representative. Okay, let me
Yeah.
ask you, Prince Daddy. Do you think if there is something that they are voting in the House, let's say in favor of Southwest or Lagos and another state in the Southeast, do you think that guy will vote in favor of Lagos?
Exactly. That's what we're saying. We vote against Lagos. That's what you capture is perfectly simple. That's the point. Now, Prince Daddy, if America is fighting today and you have opportunity to bear arm, you are more likely to represent America to defend America. I mean, Canada today are more likely to carry weapon to defend Canada. But if anything is happening, the next thing you see, like Okoli, everybody they are rushing to the east. It's when the thing come down, they will not say, Lagos belongs to everybody. But when you need to defend Lagos, you run. But after they fought to defend Lagos, now you're coming back. And you are not saying now we get all the land together. If you go be Oshaka if you want to be Oshoko, be Oshoko.
Like say, it,
You can't be
see,
like
what
that.
you're saying. You see, if I live in China too, I would do the same thing. I believe that wherever I live, the community that I live, I need to represent that community. It doesn't matter.
And that's what he's saying now.
Here.
So what do you have against? What do you not have against what he's
But
talking about?
listen to me. But I just told you. But it's not everybody thinks like me. We are not the same. The fact that they want to keep
that. That is what we are
and
saying. Those people that don't think like you, we don't want them. We want those people that think like you. We want anybody that want to become an indigene of Oshodi.
You're supposed to be representing Prince Daddy. You're supposed to be representing Oshodi, but you are representing the Southeast.
Anambra.
But
you are representing Anambra, but you are supposed to be representing
Oshodi.
So that's the point.
You know, if you analyze Ola, if you analyze Prince Daddy's DNA, you will see some Igbo DNA in him. It's always
I think it's Fulani. I think it's Fulani. When you see spoken English, you see the light of Amadou Bello. You know, they speak very good accent, perfect. So it's more of like Fulani or Kanuri. That's what I think of Prince Daddy.
You guys are funny. That's a good joke. No. See, I understand what you guys are saying. I totally understand, but you have to look at the way I think about things. See, because I do something or I like something doesn't mean that people should behave or like the same thing that I do. And we know naturally the people from the Southeast, they are a proud people, okay, and they like to keep their own identity. And it's not unique to them, by the way. Come on, like you have a lot of experience with Indians in Canada. You know how they behave. Okay.
No, you are still not. See, let me tell you one thing. Something. Okay, do you know? If I remember very well, now you understand. A Chinese that is taking citizenship of Canada today, you know that it's likely that 90% of them, as I've said, that they are not returning back to China again. Yeah, heritage, they look like Chinese. But I tell you, if there's a problem between China and Canada today, they fight alongside Canada. That's what I'm saying. Even the look, will say, okay, these are Chinese people, but they deny you. They say, no, we are Canadian. Because they know they cannot return to their country again. So people like that, you know, they don't have where they are going. So they are not playing double standard.
Okay, it takes maybe 20 minutes flight from Oshodi to Muritala Mohammed Airport to Abakaliki. It takes how many hours of bus ride to go to their hometown? It's not the same. Okay, this people,
stop that.
It's not because of right. I just told you something. I just told you something. There are some countries today, you know, once you are taking the citizenship of Canada, you are losing the citizenship of your own country. India, for example, you understand? You know, India, they don't accept dual citizenship. That's why you see so many of them, they don't apply for Canadian citizenship. You understand? They would rather stay on PR. But some of the children, they don't return to their country. Some of the children, they don't return to their country, so they don't know any other country than Canada. So what we are saying is this: those people, they will not do something that is to the detriment of Canada. Now, the point is this: when you are not doing anything, okay, you may say, okay, they are employing themselves. I know that for sure. You understand? But then it's not for them to
Okay, like,
Even
before I take a quick break, like what you say, do you know that there are many Igbos also in the southwest that have embraced the Yoruba culture, they've embraced the community, and they feel at home in the southwest. Let's talk about those people. What about those people? I mean, you know, do you believe that?
as a matter of fact, there are some people that they are claiming they are claiming that to be Isale co-person. That they are answering Shukudi, but they will tell you that
there, right? They were born there.
Yes, now that they be there for like that their papa don't they there like 100 years, that they don't have anywhere to go. And they are defending that place. Yeah, those people are okay. Those people are okay. There's no nothing like that.
I think the problem now is the way the guy handle everything. Because it
that's the problem.
It cannot tell us that the non-indigenous or Yoruba-speaking people are lesser than Igbo-speaking people in that area. He's a liar. I think he's tribalistic.
No. Remy, you are not even getting my point. You understand? There are some Urobo, there are some Shekiri, Edo people that are then day to day. They will just telling you the story of how they migrated from Edo to this thing. But in reality, na Yoruba they because they don't get anywhere.
Actually, the problem we are having is this. I think in the last since 2015, we started to have that problem, and it's political.
No, it's not 2015.
Which problem we start having?
The problem we start having is that when Buhari won that election, and majority of the Igbo people, they did not have that influence in that government compared to Jonathan. They started revolting, and they started also revolting about going out of the country. And when they revolted
before we were born, I don't know. Maybe
no.
We that were born in 70s. They've been revolting before we were born.
No, I'm just trying to say when it really rears its ugly head. Actually, some of my classmates
during June 1993, when that Yawa won gas, everybody started boarding buses that they were running to the southeast.
Yeah, they were
talking about.
What I'm trying to say is that for me, most of my classmates when I was in the primary school are mostly from Edo. They were born in Yoruba land and they speak fluent Yoruba language. Those people are more loyal to where they stay. But unfortunately for the other side, I think because of what they put in their head from childhood, it's always like they let them feel like this is not your home, and which is not good. I think that's where the problem really lies. Until today,
now, let me tell you one thing. Those people that don't stay long in Yoruba land, they are not likely to behave foolishly like all those people. Now we get Lagos. And when you see most people that say now we get Lagos no man's land,
yeah, just new traders and mixed.
When you even listen to their accent, we know say these people are JJC. But you see those people where don't take. When they go, even they give you proverb in Yoruba, they don't see. There's not where you are go. Even if you like, say you want to chase people away from Yoruba land,
they won't go. They won't leave.
Now Yoruba people like you go beat you up. Say, where do you think they are going? These people are one of us, and they are not going to tell you that Lagos is no man's land, though. Those one because already their generation they don't even see themselves as Igbo. All the Igbo in their body now just by history.
Even now that generation you are talking about, even if they want to go to their hometown, they never stay there more than 2 or 3 days. They are back in wherever, maybe.
And some of them are even afraid to go to their hometown.
They are afraid. You are right.
Because those one, if crisis day, you know, but where they push them, even the people will tell you, say, you know, they see this one will be one of them now. They go tell you. Yes. But you see all those people where no free spell Yoruba, where you cannot even speak good broken English self. Now them go they scatter everywhere. See,
I think this election will show them pepper because they are already ready for it. So that is not a big deal anymore. They will show them this time around that we are the owner of the land.
If Azikiwe see they are alive today, if Azikiwe even Ojukwe calls Biafra what we say, I bet it with you. By the time we speak Yoruba, you will see many of us here we cannot even speak Yoruba reach Ojuku and Azikiwe.
Because I think they were brought up in Lagos and they can speak the language very well. So I think
there are so many people they know too. Because not until recently There are many Yorubas that have been assimilated into this Hausa culture that you see them. That's till tomorrow they will say, okay, now from where it is this, you understand? Go point to their home, their family house in Ekiti. They don't know.
If you go to the north, the Ogbomoso people that have become Hausa, there are plenty.
I mean, we're talking of Ekiti.
And
They
they
are
never
in
make trouble.
Adamawa. They're plenty for
I
Adamawa.
think I'm sorry to say this. I think the only problem we have when we talk about tribe, I think they are the only tribe that is really giving that country a lot of wala. Because
There are two major tribes causing wala in that country.
Let me finish with this. You can see that majority of the other tribes, they don't migrate to other regions like that. Because that means they have the purchasing power or they have the ability to survive and prosper in their own land. But they, probably because of so many reasons, sometimes they tend to travel outside or immigrate to other regions to make ends for themselves. So and some of them traveling like that, maybe some 30 or 40 years ago, they already settled down in whatever region they find themselves. They don't make any trouble. But the new generation or the new people thinking that they can just come and usurp the local people, it's not going to happen.
Someone that just come like 10 years ago, we're going to raise shooter. Because that's why I keep wondering, why do you want indigenous bill? Why do you don't need that? We don't need that. Because I know one artist like that. Naisaleko they claim, and if that
so you know why it's like that. I think that deputy speaker is trying to play politics. Probably is hanging a bigger position in the future. And probably is trying to also hire maybe governor. He's just playing politics with it. That something is it's not gonna happen in Nigeria. And I think the only tribe that are quite lucky in Nigeria, they are the one, because all other regions accept them wholeheartedly to come and dwell. How many other tribes can you see in Igbo land in terms of population to the density, the indigenous versus non-indigenous in their state? I can bet you that the whole of Anambra, if you want to count the whole Yoruba living there, I don't think they will be up to 5,000 people. That is even, I'm stretching it. I don't think. But if you go to any Yoruba land now, you will see them in thousands, not even in like 100 or 200. You see them in thousands.
They will say Bayesa na Igbo land. If you ask them, say this in Igbo land, you can't ask them, say, but
no, they will tell you that.
They will
look
say,
at
no,
what they are
saying.
Igbo. Bayelsa is Igbo land, Edo is Igbo land, Ondo is Igbo land, Ekiti is Igbo land. I don't.
Hey, stop there. I know
no, they are telling you because the day make it is from their Igbo Etiti. Do you know Igbo Etiti local government? Igbo Etiti local government is in Enugu State. They are telling you that they first migrated to that land. They are the owner of that land. So when they just
which one? Which one are you? Which one is Igbo Ekiti? Which one is Igbo Ekiti now?
I'm telling because when you go to Enugu State, you see a lot of local government like Igbo Etiti, Nkanu West, Uji local government, and so many other local government like that. So when they say resemblance of that kind of name in the other region of Nigeria, they will tell you they are the one that first settled there. It's their land. They just all kind of stupid history.
This program where would they do for night here? They make person feel hungry for night too. And they say it's not good to eat at night, to eat late.
You are going to say you like eating at night.
Babana, you want to eat for night to me? I don't eat since I don't eat since around 6 o'clock now. I know.
It's your program. Don't get
Patoski. Me and you will discuss something though. You bastard again, Abi. You know me and you will talk something.
I've not eaten, but I'm feeling hungry.
And what's the time over there that you are feeling hungry?
12.
You should 12. Know. Sorry. Or if you have a fruit.
No, okay. Why do you say you know? Why did you say you should not eat?
Because
it's too late. It's too late.
No. You can eat, but you should look for something light to eat.
And that's what I said. Like you have fruit.
Like something like
Simba. Dr. Simba, with due respect, you didn't. Hold on, no,
Simba. Let Simba advise me.
Simba didn't ask full question. Simba should have asked. Now, Simba, look at it this way now. if I'm not eating.
Let Simba, hold on, let Kimba down, you know. Can I eat peanuts?
Remy and Ola cat and dog. Eh?
Uncle Beno boss, Uncle Beno back to be on
Simba, can I eat
invite
peanuts? Can I eat peanuts or like peanuts?
Yeah,
Why
yes, now
now?
you can take all those small things. Yes, now. Not you can even take something like biscuits and all those things. Yes.
Can you imagine? I have crackers. Let me go and take
Hey,
it.
you can even wash it down with yogurt.
No.
Alex Oyema,
I have Greek yogurt now.
Alex Oyema, let me tell you one thing. Nobody is saying we should not go. If the South people can agree with you. But me, if I want to make Yoruba go. So,
In
the
short,
question
you know
is
my
this.
prayer. If Tinubu say he wants to give me opportunity, Nigeria say they give me opportunity to become president for just 2 minutes. And they promise me that any decision I take within that 2 minutes, they would keep it. That would be the only decision I would take. I will not even spend up to 2 minutes. I'll just do 1 minute and leave the balance for them. Just
What
let
is your
them do.
decision?
My job will be that
the
they should let their
But
Patoski,
if you look at it,
if you look at the map,
which
map is the problem.
which tribe actually is benefiting more in the nations called Nigeria?
It is them
Fulani
now.
and Igbo.
I don't even care. I don't even care.
Fulani and Igbo. Those are the people
No,
benefiting.
forget about Fulani. This is your obsession for Fulani. What are the Fulani? What are the Fulani benefiting?
They are
the
people are the same.
Majority of
they are
them
the Igbo. They are the same.
No, you understand? Let me tell you, they are the one that actually needed Nigeria. Is the Igbo people that actually needed Nigeria?
They should go. If they now want to come back, they should now beg us. We now give them condition.
Yeah. Nobody is stopping them from nobody
it's
will
coming
stop
at a
them.
huge cost. We are stopping them. They should
It's a lie.
be asking for referendum. They be asking for referendum. Let's give them. Let's give them and see whether.
Let's give it to them. But they should not. No, but also I want to ask a question. Now, if they want to go, I hope they are satisfied with their 5 states. Not when they tell them to go, they will start telling us that
Remy, in reality,
that is what they will resort to.
Land is the problem. If assuming their land can be is the way they can move their land. Of course, they have resources to survive. At least they have the largest.
Delta is part of Southeast now. Delta state that is at that ocean. Don't you think they will have gone away?
Baba, the South, the Delta, that ocean is not part of the this thing.
I said if it were part, let's say Delta is a number state, just assuming, they would have gone away because for me, I think with their 5 states, they are good to go. They have enough resources.
But how are you going to carve them out of the country? That's the problem.
It's very easy to cover. It's already covered.
They can exist. Now, there are so many. Wait, now there are so many countries that are within some other country now. So what is it?
Yes, now.
So that means that how do you pass Igbo to South? Because you.
No. If you look at the map of Nigeria, it's well carved out already. Very simple.
How do you want to carve Igbo? Right?
They just have.
They will just say, they will just be like Lesotho inside South Africa. Abi Gambia inside Senegal.
Now the problem now is this: they want to be Igbo, but at the same time they want to hold Nigerian citizenship. That's what you are not looking at. No, now, because you have to take one. So that means that all Igbo in Nigeria, they have to become Nigeria. So all Igbo within that place. Let me tell you one thing: if they want to go, if they
don't have to become Nigerian, they can be residents. They can be residents.
They can be residents so that
that means
they will not. We will be giving them. They will be renewing their residency every year.
And they don't have equal rights.
They need voting right. You understand? And they will not have the full right of a citizen.
But the one that want to become citizen, among them should have to renounce.
We will not give them.
Why not? Why should?
No. Why? Why should they want the country that don't want to now come out again and become
the now we have to look at the best
No.
We don't want to have the best
Once they decide they want to go away, everybody go away with them. If you are not staying put, then you are not a resident of Nigeria. You are not.
Why in a country that you said you don't want, you now want to come back and become the citizen of the country? That's it.
For what? Just go away.
Oh, okay, hold on. We should be very careful. There are some of them, they don't have problem with Nigeria. But there are some few.
You are dealing with the majority. Forget about those things. Forget about those.
For example, let's say Yoruba people want to be away from Nigeria.
Okay, me, I even see fighting for some reason. Among them now. I don't agree. Because you go beat me at this rate, so may I just keep quiet.
Yoruba people want to play, there will still be some Yoruba that will say, "Oh no, we should just stay. We want to stay in Nigeria. We don't want to follow Yoruba nation." Then, if you are Yoruba and you don't want to be a Yoruba nation, we will expel you out of the country. We'll deport you to anywhere we like. It's as simple as this.
No, you can go to Yoruba nation. It is guaranteed that you will deport Remi. Remi is not Yoruba, but we know that you are assimilated.
I'm not Yoruba. So bad by Wamoki Moji, Yoruba means the
everybody motion so this I'm not breaking it one now. It will be
my profile that I'm
Fulani Lomans and Fulani to the Yolomans or a bit.
My profile or that my shop
Remy, which of Egba are you?
Abeokuta, exactly.
No, Abeokuta is that's not. They don't use Abeokuta to describe Egba.
Even other people láti wá.
Ó dàbí, can you imagine? Ó dàbí. Kí lóríkì ìdílé yín?
Ola, don't complicate issue for Remi. Somebody that doesn't know where it comes from, you are asking Ile for Ile.
Mo ṣe máa sọ oríkì ilé, mo ṣe máa sọ abúlé kí ló ń pè, mo ṣe máa sọ family name kí ló ń pè náà.
Remi
agboolé mi lè ṣàgbólé náà, mi lè ṣàgbólé fún mi.
Máa sọ ìlú tó jẹ́, ibi tó jẹ́, agboolé wò nìyẹn.
Mi ní sọ fún ẹ o, mo ti máa sọ tí n bá ti sọ fún ẹ o ti mọ̀ ọ́ náà ẹ máa ti mọ̀. Agboolé wa kò jìnnà sí BBHS.
Owó nìyẹn, owó ni wọ́n.
Jìnnà sí Baptist Boys School.
Ṣebí we have Egba Owu, we have Egba Alake and Egba. Is it not three Egba that we have?
Remi, sorry. Ṣebí current BBHS àbí old BBHS?
Old BBHS ni o. Tó bá gba owó ni wá sẹ̀ mọ́ mọ́. Wọ́n rò pé
Remi Udonu. See, Patoski is more of Yoruba than you. If not because of Patoski, now you won't even be able to trace your roots. So you are not.
Ọlá torí pé Uncle Beno lọ̀rẹ́.
Remi Udonu farabalẹ̀. Remi Udonu ìran mi ja ogun láti safeguard Ekiti. So you can't. All those artifacts is there. Eléyìí tó jẹ́ ti tèmi gan wà ń bẹ̀. So how do you say you
Ola, you don't need to drag this issue with Remi again now. We now know where Remi belongs now.
Okay, it's true.
Ọmọ
Yorùbá ò ló ń jorúkọ òyìnbó. Báwo lọmọ Yorùbá ṣe máa jẹ́ palace name ṣe máa jẹ́ gbẹ́gbẹ́. You understand? Okay, tí ẹ gbọ́ last name náà Bola's name Fajuyi. How does it stand to you?
Mo
Hold on.
No, all right pé Ola, all right pé returning àwọn Remi.
Bóyá àwọn tó kàn wá dọ́ọ̀bù sí
Nàìjíríà. Táwa dọ́ọ̀bù sí beach.
Bóyá àwọn Fúlàní ní ìsìtò ẹ̀gbọ́n darapọ̀ mọ́ Yorùbá táàmù bóyá Fútàlájà náà ti wá.
Ọlọ́run ọba ń gbọ́ tí Yorùbá ló ṣe bá kọ́mọ̀. Ọlámà tí kò tẹ̀ sí Cameroon.
Ṣé orúkọ òyìnbó ní last name rẹ̀ ni?
Orúkọ òyìnbó ni.
Má dá wọn lóhùn jà.
This foreigner come dey drag Yorùbá. This Yorùbá come dey drag Yorùbá with.
Bí àwọn FRA Williams ṣé wọn pẹ́ FRA Williams wọn kọ́ máa bẹ́kúta ni.
Remi sọ oríkì ìlú yín.
Sorry,
Remi ò lè lórúkì. I'm very sure Ọlá he cannot have.
Money. I have.
Oríkì ìlú mo tẹ̀ ní kó sọ
Òmọ
gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì
tó ń pè lóríkì
ẹ̀
gan.
tó family.
Òmọ tó ń pè lóríkì. He doesn't know.
Mi mọ nǹkan tó pè lóríkì.
Kí náà ń pè lóríkì?
Òmóríkì òwú.
Má dá wọn lóhùn Pàtósíkì. Wọ́n kàn fẹ́ máa
sọ oríkì òwú tó bá mọ̀ kò yẹ kó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa jiyàn lọ títí sọ.
Okay. You know, Patoski, please leave us with Remi, please. Don't
máa kó lórí platform o.
You know, that question that you are asking is too complex for him. Let me just ask him simple question. Remi, you say you are an Egba man. Are you a Egba? How many Egba do we have? No. How many Egbas do we have?
I don't know.
Patosi, so ráyé lóde báyẹn.
Mo fi kí tẹsẹ̀ ẹni àṣé màá máa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀ fún ẹni.
Ó mọ̀. Wọ́n tó mọ̀ bí tó ti wá ló fẹ́ mọ iye ìgbà tó wà.
Ṣé wọ́n mọ̀?
Èmi ní kí tí wọ́n bá yá sáà bí tó ti wá àbí.
Rẹ̀mí tó kìlọ̀ sábẹ́kúta ni.
Má dàwọn dò, èmi náà fẹ́ fi ṣe topic. Ẹ gbé lọ sí topic bò mí.
Ìbàrà wà, Gbàgùrà wà, Aké wà, Òkè Ọ̀nà wà. Gbàgùrà, Aké, Òkè Ọ̀nà, Ìbàrà, 5 ni. 5. Ìbàrà, Gbàgùrà, Aké, Òwu.
You know, this thing that you just said now,
even God,
we will give Remi 1 week. We will give Remi 1 week. Kò lè rántí mọ́. Kò lè rántí mọ́. I will still ask you in the next 1 week. I know that you will not remember again.
But actually, to be frank, I think Nigeria are just peace-loving people. But unfortunately, because of politics and religion, they just bastardize that country. Because when we are growing up, I don't even know what is the difference between Christianity and Islam in Yoruba land. We just celebrate, we just marry together. We just enjoy our life.
Can you imagine an Ife prince who they marry Ara Takpa on the Bishango? A Yoruba prince married a Takpa girl to give birth to Shango. I've forgotten one of them that I married from Katunga. I want Yoruba to marry àwọn Nupe gbogbo wọn yẹn ti pẹ́.
But I want what you peg on seriously.
Totally fair money gbogbo bẹ̀yẹn that means pé ti
Do you know that Patoski? Do you know that as part of our own ancestral oriki, we are also linked to Tapa in my own family also.
Èmi tí mo ń sọ yìí mo ti sọ fún ẹ rí now my grandmother no be extended no be great my grandmother.
You know the funny thing, if you have been to the Nupe region, if you go to any Nupe, there's hardly a Nupe person that you see that doesn't speak Yoruba.
Yes, so even one of my friends that is a Gbajabian Mila married to a Nupe girl. And the father
if you go to Bida is in Niger State. When you get to Bida, you will, in fact, if you see the way this
even in Mokwa,
how do they learn it?
So the father.
Ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọmọ Àwórì ó ṣe sọ fún ní ìjẹta pé màmá òun pé grandmother òun pé Tápà ni. Grandmother èmi tí mo wà ń bí Fúlàní ni. Everybody don't end up.
Báwo ni pàtó báwo ni ọlá lè bẹ orí? It's very interesting. So you can see how people interwoven together.
Àti wọnú ara wa, but religion yẹn kàn mess up everybody.
It's not religion. I think people are just politicizing everything.
Religion náà pẹ̀lú Simba. Religion yẹn pẹ̀lú.
Ṣé religion yẹn ìgbà yẹn wait now? Let me ask you, that time that they are intermarrying, religion yẹn ò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn.
Religion wà bẹ́ẹ̀ now.
So why is it not prominent these days?
Amina lórúkọ grandmother mi now. I think
so it's not about the religion.
Okay, only sọ pé wọ́n fi religion.
They politicize the religion.
Yes.
Wọ́n politicize.
And Peter Obi wà lára àwọn tó ṣe in recent time. Àwọn tó ṣe
He's still doing it up to now. He has not stopped.
Àwọn tó ṣe Muslim ticket náà àwọn náà wà lára àwọn tó ṣe.
But téèyàn bá wò
but if you really want to get rid of that, must it even matter to even have a Christian or Muslim?
In fact, even one governor was saying that.
Let me ask you. In 1979, who was the deputy for Awolowo?
Was an Igbo man now.
Igbo man.
Is he a Muslim or a Christian?
It's a Christian.
He was a Christian.
So when do we start? When do we not start? So that means even as far back as even during Abiola, it was not that prominent. So when do we start?
Is this 1999?
It's 1999. That's what I'm saying.
And even if you look at some of
you
the
cannot be saying that
Western,
people that do the Muslim, we've been doing Muslim, Christian. Nobody complain.
The governor as a Christian, the deputy also as a Christian. So and nobody raised an eyebrow. We don't even care. So if they are sworn Abiola at that time, it's a Muslim ticket now. King Gibe and Abiola, they are both Muslim. And if Awolowo have won that election, it will be Christian. And nobody even mentioned Christian.
Even Azikuwe's party that time, Azikuwe's deputy was a Christian.
What a messed up country, you know. What a messed up.
What a messed up country.
It's quite unfortunate. But I think the only way.
But let me even say this. Even in 1999, it wasn't a topic of say.
It wasn't a topic.
It wasn't a topic.
2020, I think it was 2015. Jonathan was on to shaking. You know, Jonathan started by going from church to church. Buhari was not going from
that dog.
Because Jonathan go look cost to buy that.
Ó ṣe against Buhari ni o pé Buhari
Jonathan ló bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Òbí gbé lọ síbi tí òye ẹ̀kọ́ tẹ̀ gbé lọ rárá ń tẹ̀.
Adẹ̀gbàgbò ló bẹ̀rẹ̀.
You know, he was even using can. He was using can that time.
He was
Do you
using
know that?
can.
Tí wọ́n kọ́ mọ̀ gbà tó lọ kúnlẹ̀ síwájú.
He was going to Jerusalem.
Kúnlẹ̀ síwájú ẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn náà. Odidi president.
Wọ́n nà pa sí. Ó kúnlẹ̀ táwọn bá nà pa sí. Ó kúnlẹ̀ síwájú. It was Jonathan. It was now going
but you know, and this is same person that was not say, my ambition does not worth the blood of any king. That guy was aggressive to want to go.
He lost
that was
the political
election yẹn woefully ni wọ́n kọ̀ to pad ẹ̀ mọ́ nítorí pé real result bàbá yẹn là with more than 5 million votes. Wọ́n kọ̀ to pass ẹ̀ mọ́. So ó mọ̀ kó máa lose because unfortunately for him, Ngogo no rule dáadáa. Ó freighted away a lot of Nigerian money.
Tó bá mọ owó tí Jonathan ní tó ná sí election yẹn.
Wọ́n láwọn èèyàn ń lọ sí àsọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n lọ ń gbé bíbí gba as in millions of dollars wọ́n lọ ń gbé.
Àwọn èèyàn kàn ń gba owó ṣeré ni.
Láìpẹ́ èèyàn tí náà tiẹ̀ mọ́ ń gbà ní àbá.
You know, this guy in Narai, this what's the name of this?
Oh my show náà gbé tiẹ̀ ní olójú olóṣèlú.
No, he say wait now. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this.
I know you're talking about Charles Anagolu.
Hey.
Show not clean to you know.
He said he was there. He saw them live. The way they were just distributing money in the government house.
So
no, forget about whether I collected or no. We are just talking about what happened. Right?
Sure, continue if you respect about it. No, highly. Oh God. Anybody
I think the problem with us Nigerians, we have short memory. Yes, Buhari regime was worse, but if Jonathan continue in that way, I don't think there will be any much difference between him and Buhari.
No, Jonathan, you know what? I just calculated before you had ended after you had that debt. Before Obasanjo went away, we are having almost 60 billion US dollar external reserve, additional 20 billion in SS account. That's roughly 80 billion. Luckily for us, we are even selling $100. Jonathan from that SS 20 billion. When it comes to the state, the governor now revolted against it that the rest should be shared. They have already removed
That's for
about 5-6
that's
billion
for
away.
SS crude. That's for
SS
SS
crude,
crude
yeah.
now.
That's for
But what
SS
of
crude. But
external reserve?
Almo, go and ask all of them now. All these Odua, Madoke, all of them. From 60 billion to less than 28 billion. But they vanish, man. Then Patosi, now ask yourself another question. The excess money, owó tó tún wá ń tà lórí epo, kò sí accountability fún yẹn náà. So owó yẹn wá wà.
There are two things that happened that time. Apart from, that time, all the Niger Delta Palava, they stopped, and our production was over 2 million barrels that time. We are producing over 2 million barrels, and then the price was around 120, 130, 140.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. A lot of people just smile to their fortune, just unnecessary fortune.
That time what he did was that there was a lot of money in circulation. In fact, when you go to beer parlor, you see some people that are benefiting that can just buy beer for everybody. So everybody we are just living reckless life, and that was why people will say,
but
hey,
still there is poverty as well too now. Yeah, don't no. It was done in terms of
you cannot even be living that kind of life now.
Oh God, no petrol in the petrol station, all fighting. Things were there's so many after later bomb blasts in Abuja everywhere. Everything just turns south, and you expect to win that election. He didn't perform very well. That's number one. He was not a good leader. He does not know how to answer interview questions. He fumbled a lot, and then you expect to come back. Nigerians were already at the end. Just leave. If they do that election 10 times,
is it not that same Jonathan that is now our reference? Everybody will just during Jonathan,
it's not my
as
own
if
reference.
we are not alive during that regime.
No. I think some people that deliberately playing some cheap politics because they know that this new generation, they don't know Nigerian history very well. And they themselves, they don't even care to listen. Want to just give them phone and let them just trend. That is enough for them. But my own generation, we want to know what is going on. We will read newspaper, we will buy, we will ask questions, we will listen to the radio, we watch TV.
No can which way to use to stop monetization. So won't stop monetization. Because don't destroy Nigeria. I'm telling you, this monetization, they want monetize, you can make money from YouTube, you can it's a big problem for us.
And you cannot, and we are practicing constitutional democracy, which you cannot force people to do this or do that. Look, can you believe that they are advertising all the road construction going on in Nigeria? They are looking for workers. They want to pay even just a worker 120,000, from 80,000 to 120,000 per month, and they will give you lunch. They cannot find. They don't want to do it, and they are not doing nothing. And by the time
Why them there's no job?
And what there is one particular guy in Enugu. He said he did not get job. I think he's from Enugu, but he lives in Benue. I think the job is in Benue. He said he could not find job, but later he found a job in the road construction, and he has been working with high tech for nearly more than 1 year. His life has changed. But now you see somebody around 17 or 18-year-old. I think it's Patoski Michael. Okay. Now you see somebody like 17 or 18-year-old boy we don't know the source of income. We just come on with a GLE or whatever car. So everybody just want to blow. And the way they want to blow, they can use any means to get money. That is hallmark of a failed nation.
I think what we need to do now, let me tell you. I visited one of my cousins yesterday, and when I got there, one of our daughter who has graduated for I think maybe like 3 or 4 years ago just came in, and if you see his message, mommy. I was just looking at her. I said, okay, And mommy now said, what is the problem? I need some change. What do you want to use the money for? I want to buy recharge card. I was not looking at it. I said, come. When she left, after mommy said, okay, check my purse. And she just carry all the money she saw inside the mommy's purse. I said, when she now left, I asked the mommy, I said, come, this your daughter. He said, she has finished now. She's looking for a job. She's looking for, so she cannot even think of something to be doing. He's still asking you for recharge card money.
Thank you. The
Why
parents
can't
of now
she?
sometimes also
It's the parent, exactly. The parents also is just
they spoil because look, I happened to watch a video recently in which a particular lady was telling her friends that, look, oh, Dangote, Bua, all these multinational corporations, they are recruiting and there is job. Go and look for job. People they are recruiting. And she even said our friends got some position already. But like this girl you talk about, 4 years old, you ask her, after graduating, what have you done to improve your status? It's also going back to the parent every now and then. She's not going to learn any skill. The point is this: there is no more that white collar job out there anymore like before. So if you graduate and then you learn a skill, even if you become a fashion designer in Nigeria, you are making you can
no.
make a lot of money.
Remy. Another thing that people don't understand. If she happened to be my daughter, I think she read mass communication or something. Like, what I would do for her, instead of her to even be sleeping and be collecting money from me, I will even ask her. I can go to any of the media stations and say, okay, if you don't employ her, just even let her even be coming and be practicing. I will be. You understand? I'll be responsible for her
Salary.
upkeep. Yeah, exactly.
It's
Just to
okay.
gain, to have that experience, and instead of just sleeping at home and just be collecting money and be playing.
Sleeping at home and be watching TikTok, I'm going to be trending or something like that. The world has changed. The world is now skills
Now,
based.
let me tell you, in Nigeria now, if you go to an average town in Nigeria now, they have so many radio stations that,
Yes,
yes,
yes, you can see them also broadcasting live on TikTok or wherever. So I think now is the time for people before or after graduation learn a skill, learn something. Even that thing can be of immense value to you in life. Because nowadays in Nigeria, if you're a fashion designer, to even sew Iro and Buba is no more like 500 naira like before.
like this one that I'm talking about
Maybe
now.
na 5,000
She does
naira
not
now.
even let Remy. She does not even need to go and learn fashion design. She can excel in her choice of whatever she
Yes,
read
she can even
mass
start
communication.
broadcasting by
A lot
herself
a
live
lot
on
of
TikTok.
people,
People
even
like it.
people that are not even Remi, even people that are not even journalists, they have a lot of podcasts that people are opening, and they have a lot
Yes,
of followers. People are making money from it.
yes, exactly. I think it all boils down to that as a parent, when you get to certain stage,
irú òun yẹn gan ló yẹ kó máa ṣe content.
bang. Even got to bá tẹ̀ send ọmọ ẹ lọ lóyìnbó náà ẹni kó bá ti débẹ̀ náà kó náà lọ máa ṣiṣẹ́ fúnra rẹ̀. Because parents have to stop. Guys, when you try your best, there will be a time you have to stop helping. Because they need to feel the reality of life. Because you cannot just be there for them all your own
But
life.
if a child that you have trained finish degree and is still crying to you, mommy, and say, okay, go and take my purse and take money, they
The
will
mama
continue
is not even
behaving like that.
bàjẹ́ lọ. It's the mother that is continuing to spoil her because the story is not that after a bachelor degree, if he said, okay, I want to go ahead with master degree in Nigeria, it's quite understandable. Then the parent can still continue to give money. But she's not doing nothing. And the parents are just looking at her.
You think somebody that cannot do something
Why should a parent sponsor a child for master degree
for
program?
masters?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah, it's possible because you cannot say
I'm
that
asking you why? Why?
just to give her better opportunity of life.
Akebàjẹ́ náà ń pè yẹn. So, you
No,
see,
no,
that's the thing.
Ola, it's not Akebaji. that one is not Akebaje because it depends the situation of that.
So and somebody that cannot do, you can't do anything with your first degree, so and you'll be able to do something with your second degree.
No. You get bẹ́ẹ̀ sìn tó ṣe mass com jáde. Ó lè lọ ṣe international relation, industrial relation ní
Mr. Remi.
No. What I'm trying to say, listen for them, you will say. Simba said for 4 years she was not doing nothing. So I'm thinking after graduation, instead of sitting at home, you can, if the parents have the power, they can sponsor for
one. She can continue. Then after MSc Masters, she should go for PhD also.
If it's possible.
Abi, when you even finish, you can start paying the person's salary and just find a way for him to become a professor.
But I think it depends on each parent.
No, I mean, something is not adding up. See, the way we handle things. Let me tell you one thing. You live in the Western world and you know how Oyibo behave. Once you are 18, some Oyibo here, they say, oh yeah, you be paying. The parents will say, they be paying for the room you are staying.
Then go. But in Nigerian context, it's not
hold
easy
on.
like that.
See, that is why that man Gali in Nigeria now. That is why we have so many thieves. That is why we have so many corrupt people, because we do something wrongly. How can you stay? Sorry, I'm 18 years. So what? All of a sudden he cannot take care of himself. But
No, because
you understand? No, the thing is this. The thing is this. The problem we have in that country is this. Number one, maybe some people that are the one that are pushing their kids to school when they're supposed not to, because you cannot push a kid to school before age of 6 years. Even where you are this and that will be preschool, all those things, that's where it be. So by the time they are graduating properly, they are 18. They are free to work. As a matter of fact, there's nothing you can do on those child. Even if you want to control the police will tell you that you cannot control them. They can decide. In fact, from 16, they will say they can decide what to do on their own.
But Allah, be careful. Be careful here.
Hold on, Oga. Even our parents, many of them, when they had standard 6, they were already working.
Then that's what
they were already working. Some of them went to Women's school. They were already fending for themselves.
But things does not remain static. Now things continue
because bad parents.
Remi is an advocate of Ola. Let me say this. You should train your children to be.
Let me say I have an open mind.
Remi is a bad parent. No, sorry, I won't use Remi. Anybody that behave that way is a bad parent.
No.
I know because I wanted to say. If I say Remi, I'm taking it personal, and that's not to take something personal.
I know.
Any parent after in fact, as a matter of fact, you understand? I'm not ashamed of that to tell you that any child from India, they go to school, the best I can do for you is to co-sign your school student loan. That's the best I can do for you.
That's good. I think you're also happy.
Otherwise, if you can do your student loan, go and do it.
Let's assume that you are in Nigeria and your kid want to go to university. You believe very well tuition fee.
That is Nigeria.
The environment is different.
Hold on. If my family qualify for student loan, I swear, he's going to.
If there's no student loan, before there's no student loan now.
Remi, what you are saying, just get it.
I understand you that. Oh yeah, so bad today. You know, the man will put some over or something like this, okay? Don't let me. So more understanding very well, but I think
you do not understand you.
Let me ask you, but if you have a daughter, sometimes you are also very careful because the situation in Nigeria is very dicey. Even if you give her all the necessary training and the rest, one of the people Yahoo now. Oh my God. So they blame parents to bad.
Remi, hold on. I want to want to shit on university parents won't and they survive.
Ben.
Let me tell you one thing. If at 19, 20, 21, if a child cannot be dependent with this thing, then that is a bad parent. That's bad parenting.
I
you know, Ola, You know what our parents used to do for us that we the parents of now they don't do for our children. If you remember the way they used to train us that day, we might not have, we might not know what they are doing for us. That time when you are in primary school, secondary school, whatever trade, whatever business your parents are doing, you partake fully in it. They make you to partake fully.
100%.
100%. So you, by the time you grown up to be a full matured human being, not a graduate that is still behaving like a nursery student.
So some parents will still be watching.
So the only thing the parents knows these days to do for their children is just to send them to school, be giving them everything that they need. Then they will just finish and they will not even know anything about life.
Seriously, ṣebí àmì ń gbà àwọn èèyàn sìn.
Ìlú ìní mo wà tí mo ti ní Nàìjíríà tó ti ń bọ́mọ ìwọ́kọ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi bọ́mọ mi wọ́kọ̀. I was like,
no, wọ́n ṣe yẹn o. Even láyé ìgbà tiwa náà wọ́n bá yàn wọ́kọ̀.
No, that's different thing now. Wọ́n bá yàn wọ́kọ̀ láyé ìgbà yẹn torí pé wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ ọmọ kó lọ sí ìdílé burúkú. But the thing, because ọmọ fúnra rẹ̀ ò tiẹ̀ múra kó tiẹ̀ lè rí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ní problem. There are two different things. Ayé ìgbà yẹn torí pé ilé
I have a cousin now that is 38 kò tiẹ̀ ní boyfriend again.
Can you imagine? And báwo ni ẹ ṣe fẹ́ keep ṣe? You must be able to interact.
Eléyìí tó bá wà nulẹ̀ tó bá ti wọlé níjọ́ Friday tó fi máa di Monday tí ó lọ fi ṣe kò tiẹ̀ ní jáde lọ síbi kankan.
Imagine that.
Ṣé ibi tó nulẹ̀ yẹn ló ti máa rọ́kọ?
Ṣé ẹ máa ń jẹ́ kó meet àwọn èèyàn?
Ẹni tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní pẹ̀lú MTN.
No, it depends. What I mean is the kind of job to ṣe is it
customer service ló wà now.
Kò ní láwọn èèyàn orí fóònù ló máa wà. Kò ní láwọn èèyàn máa difficult.
Ibrahim Badamọ́sí Babangida, ṣé ẹnìyẹn ò kì í lọ mọ́ṣáláṣí àbí kò ń lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì? Àbí wọn ní group nítòsí wọn àbí kò lọ school? So ní gbogbo àwọn ará school ẹ̀ kò ní friend, ní society ẹ̀ kò ní friend, ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ẹ̀ kò ní friend, tó jẹ́ pé ní gbogbo ẹ̀ kò séyàn tó lè kẹnu sí. So for someone to have graduated, he must have passed through a lot of people. At law school, at gbogbo ẹ̀. So if they parent very well, should be able to mix up to the point that one èèyàn tó máa pick interest. The fact pé ẹnìyẹn wá ń jókòó sí tán bá wọ́kọ̀ wọ́n wá gbérú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ fún mi. Àfi tí n bá fẹ́ lò sọ́gọ̀ nìkan o, mi ò ní gbà.
Irú yẹn gan ò lè ṣe kò ṣe ọlá, irú yẹn gan kò ní dùn láti lò sọ́gọ̀ gan kò ní mọ̀ ṣe gan.
No, go funny now. You understand? So the thing is this. Let me tell you one thing. With the system coming in Nigeria, if you're a parent and your student can take you are qualified for student loan.
Sorry, are you guys being hypocrites? So Dr. Sinbad, Remy, you send your kids to schools and overseas for graduate school and this and that, and then you trying to condemn somebody else. I don't get it.
No, Prince Daddy, two different things.
No, I don't even know. I don't even know what are you talking about, Prince Daddy? I don't even understand.
Are you not paying for your
We are not saying they should not pay now. Do you understand what we are talking about? We are not saying you should not pay.
Well,
you finish undergraduate.
Yeah, not paying. It's paying for graduate school. I mean, what is the difference? I mean,
no, a lot.
And by the way, it's not bad parenting.
Okay. Let me.
It could be bad parenting, not bad parents. I wouldn't go that far. A lot. I'm talking to.
Okay, it's bad parenting, not bad parenting, right? Is that what you are saying?
I said it could be bad parenting, not bad parents.
Okay, bad parenting. That's what I'm saying now. Because we are building. That means you are building society where you now have kids that are that are not dependent. That are not independent.
I get you. So you have to be a little bit sensitive. I think Remy made a great point. And somebody trying to counter.
He made a very terrible point. The worst point.
No. Somebody trying to counter that. Well, their parents, their children, that their parents died in whatever. But you have to, not every child is the same, and you got to look at your community, your society, and hold on, and this and that.
When you are having a general discussion, you should not be talking about outliers. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Exactly.
You are talking generally.
I'm not talking, in today's world where you can be full, where somebody from Slovenia can influence a child in Lagos, Nigeria. Talking about outlier is prevalent. What are you talking about outlier for?
No. See,
I mean,
Prince Daddy.
You have to, you don't want to push your children, not to pamper them over pamper. Listen, I live in the West, so my kids. I mean, my younger daughter right now just finished.
So if you want
college.
to overprotect, if you are overprotecting them, don't you know that you are harming them? Also?
I know. Listen, you two are outlier. Of course, there's overprotection. So we have to find a common ground here. And what you guys are saying, I don't dispute it. My kids, I mean, come on, the kids, the work here. You work since 16. She just graduated out of college. She's been working, doing her own thing. She's really asking for money and things like that. She's independent. I love independence. I teach the kids to be independent.
That's even part of the problem. That's the problem. The problem in Nigeria, before you know, they put 2-year-old in school, and you now be proud. You now be proud that my son has finished university at the age of 17. That is where the problem started. Why are you even watching all these things?
Because that's our society. We like to brag about things like that. It's a badge of honor. My kid is smart. He finished at 16, 17, all those things. That's what we do. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, that's what we are
not saying it's not good. We are not saying it's bad. We should not be encouraging that. That is why when they send some of those children outside, that you will now see Vanguard influence them easily. But if they are independent on their, if they are independent on their own, maybe at the age of 21, you understand. See, let me tell you one thing. Now, I'm not even saying someone that, okay, maybe you finish your bachelor degree in Nigeria. Okay, you now want to go to medical school overseas. You understand? We will see that one as maybe the line of it. But what I'm saying is this: your children finish first degree in Nigeria, maybe computer science. You don't want them to work. You want them to go and start master's degree, and you still want to pay for that. Why don't let them?
Is it not a parent that can afford it will pay for it? This thing you're dragging. Let them pay for it now. You don't want to pay for it.
Some parents cannot even afford it. Some parents are even harming themselves. Say because they don't suffer, they don't want their children to suffer. Then how are you going to make them face the challenges of life?
But
it's not good.
We like to how do you call it? Competition, but not really competition. We like to far away. Is that what it's called? Yes, a lot.
Someone that said you are Fulani is not lying. I say you are even struggling with vocabulary.
Allah, you losing focus. Stay focused. You losing focus.
No, I'm bringing you back home now. If I'm not sure, I still believe you are more of Yoruba than Remi anyway. So Remi, because Remi, I don't. Maybe Remi was just one of those people that brought from Sierra Leone and come and dump in Nigeria. And
Sierra Leone, yeah. It's not maybe. That's where it comes from.
But, okay, and I was going to ask
I'm very sure.
See, you said the returnees are not. They're not Yoruba. They're not Yoruba or black people.
No, Prince Daddy.
Returnees from Sierra Leone, they left from freaking Yoruba land to go there and come back. Them Bishop the founders and many other prominent Yorubas have English names.
No, Prince Daddy. Americans today, you understand, they came from Europe, right? But today, can they claim Europe? No, America is where they are because they'll be fully assimilated. Right?
Yes,
But they behave like American. But don't come from Sierra Leone 500 years ago and still could be behaving like Sierra Leonean. That's Remy. So that's
I don't even know where Sierra Leone is. I don't even know where Sierra Leone is.
So it's interesting anyway. So to me, what topic did you even discuss today again, Seth? I know that Tony wants to speak.
They talk about the decentralization of. I mean this
the military decentralization.
Military. Yeah.
No, I think Nigeria will be fully Orisha Fulani. I
Orisa
don't say that
Fulani
someone that
dey o.
gave this name.
Orisa Fulani.
Who did I even give this name? Sefo? He don't run
Hey,
away.
it's Nigerian now.
I don't say that he give me Nigerian. How you doing now?
He don't run away.
He not run away, there. No, I Remi be Orisha Fulani. You confuse me now.
No be Remi now.
Now Remi be Orisha Fulani. Now me give him that name. Simba, now Remi. Remi when come back, he be like say he dropped that fake the fake
No, he
against
don't
that.
vex. He don't vex now. He don't vex. Maybe what we supposed to do for Remi, maybe we return him back to Sierra Leone.
Oh my goodness.
You know, guys, are we in the backstage? We're not in the backstage, okay.
We
Simba,
can go
let's
to
go to the
backstage.
backstage.
We're almost 6 hours now.
Let us go to the
Let me
backstage. The
take
one we
us.
don't do, don't finish.
Let's go to backstage. Let me put the link there. Anybody that want to come and join.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.